Good morning, traders, and welcome to the opening call for Monday, March the 18th. Our focus is always accurate context, good risk management, and patience. I'm glad you are here because you are in the right place. This is TopstepTV, the most popular futures stream you are going to find anywhere. We've always got an all-star lineup every week for you. And we are not just entertainers, we are real traders and educators who provide complete transparency into our trading. You're not going to find another show like this that offers everything in once: education, support, tradertainment, and fellowship. I'm Little Red Riding Hogue, and with me is the big bad stock market wolf, Andrew. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Hogue. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's freezing here in Chicago. It's 24 degrees. You're in
Man.
Oxnard, California. You're probably looking more like, I don't know, 70, 72, sunny, pretty much the way it is every day in Southern California, right?
Yeah, beach weather already.
Awesome. So, all right, I'm just going to go over a couple of things, and we're going to get down to business here with the stock market. The stock market wolf. As far as economic numbers today, housing market index due out at 9 a.m. Central, and at 10:30 there's a 3 and 6 month bill auction. Not a lot of stuff coming out today, although we have an action-packed week as far as economic numbers are concerned. On Tuesday, the FOMC meeting begins. We've got housing starts and permits, a 20-year bond auction, all on Tuesday. Wednesday, the EIA crude inventories, of course. The FOMC announcement at 1 p.m. Central on Wednesday. The Fed chair presser at 1:30 on Wednesday. Thursday, jobless claims as usual. Philly Fed, existing home sales, misleading indicators, and the nat gas numbers due out. And on Friday, we have a number of talking Feds due to speak, including Chairman Powell. So that is what we're looking at as far as economic information this week. We're going to I think pretty quickly get into what Andrew is all about here. Andrew has 15 years of trading experience. I know he started when he was 5. He has an interest in his interest in trading helped him become focused after realizing he could use his extra funds to meet his financial goals. He read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad and started to invest all of his extra funds in the stock market. And after trading about 8 years, he made his first million investments. And after continuing in that success, this led him to create or found the Stock Market Wolf. And his primary focus is now has been sharing his methods with other traders and breaking down the barriers of entry to markets. That's why we love him here at Topstep. We're doing the same thing. With Topstep, he's currently got a couple trading combines. He's doing well. It looks like here in one of them, he's got a great reward over risk ratio at 2.94 to 1. Love seeing that. Andrew primarily focuses on the E-mini, S&P, and NASDAQ futures, as well as the SPY and Tesla stock options. When making trading decisions, he primarily relies on levels, indicators, and price action to make informed decisions. Our friend Isaac Suffren brought him into futures. And outside of training, and I think this is so cool, Andrew helps to train police officers primarily. He helps SWAT officers in firearm use, as well as he's doing a lot of bite work with canines. Joining us from Oxford, California, please welcome the stock market wolf, Andrew Diaz. How are you doing this morning, Andrew?
Good morning, Hogue. I'm doing well. Thanks for the intro there. I got to do one for you one of these next times.
Well, that'd be great. You know, I am Little Red Riding Hogue. You are the big bad stock market wolf. And I know everybody is excited to have you here. I know I am. I know all our viewers are. You want to jump into your charts and start taking a look at what we're looking at this week?
We could jump in.
Let's do it.
So I have up right now NQES. We have our oil and we have our gold, right? So our crude oil and gold. So I will just start top to bottom. We'll start here first on the NASDAQ. For those of you that don't know how I do my stuff, I do what is called a top-down analysis. So let's maximize this one first and just focus on the NASDAQ here. So typically how I do my levels is I start first on the year and I look left to right. And I use historical data to help gauge where certain points of, I call them pivots, right? Of where we either hit a resistance or we have a support. However, with both the Nasdaq and the S&P 500, we're at all-time highs, right? And so I don't really have a lot of historical data to go off of, even if I go back to the 3-year chart, So what I tend to do is for something like the Nasdaq is I'll mark what our current high has been, which has been at 18,500. And then I'll go ahead and zoom in and look at, from here I'll go into the month. And then once I'm in the month, I will then draw my levels that I see, okay, within this month of March, where have we had support or resistance? And so I may be looking at a different contract than you guys, but you guys could obviously change that or correct it or what have you. You guys get the idea. But this is the June. Okay. And
Yes,
so what I'm
you
looking
should
at
all
here
be trading the
is I
June
have
contract.
a support at around 18,066. Okay. And then more closely at around 18,200. I have a resistance coming up here on the month at around 18,300 that we could very clearly see when we work left to right. And we can see this price has come into play multiple different times. We had it as a support on the 4th. We had it as a resistance around the 11th. We had it as a support on the 13th. We had it as a resistance on the 15th. And then we see it coming into resistance here on the 18th. So this 18,300 level is something that I want to watch to see what am I going to do as we're approaching this. Well, historically, every time we touch this, we've bounced down a little bit, right? And so in order for me to start to think to go long here, because we're at the top of our play, it needs to break this 18,300. And what I would need is a candle to close and hold, or we do what is called a break and retest. And I don't have the ability to free draw in here, but to give an example, you would break the level, it would come back down to this 18,300, and at that point when it comes back down, you'll see that it holds support, and then at that point we would look for the long backup, right? So very simple beginner strategy to see that level now is holding, right? So we'll see if that does happen. And let me zoom in now. So after I go from the month, I go to the week. So again, for the long, I'm looking for the break of 18,300. Now, for me, I know some of you don't use indicators, but for myself, I love using indicators to help give me a gauge. And there's this misconception amongst what you'll see on social media that indicators are lagging, which is very true. But this is why I use everything in conjunction with each other. I use everything with each other. So I have my price levels. I look at price action and volume, and then indicators, right? But when you use all three, it kind of paints a story. And one of the stories we could see here in the pre-market, for example, is each one of these candles leading up into the open today has closed above that 9 exponential moving average. Okay. And I'll zoom in a little bit closer so you can see that, right? Every single one of these candles for almost the past hour has closed above or right at that 9 exponential moving average. This is telling me that 9 exponential moving average is currently acting as support. And that's how I use these indicators. Is in this case, they will be acting as support. Now, if they're support and I'm looking for maybe the short this morning because we're at this resistance level, in order for me to want to take a short, we need to break underneath these indicators. So I have the 9 exponential moving average and the 20. And because the 20 is really close to that 9 right there at this value of 18,280, I need to get a break of this 20 before I go into my short. And I'm not going to wait for the 50 because I have 18,260 right here. The 50 exponential moving average is at 18,240. So this is about a $20 drop here. And a $20 drop, one contract, $20. So 20 times 20, $400. So I look at that of, hey, I have enough room to make a little bit of profit here just off of one contract. But going here on from the 9 exponential moving average to the 20, this is only like a $5 to $10 drop. This isn't enough. There's not enough. What is the saying? Is the juice worth the squeeze, right? And the squeeze here is not worth it. I need to get this break here underneath this 18,260 level to have a little bit more room to make some profit, right? So in summary, I'm looking for the break of 18,300 for the long here on the NASDAQ, or the break underneath 18,260 for the short. Okay, so that's the NASDAQ. How am I doing on time? 6:11. Okay, let's go to the S&P 500 now. I'll go a little bit quicker. I don't have to go and explain top-down analysis. We're at all-time highs here for the S&P 500 as well. So as I go into that 20-day chart, I can see, all right, I have a level here of at around 5,200. And then I have a year-long. And what I do is I color code my levels. This way I know as I'm getting close to a level, where it stands, right? So if I'm hitting a yellow level, I know it's based off of a month. So I may want to respect that level a little bit more. The red levels are based off of a year, and then the white is based off of just this past week or so, right? So for the S&P 500, what I'm looking for, and I'll zoom in, and it's a very similar story, right? It's holding that 9 exponential moving average. We're getting close to a resistance level here at 52.30. From 52.25, if we could break this little pre-market high, we have about a $5 move. Now, the S&P for every $1 equals $50. So 5 times 50, $250 move. Is that worth the squeeze for you guys? That has to be a question you guys have to ask yourself, right? Is a $5 move here worth it? And where is your stop? Is if your stop is also set $5 from where you're getting in, that's a 1-to-1 ratio. You want to look for maybe a 2-to-1 ratio or 3-to-1, right? So early entry could be above this 52.25 for a long. I'm going to be a little bit conservative today and wait for the break of 52.30. And then for the short, I'm looking for a move underneath this 52.17, okay, into 52.12. And then we'll see if we could come back to this support level at some point. But that's the play for the S&P and for the NASDAQ. Now let's get into crude. So maximize style. Now here, the difference is when I'm going to crude, I have a bunch of historical data I could go off of, right? Because we're not at all-time highs. So what I will do with crude is work left to right, right to left, and see, okay, where are my points where I have support and resistance on the 1-year chart? And the key levels that stand out to me on the 1-year chart is this value of $82 and about, I have it like 78. Okay. Let me change this here. I have it 77.26, but if it looks more like 78. So here we can see, okay, that's a really good level. It's happened multiple times within the months of this year, so and past years. So, all right, that's a good level. Then I'm going to come over here to look at the month, what's going on in the month. And I can see we have a really strong support here at 80.50. Okay, so this 80.50 level, I'm going to be monitoring and watching. And let's go into the week, right? And then on the week, we see we have this resistance that we've been holding here at 81.50, right? And that goes all the way back to March 14th, right? March 14th, we had some resistance at 81.50. Again here in March 15th, and then we could see it here in the pre-market of today, struggling to break this 81.50. Now, the only thing is we're starting to shoot up here in the pre-market, right? The market isn't open yet. So for those of you that are in pre-market, great job. You may want to start to think about covering some of your position as we're getting into this resistance level that we saw already in the pre-market. For those of us that are not in and waiting for the market open, we want to wait until either we break this and hold it, or we may start to want to think for the short, right? And look for that potential short play coming back down. For me, I don't trade what is called reversals, right? So I'm not going to get here right at the top. I want in order for me to take a trade, I need to at least have a minimum, a breakdown underneath my indicators. And that's going to be at $81. So at $81, I'll be looking for the short. Above 81.50, I'll be looking for the long. I don't trade CL though, but it looks like it could set up for a decent play today. And then lastly here, we'll get into gold. I'll maximize this sell. For gold, same similar situation as crude. We have a lot of historical data that we can use to kind of see where we're at. Within this past month, we can see we've been holding this 2170, 2160, and 2150 level, right? So increments of about 10 here, right? And then if we break 2170, we see we have potential resistance and support at around 2180, right? So then that kind of helps me for today. We're right here at this 2160. It looks like we're coming down versus, if I go back and I look at all the other plays today, if we look at the NASDAQ, if we look at crude, if we look at the S&P, they look long biased. Here on gold, it looks like it wants to go short. We're starting to get that curve and it's starting to taper down. However, we have support here at 2160. So in order for me to look to get this continuation, I need to break 2160 for the short. Okay. For the long, I would be looking to break that pre-market high, right? But for the short, I'm looking for 2160. And we are at about 6:17. So we have about 13 minutes to spare. Went over my levels. Keep in mind what Hogue was mentioning is today there's no news. Tomorrow, I don't believe there's news either, but Wednesday we will, right? So just some things you want to keep in mind. Maybe the market may be flat until then, but obviously manage your risk accordingly. Follow whatever strategy that you guys use for your trading, and happy trading today. That's all I got, Hogue.
Hogue, you are muted.
Hope that helped you guys out a little bit.
Sorry, I was muted there.
I saw in the question, what exponential moving averages do I use? Sorry about that. I use the 9 exponential moving average, the 20, and the 50.
All right, Andrew, I love what you said about is the juice worth the squeeze. And by, looking at your reward over risk and your current trading combine. Yeah, I'm here. You can't hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
You hear me? Okay. All right, good. So I was just saying that I love what you were saying about is the juice worth the squeeze, right? I mean, I kind of looked at that. I use a different term, asymmetric opportunities, where you're risking 1 to make 3 or 4 or 5 times the risk on that. And, you really have to consider, is it worth 1-to-1 reward over risk on this current trade? Is it really worth that? Or can you find better opportunities where you're going to get more juice from that squeeze? I just love the way that you put that. If it's all right with you, Andrew, there were a couple of questions about a couple of my weekly kickoff levels that I would like to address. So we're kind of similar to one of the levels you were looking at. My weekly kickoff level I put here at 52.15. Why? I'm going to be kind of demanding that if this market is going to continue this push to the upside, I want it to hold above that level. We tested right down to, and this is just trend line, it's not a moving average or anything, but we have 1, 2, 3 points of contact on this. So if we set that up as 2 points of contact, we tested down to it on Friday, and we've bounced off it. We bounced off it overnight. We're back above that 52.15 level. The market has, to me, been more in a kind of an upside digestion market state than a continuation. So I'm always asking myself, and Fred, I saw that you were commenting on the weekly kickoff level. What direction is the market attempting to go, and how good of a job is it doing going there, getting there? Rollover is now over. There's going to be about 657,000 are going to expire today, and they're going to settle in cash. Then we're going to be able to kind of count more on a little bit more volume and open interest information. As Andrew said, We know we've got important information. Tuesday, the FOMC meeting begins. Wednesday is the announcement and the chair presser. So the markets may be just kind of still in a kind of adjust your inventories or position yourself or get out of your positions before anything like that has the opportunity to release. So we're kind of looking for a little bit of patience today. Again, I think we're still largely in a upside digestion area, certainly in the NASDAQ. And the reason the weekly kickoff level is here is because I think that it is extremely pivotal if we're going to continue for price to remain above that 52.15 level. If we start to falter below that level and start showing acceptance below this trend line, then I think maybe there could be a deeper pullback. But that may not happen until Wednesday, Thursday. It may not happen at all because, Andrew, as we all know, ACH, anything can happen. So I really appreciate your joining us this morning, your analysis. And, you know, we've got kind of a similar situation in crude and the NASDAQ, where early this week, our weekly kickoff levels are in play because I think, you know, those are going to be pivotal levels for this week. I want to see the equities maintain participation above those levels. Weekly kickoff high 18,290 in the NASDAQ. I want to see price stay above that. You know, the NASDAQ pulled back a little bit deeper than the S&Ps did on Friday, but now showing signs of rejection below that level and currently trading basically right at or almost right at that weekly kickoff high. So, all right, Andrew, we are going to take a little bit of a break here, folks. We're going to get everybody ready for fast markets. Everybody, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. And we will look forward to seeing you very shortly. Today on Topstep TV, we've got the Stock Market Wolf, obviously. We're going to have Stock Market Wolf for the first half of Fast Markets. Then me and Deanna are going to join Andre and MP. Power players, we've got Andre, Peter, Tuchman, and then Dolby's going to be joining after Peter is done. We've got Jack and Bonnie for the top quiz today, myself and JD for group coaching today. That's always one of my favorite times of the day is when we do group coaching. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. That's going to be Anne-Marie, Robert, and myself. And then Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Jack to round up the day. So it's an action-packed day in Topstep TV, action-packed day in the markets. Andrew, again, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back with Fast Markets, MP, Andre, Stock Market Wolf in just a few minutes. So make sure you stick around, and we'll see you in just a couple. So stick around.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We got Stock Market Wolf in the house with Fast Markets. Welcome to TopstepTV, up for another big week of trading here. Andrew, how's it going, man? Tell me about what we're looking at. Still got about 2 minutes till the opening bell. What are we looking at moving forward here for the week and on the trading day? I know you're just on with John doing the opening call. You want to repeat yourself, but it does look like the S&Ps have caught a bit of a bid. That was for you, Isaac, out there. Andrew, what are we looking at, man? Good to see you. Welcome.
Yeah, what's going on, Dre? So for the NASDAQ, we're looking for this break of 18,300 if we're going to consider a long, but we're getting close to, it looks like it's holding as resistance. So before I even take a short today, I needed to break underneath my 9 and 20 exponential moving average here, around the 50 at 18,250. Same thing for the S&P. We're getting close to these highs here, 52.30. So monitoring that, seeing if we get a pullback or retracement back. And then with crude, we called it out in the pre-market, resistance at 81.50. We're starting to see it coming down here, leading into this open the past 15 minutes here. So I needed to break underneath 8,100 if I'm going to consider a short. Otherwise, we're just kind of going to, what you guys call fiddle in the middle. I call it different zone, but we'll see what happens there. And then same thing for gold. We're starting to break underneath that 2160, which has been holding support this past several days of trading. So if we could break underneath that 2160, I'll be looking for the short.
Okay. But until we break those levels, we're just going to sit on our hands then, correct?
Yeah, I'm a very conservative, patient trader. Also this week, as Hogue mentioned, we got some FOMC this week and some other news kind of going on. So today may just kind of be a slow, choppy, slow
Agree.
day.
I think if you remember last week we had the inflation numbers. We're open. We are open. So let's see how this plays out. We'll talk about the calendar ahead later, but let's watch this. There we go. Thank you for that, Bell. Markets are open. We will see. Right now, patience, though. Long week. If you remember last Monday, a lot of the week was backloaded with the inflation data. Monday was a bit of a trade. I think it was a one-and-done trade for myself. Andrew, I think we were on together. I think you may have made one trade. I think you made a trade that last Monday during Fast Markets. I think you had some trades.
Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago, right?
2 weeks ago.
It was
2 weeks ago, correct.
On the 4th, yeah.
Correct. And we're just going to take it slow, take it easy. Like I said, we got FOMC this week with the Jerome Powell presser, like John said in opening call. So there's no reason to push it, no reason to press it just yet. We will be getting joined by some other people here in a little bit. I think it's coming on very shortly. But yes, welcome to TopstepTV. In for another big week, FOMC week with Jerome Powell. Uh-oh, ding dong. Who dat?
What up?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up?
Wolf?
Wolf, you know Michael? Michael, you know Wolf?
Oh, we know each other.
All right, good to go.
I'm following your Instagram stuff. I'm liking following you. You have a very active, fun life. But the markets are moving, so let's jump in here.
Markets are moving a bit to the upside. Coming up to Andrew's price here, 18,300 in the NASDAQ. We are coming up against a little bit of resistance. Sellers came in and said not so fast. Upside target here in the S&P is 52.30. Getting close here, but it's going to take another running start, Michael. You taught me about taking a running start to break through to the upside.
It does a little knock on the door a couple times, bang on the wall. You hit a wall enough times, you're going to bust through it. That's kind of my little learnings in the world of trading and levels. But yeah, we're busting through it. So here we are. 08. So where were you at on this, Wolf? Where were you at on your levels up here, or what you're liking above the 300s? 18,300, guys. It just broke through. It's 20.
Just broke through.
There we go.
And it just went to 320. Nice little play. 6:32. So 2 minutes into the market. We were calling out that 18,300 level during the pre-market for it to break. If you guys are in on a long here, I call it risky because there's still, I use the 5-minute candle. So there's still about 2.5 minutes for this candle to kind of entice us and come right back down. So just be careful and cautious. But I am still currently holding off. I'm waiting to see how this candle is going to close once now we've broke that 18,300. So I wait for the first 5 minutes to kind of do its thing, and then I jump in after. Unless it just completely rockets, and then at that point I missed the long.
It's okay. We're going to miss trades. That's part of the deal here. We're going to miss trades.
Yeah,
sometimes we get too greedy on our entry price with their limit orders. sometimes we don't believe the move is actually happening. Prices we are going to miss trades. It's okay. As Eddie always said, there will be another bus coming up to the stop. So sometimes you got to wait a little bit longer, but there will be another bus, another train coming.
Yeah.
Speaking of another train coming, go ahead, Wolf.
What do you? I got to hear this.
I believe if I'm not I believe if I'm not mistaken, it's either today or tomorrow. NVIDIA comes out with their new chip.
George.
So depending on that may also drive the S&P and the NASDAQ, as that's one of its holdings.
Yep.
Yeah, this is bananas.
Sorry, man. It's FOMC week.
FOMC week. How come I got my trading view charts? I have my trading view charts.
Oh, they're beautiful. It's tremendous chart. Beautiful chart.
Yeah, it says it's only... Where the market's up right now? They're up like 1.5%, aren't they?
0.1 in the S&Ps and NASDAQ.
S&P.
What do you got?
My CNBC app. When I woke up this morning, I'm like, damn. Okay.
Oh. CNBC. What's CNBC talking about?
No, I don't know. Nothing. Bullshit.
Yeah. What's up? All right, Andrew, so we did see a break above the 18,300 and 52.30 in the S&Ps, but we are seeing a little bit of a retracement.
Yep.
We're going to need some confirmation. I guess we are going to see it here, but what would be the trigger price to enter there? If we did miss the price or missed the trade, we missed the trade. But just for the sake of paper trading, what would we be looking to do? Because you still could technically get into this long. We haven't missed it by that much.
Yeah, so if it closes here, we have about 5 seconds to the close, and it's still closing pretty decent here at around 82.15. What I would want is for this to break the previous wick.
Yep.
And once we get that break, I'll be looking for my long.
Already.
So we just got that break. I'm going to take a long here. And I'm going to be mindful, we're pushing those highs, but I have a long here on both the NASDAQ and on the S&P.
All right.
And we'll see if it can hold up. My stop is really tight. It's right underneath that 9 and 20 exponential moving average. We'll see if we get that follow through or not.
Right. All right.
I'll take
all right.
Yeah. I got a quick long with you. Just a one guy, one lot.
Yep.
One car.
Yeah.
18. 3. No, I don't talk. That's a Danny's trades thing. He likes calling them that.
They call them cons now.
Sound a little criminal to me. I don't know.
They kind of do.
It does.
I know. Not contract.
I got in at 27s. Where's your entry at? What account are you trading in, Wolf?
I have the June contracts. Mine was about 27, 26.
Okay. And then your stop is around
is set up here at 77.
Okay.
So it's a pretty decent stop. So guys, when you guys are trading, just manage your risk, size appropriately to allow for whatever stop you're going to do, right?
Yep. Right about now, I'd be asking Eddie. Eddie right now is been on assignment now in support. A couple of guys are on assignment in support. Being customer support, number one priority here at Topstep. So in the meantime, I would say, Eddie, what are the economic numbers on the day today? And on a day like today, he'd come back to me and say, it is a no-number Monday, Andre. We got very light data. We have a 3-month bill at 10:30. I don't know what that does for you. 6-month bill at 10:30 Central Time, that is. Besides that, it's pretty much no numbers. Like I said, a lot of the action and fireworks start Wednesday here in the trade. So, trade appropriately. Like on a day like today, you do not want to blow up your week. You can't really make your week on a day like today, but you can definitely blow up your week on a day like today. So you put yourself in the hole on a Monday, and Tuesday through Friday, you're just all the profits that you make on Tuesday through Friday, you're just digging yourself on a Monday's mess. So be careful, be light and tight, like Michael said. Don't make a mess for yourself. 1-2 trades, scratch a couple profits, lose a couple ticks, no biggie. This week is all about FOMC and the Powell stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They will get the markets rocking, so there will be opportunity, but don't blow your week on a Monday like today. Take it slow and let's ease into the week, just like we did last week, and we had a profitable week last week because we eased into Monday. You come Thursday and Friday, you'd already forgot how you did very little on Monday.
There's no housing market index, Nate B.
Okay. Oh yes, there is a housing market. Okay, yes, there is a housing market index.
today.
Yes, NHAB National. Yes, that could probably move them a little bit. Some big time numbers, though. A lot of it's backloaded here. Like I said, Powell FOMC, Fed speakers Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yes, there is an NHAB housing market.
Where's Eddie when we need him? We need that Morse. We need the Morse code. BBB.
It is. It is. That's how they used to talk back in the day, Michael.
Oh, I know. I've been watching Oppenheimer. Now I'm watching this Cold War on Netflix. Damn.
Oh,
man.
dude.
That was
Oppenheimer was good.
Have you been?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's.
People said I put him to sleep. I'm like, that was a good movie. The guy created.
Who said that?
Yeah, some of the circles I run around in, Michael. I know.
Well, you got too many hipsters. The hipsters don't. They don't like that type.
Yeah, I wish it was. It wasn't the hipsters. You got it, Fred. Don't blow your week on a Monday. Be up a couple ticks, down a couple ticks. Kind of get a feel for the markets, knowing that the meat and potatoes, as Michael likes to say, is coming up. The meat and potatoes is coming in a week.
Well, while I'm holding this one lot, Masters of the Air series. Okay, cool. I'm gonna watch that one too.
Yeah.
Anybody says that these times right now are like scary? Oh man, I couldn't even imagine being born in the 30s and 40s.
Oh no, dude.
Being 18 in the 30s and 40s.
Are you going to war?
And not even being just around. How about that? It was the world, the greatest human conflict in history. Yeah, just crazy. Yeah.
Germans
got. But I've been watching so much of it that it's like having your history teacher like singing you to sleep at night of telling you stories. That's what I watch.
I watched Willy Wonka last night, Michael.
Oh God, which one? That one's the worst one ever. I watched it at Boca Raton I watched it in Vegas when I left the company party a little early. I'm like, I'm gonna go up there and watch a movie. 1999 for this bullshit, and I get it. And it's that I'm like, dude, Gene Wilder,
all right,
nailed it.
Yeah,
and then Johnny Depp. Yeah.
But Michael, imagine being born in the time of Willy Wonka. Grandparents sleeping with you. Kids are getting sucked in the tubes
there was some
killed.
questionable. There was some.
What?
Yes.
Because they're all sharing the same. No.
I don't know, man. What, is that normal to you?
Charlie wanted a golden ticket to get his family out to the next level.
You got to do what you got to do.
All right. I'm in the money on this one a little bit.
All righty.
A little bit. It hit 340 from 27. What's that? Like a quick 13-point move.
Yeah, I'm not. So what are you looking out of this one? Your stop's pretty big for the 27s, and it's above the 18,327 is where I'm long from, but it broke 18,300.
Yeah,
and showing.
I think if it's
showing
back, I would just get out at 18,300. It's kind of holding this 340, so I'm not liking that. And we've been trying to push here past 2 candles, so. At this point, I wanted to break. Oh, there it goes a little bit.
We're pushing.
There it goes. It hurt us. It hurt us talking about it.
There you go. Yes, it did. I love when you wake up the market because it's listening.
Yeah.
Taking a look around at tilt here. So we got 68% short in gold, 60% short in crude, 50-50 in ES, 50-50 in NASDAQ. So these are bidders are coming in. When in doubt, when no one's looking, the market seems to catch a bid. Will that trend continue for the rest of the week? All right, fellas, you guys are looking decent on this trade so far.
Yeah, not too bad.
Nice.
I'm gonna take a little bit off the top just because it's been moving really slow. So I'm just gonna sell one lot here.
Hey. Okay. Taking a look at crude.
15-point move. Go ahead. Sorry, Andre.
No, I'm just taking a look while you guys manage your trade here. Take a look at crude. Dip below $81 here. Bit of a sell off here. Last 4 candle bars on the gold chart here. Kind of barcoding right now. Nothing going. You guys are catching a bid here in NASDAQ. Let's see if we can push this higher.
Yeah, that 340 is holding really strong, man. I don't like that. But shaved a lot right off the top here just to walk away with something for our efforts.
Absolutely. It's okay to pocket because a couple of early profits here. I don't think there's any necessarily home runs to be hit here 10 minutes into the trade on the week.
Yeah.
It's kind of book profit, see profit, take profit. As we like to say around here, you can't go broke taking profits. That's one of my favorite cliches.
Yeah. At this point now, since I've already taken some profit, if it comes back to my entry at 326, I'll get out of the trade. So I'm not gonna wait for the stop, right? Because I took profit. I can end up losing money by hanging on for the remaining lot. So if it comes back to my entry, I'll be out of the trade, which was at 18,326. Until then,
18,326. 18,326. All right, taking a look here. Okay, S&P's chopping around that 5230 level that Andrew here pointed out for us. So this is okay. So last week you would see S&P's would stay relatively firmer in terms of catching a bid. Nasdaq would sell off. S&P's. It looks like Nasdaq's kind of leading the way higher here. So got a bit of a change there in the divergence. So we'll see if these two can trade in tandem. As I say that, coming off a little bit in the S&Ps, but looks like the stronger of the two markets right now is the Nasdaq. Off this open here. Okay.
I mean, it's staying strong.
It is staying strong.
Yeah.
It is staying strong. Nvidia and Apple moving higher. Thank you, John. It's Nvidia, like what, developer week or something coming out. They're really good at creating headlines for them, to keep the spotlight on themselves, as they are the darling of the Mag 7 these days. So why not? So why not capitalize on that? That publicity, we can get it, but Nvidia is definitely the darling of the stock market right now. The founder and CEO. The founder. Well, what do you mean right now? The founder and CEO is doing
Nvidia right now. It's been the darling of the ball or whatever for
bell of the ball.
There you go. Thank you.
The bell of the ball.
The darling of the dance party.
Yes, bell of the ball. Okay. Hope the bulls stay in control here. You got your coffee there, Michael? Very good.
Yes,
checking out. Very good.
A rough weekend.
Did you?
Oh, dude.
What happened? St. Patrick's Day around here. St. Patrick's Day. What happened, Wolf? What happened there in Southern California?
I'm a homebody, man. I'm so boring, man. I got 3 kids, and we just hung out, chilled at the park, and no St. Patrick pubs for me.
Those days behind me as well, but the zombies, as I like to say, we're out and about in full force. It was a beautiful weekend here in Chicago, and they like to celebrate St. Patrick's Day early throughout the day into the wee hours. So I managed to stay away from that. From what I hear, the city was alive and well, which is good. We're back.
Yeah, but the valet guy broke my window out.
What? Come on.
I know. You got to take it all the way to Denver now.
Doing what?
Nice push.
Yeah, pushing higher. Yeah, how did you break that sucker?
Parking it. I had skis in the back of it.
And in the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have skis in the back of it, and they backed the car all the way up. I'm getting out of this.
33-point move. Nice little trade for the morning.
That's how you start your Monday, boys.
Right.
Let's get it.
Lock in
Good
profits.
job. Oh, I do.
How'd you do, Mike?
I'm out.
You out? You flat?
Matt, but yeah, Mike, you flat?
Yeah. I'm flat now.
Okay, good.
Beautiful.
I'm having some issues on my end.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
That's perfect.
Okay, profit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Out of all my majority
Nice
on
profit.
the Nasdaq. I'm out on ES. On the S&P, it hasn't really been moving. So far, profitable on the day with Nasdaq. How'd you guys do in the chat? You guys follow along with us on the Nasdaq trade?
Yeah. Handing out winners here at TopstepTV. Look at this. Okay, now we are starting to see the S&Ps are starting to sell off below the 5230 level here. Kind of the 5230s and 18,300 seem to kind of be lining up here off the open. There's been a bit of divergence now as we see. Way to get out. Way to cover, guys. As we see a pullback here in the NAS.
Yeah.
And actually we see a red candle forming in the S&Ps. So that's very interesting to see that the NASDAQ is a bit stronger than the in the S&Ps, as was not the case last week. Way to get out, yeah. Maybe those failed upside auctions, John would say. That is to be determined. Okay.
S&P
I'm in a little
going back
trouble on
underneath
my
that 5230.
All right, S&P seeing some sellers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't elite that
NASDAQ
5230
can't
level.
break that 18340. It's holding
Right.
real strong. Yeah.
NASDAQ's showing some strength compared to the S&Ps. Gold trading sideways right now. Rollover is done. Thank you, God, is in the rearview mirror. All the volume for the equities.
I know.
All the volume is in the M contract. M is June. So that's where the volume is. That's where the action is. Where the water is the warmest. Yeah, a little tricky, especially early in the week, trading the roll. The volume split between the two contracts, but now fully into June, which is good. Some more conviction in these moves. It's a little thin in the S&Ps. I'm still seeing double digits on the bid, double digits on the offer. Typically, we'll see at least 100, 150, 50 up. We'll get there. No worries.
I'm going to be sitting on my hands right now. I have a little bit of an issue with CTS API right now. Getting notified on that.
Very good.
So I'm sitting on my hands with that winner. Thank you for the winner, Wolf. And guys, I didn't take
You're
any
welcome,
heat.
dude.
So if you took that one too, I took like 10 handles possibly.
Is there ever you guys see the NASDAQ? You guys ever take a trade where you don't take heat? It feels like NASDAQ's kind of part of the gig. You don't take heat on an entry. Just because it's so thin.
No, I personally, not to toot my own horn or anything, I personally think I find great entries. It's my exits that are bad, or my manual. I believe it's actually like you'll get into a great entry and then I'll get out of it with like. So needless to say, that's why I do like the NASDAQ, because it does these wild like rip throughs. I'm talking 10 handles, 10 points, guys, whatever. These rip throughs, and then you can just throw it in there. I always hit the Topstep X, join the bid, join the offer. And then I used to hit market, and I give up a lot during that, and it's unnecessary. And if I miss it, I miss it. Mm-hmm. So that's really helped me get good entries. So needless to say, yes, you always take heat on trades some way, shape, or form. But the NASDAQ, you can instantly be in the money really quickly, quicker than you can with that good feeling of I have a bit of a cushion compared to like S&P. You'll get it and be like, oh, it's 2 ticks higher. And it doesn't look like it's that far away from your entry.
Right.
So NASDAQ gives you that little luxury of feeling like you're further away from your entry than you are.
Very true.
Oh, wow. We got 74,200 subscribers. Let's be, we're on the move for 75,000 subscribers. Please hit that like button. Please hit subscribe. Awesome. As always, be kind in the chat. You guys are awesome in the chat, watching out for each other's backs, whether it be size order on the ladder or speakers or news or anything like that. You guys are awesome. Community rocks. Let's keep it going.
Hey, guys, I came in here late. Who in here in the chat got on that getting long anything above the 300s that Wolf was talking about? Because that was pretty nice. Because Wolf, right when it went above it, it stayed above it, and firmly. So I mean, right now you're testing it, but it's still back at the 27s, 25s, whatever. And we gave a good run up to the 60s. There we go. Me, W. All right. So hopefully that's helping out, guys. Wolf, thank you for that trade. That was helpful.
Yeah. Now I'm just sitting here patient, waiting for the short.
Even better than that entry was that exit, if you ask me. You guys covered here.
Yeah, we got it right at the top there. That like
sure
355.
Did. Very nice. It is rolling over now.
I might be looking at a pullback. If it pulls back here down to like the evens again or the 90s, when I say even 18300s, let's see how it handles. The 300s, 18,300s are now an interesting level. We poked our head above it. And does this want to be a day where it continues to stay firm and buying pullbacks is a play? Oh, no. We're only 20 minutes into it. Don't you wish, Wolf, you could just say, Like if they could tell you it was a sideways day, even if they told you it right now, sideways day. I mean, to me, that catching what the possible trend could be early, not without saying it's going to be this, it's going to be that, but letting the market come to you and tell you. But catching that early, like right now, if this is going to be a trend day up, you're looking for nice like these. This is a pullback right now, off the 60s. You know, a 40 handle pullback. So stuff like that is it's where where you can get yourself into trying to recognize a trend. Before it's there, of course. That's kind of our job as speculators. Yeah. Here's your 12s, pulling back to the 300s. What are you thinking right now, Wolf?
Me, what I'm thinking personally here is, well, number one, we've identified resistance at 340. No candle has closed above it, even though we've had a couple wicks there. We're still holding that 300 level though. I use exponential moving averages. So we've been holding that 9 exponential moving average since the pre-market, as well as the 20. So before I even remotely think about taking a short, it needs to break underneath that 9 and 20 exponential moving average and go back underneath 300. So this could just simply be a quick little break and retest to the level, and then maybe it'll start to go back long later, or it's going to break down, right? And I don't know what, like you said, I don't have that magic ball. So I have to just sit here patiently and wait for the right setup. For the S&P, it's still underneath that 5230, but similar to that of the NASDAQ, it's been holding above that 9 and 20 exponential moving average. So I am not going to take any short unless it starts to break underneath that. Until then, I'm just going to sit here on my hands and just kind of let it ride and let it do its kind of thing. But with the FOMC coming up on Wednesday or what have you, we may just be in some sideways movement today. But that will be determined an hour or so from now.
Yes, it will. So far. All right, coming down here to these 50 or 18,300s. Or maybe we'll see if we can take a peek beneath there.
Hey, who used the lockout button last week? Who used the lockout button last week in the chat?
It's on the chat. That was a big hit.
It was for me too.
Saved some money.
Huge.
Kept some money in some pockets.
I see a lot. I'm actually seeing people in the social shit world that I hate. Social Facebook and Twitter and whatever. I hate that. Every time I go on there and I scroll, I feel like I'm got digital sickness just starting to form. But needless to say, I did check it out for a hot second over the weekend and saw a lot of people talking about the lockout button. Lock it up. Lock it out. Lock yourself out of your account. There you go. Well, use it on all my accounts. Lock it up, Andre. I'm interested in loans. Okay, cool.
Very good. Bunch of gurus for sure. Someone's gonna steal that feature. All right, people are using it good. Always rolling out more stuff, more features, more updates, more bug fixes here at Topstep X, the best trading platform in the game.
Oh, I know. You know, and I'm able to customize my my columns and rows and all that now. That's what they're really doing, is kind of adding some customization stuff. Besides, ask them to put it to the front of the line to lock out, to allow traders to lock out. Like I get like big time anxiety, FOMO, not FOMO. It's not really FOMO. It's more like I got to maybe it is fear of missing out. It's not really fear. It's not fear. For me, it's anxiety. I see the market's moving. I see it setting up. I think it's and I'm like, I'm already up on the day. I'm like, I thought I was going to call it a day. Then I'm looking at the right side of my screen over here. I'm in a meeting on my left with my actual real day job. And then I'm sitting there thinking it'd be way more fun to have a position on than it would be to stick in the Zoom meeting watching spreadsheets. So, yeah, So needless to say, having that button, Wolf, we had that button added to a trading platform that we're working with a group on that's building it for us. And allows you to just click on that. And then now you don't have any anxiety. And like, you could be like, well, I want to be in it. Well, I'm kind of glad I'm not in it. I'm able to watch it, but you're not allowing me to get in it because I told you don't allow me to get into it. So that feature is something that they added last week, which is, again, huge. It's a great,
That's really cool,
awesome feeling to know that you can't touch the cookie, even though you want to have the cookie.
Yeah, no, that's really good.
I get that cookie.
Yeah, I often find that with the traders that I've worked with in the past and helping people out, one of the most common mistakes is that, they've already made their bread. They've already made their money on the day, whatever it was, they go and take that second trade or that third trade thinking like, oh, it looks great, comes back and bites them in the butt, and they just gave back all of what they made plus some, and now they're sitting there watching the rest of the day, and it's just like, why?
I know.
That's a really good feature, man.
All right, beneath that 18,300 in the NASDAQ, fellas. Might be a little early in the week. I did see George is back from vacation. Shout out to George, who's back watching with us. He was on vacation last week. Do you think what I'm thinking here, George, with the NASDAQ and S&Ps, that all roads lead to VWAP? It's a question. No guarantee, but will they back to VWAP, as we've seen lately, last few weeks? That seems to be a strong man at there at VWAP. But way to cover there on that long, guys, in the NASDAQ, as we have rolled over.
Yeah, looks like she wants to go short now, but
yeah,
still waiting.
Well, we got that number. Remember, guys. Bing, bing, bing.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Come on, production team. Who's catching this? I got a million things going on. I caught that one.
No. Yeah. It's not all of us. Not all of us chat, everybody. Yes. NHA.
I know. I'm saying you too. We're all on this, Andre.
Here we go. Actual 51, forecasted 48. 51 was the actual, the forecast of 48. So a little bit better than expected. Let's see as this calendar doesn't even have it posted. What kind of trash calendar do I have up here? We do see 88% long in crude oil right now. 88%, 89% long in crude. So heavy long bias according to the tilt in crude. So we're catching a move to the upside here. Everything else, I think there's 66% short ES, 60% short NASDAQ. The big one right now is 88% long in crude oil. As we're catching a bid. And yes, I can say catching a bid and selling off a little bit, Michael. I don't know why.
Yes, you can. That was Isaac. If you're listening, last week I got caught off guard. What's wrong with that?
What do you call it?
Right now, it's
catching a bid.
If I walked in, if I just went to the bathroom, if I just went to the bathroom and came back in the trading pit, and I'd be like, hey, Gleason, the guy sitting, hey, Gleason, what happened? We sold off. That's what we did. We have, I don't know what validates a sell off. So that was just a conversation we had on Friday.
It was fun.
You got to watch what you say in this space. No, you don't.
I learned my jargon and vocabulary from the floor. That's where I learned how to say all this stuff. That's what I was learning. Maybe it's outdated. I don't know.
Wolf, you ever been on the trading floor?
No. Out in New York?
No, Chicago. Futures trading floor. That's the cool one. New York is stocks. Sure. I'm not going to go to equities and futures.
We got Peter Tuchman coming on today at 11 o'clock Central Time, live from the New York Stock Exchange trading floor. So be sure to tune for that. Cool. But yeah, Wolf, been to New York, or what do you got? New York or Chicago?
Yeah, I've been to New York. I love New York, man. That's so cool.
Yes, it is.
Pizza too, bro. Oh my god.
You got to come to this.
Andre goes to Sbarro's there all the time. The one in Times Square.
I look for my nearest shopping mall. Look for the nearest shopping mall.
Phenomenal, yeah.
It's so good. Heat lamps, I love that. Right on, straight from the heat lamp into my mouth. That's so great.
Standing next to 100 other people from Ohio and Nebraska in line. And I'm from Nebraska, so quit it. But yeah.
Sbarro's is wild. Sop up that grease with like 6 napkins. Oh man, this stuff is great. The $1 pizza. Yep. I heard it's getting close to having raised their prices here because of inflation. All right.
Mark Church, how the hell do you say New York pizza sucks? That's the first person I've ever heard say that.
That's
New York
the
pizza.
first
What-
person I
well,
ever heard say that.
That's the first person. Chicago, you want to say the deep dish is great until you live in Chicago for a long time. And you're like, God, man, can you go less dough? And they're like, well, you ordered a pie. Okay. So then,
sorry, James.
yeah. So the thin crust, New York style or whatever.
What about Valentino's, Mike? What about Valentino's?
Valentino's in Nebraska. Who knows it? Anybody here? Please.
So in the chat.
Somebody. And then tell me which one you've gone to, because you can't just say yes. Who knows of Valentino's? Valentino's, it's in the Midwest. Usually just
That perked up, Michael.
nobody here knows it. They're like, what?
Eric Myers
Pizza
does.
Where?
Eric Myers in the chat. He said Valentino's in
What'd he
Nebraska. He said, if you're from Nebraska, you grew up eating Valentino's.
You do. Yeah, I have. It's small town. You drive through.
Yep.
So, Michael,
Sam. Yeah, go ahead.
you've been studying your pizza this weekend. Have you got any time to brush up on the Series 3?
Uh-oh.
Do I have any time? Here, I got the cheat sheet right here.
Pop quiz.
Send it, James.
What do we got? Oh, let's do it.
It can only be the unit 2. I'm not.
Come on.
Michael, I don't
Go
know
ahead,
where the
just
units
fire.
are.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
don't know what
All
unit
right,
you're
here
in.
we go.
All right, here we go. This
All right,
graphic's
chat.
going to be an adventure, but let's do it.
Hey, Wolf, you got to help me out. I'm studying for the Series
Okay.
3, and Top Step's going to start doing these Series 3 tests, so we're all getting a little familiar. And maybe Top Step starts sponsoring people or paying for their things, or there's a new layer of education that you're going to get here at TopStep TV. So we're doing this. What's win for you? Go ahead, Jack.
When futures prices are higher than the cash price, the market would be A, inverted, B, reverse, C, discount, D, premium. And before you answer, I am directly writing these questions down. If you have any problem with the wording, it is not with Jackie P.
Premium, D.
Can we get a premium?
Futures prices are higher. Hold on, the market would be what market? The cash market or the futures market?
Spot price is lower. Futures
Spot.
are higher.
Spot is discount. No, yes. Spot is discount.
Yes.
Cool. Now's when I'm buying time right here because the spreadsheet isn't uploading to delete the other answers. But Michael, you are correct.
C.
It is indeed D.
Discount.
Oh, premium.
Premium.
Hold on. I know I said premium, but I think when Andre just said spot, but Andre said spot. So
There we
the
go.
spot market would
Spot
spot
is
market
cash.
would be-
My bad.
yeah.
And
You're right.
So-
You're right.
MP, you're 3 for 3 so far.
Yes, you are, Michael. You're taking
I'm
this.
third.
You're locked in, man. You're locked
Oh.
in.
Guys, keep doing this with us. Stay tuned on
Damn,
TopStep TV.
Michael.
We're going to keep doing these Series 3 top quizzes, and we're going to keep them going even after I pass. Or not, because
That's awesome.
my thing is like, what if we start having? What if TopStep? We have a prop firm. What if we start sponsoring people to take their test? And you get on here,
That's cool.
Wolf. Would that be cool? I don't know. You got a lot of people
That's cool,
in your
dude.
community as well. You're trading,
Yeah,
and then
that's
you're like,
cool.
oh,
I like
okay,
it.
cool. I can study, and oh, this company will sponsor me. Oh, on my resume, on my LinkedIn, I can update my experiences, Series 3 certified. And maybe TopStep
That's
houses that. I got to look into it
Dude.
with compliance on how we,
I like
that would be dope. That would be dope.
Yeah, that's
I
really
would
cool,
love it
dude.
if I was a 25-year-old
like
kid
it.
just graduating. I'm like,
Nate would
Yeah.
like it.
so I'm studying for it. So if I can't pass, you guys are all going to be like, this guy's an idiot. So, but I'm 3 for 3, right, Jack?
Pressure's on,
Put
dude.
yourself out there.
Yeah, the questions asked so far, you are 3 for 3. I have 1 or 2 more that might show up at some point today.
Ooh.
Please do. Please do.
We're gonna
I would love to.
accelerate this.
Yeah, keep throwing me. Curveball them if you need to. There is a bunch of practice questions in these books. So if you want to get one of these, I won't tell you that it's from Kaplan or anything like that, but
I think you
you
just
can
did.
rewrite them. You can rewrite them. You can rewrite your own questions.
I
of course, questions.
taught a few classes for Kaplan. It was like the worst experience of my life.
You
Oh my
taught.
God, they're
What'd
hanging
you
on by
teach, Jack?
thread.
Taught the GMAT.
Oh boy.
Very
Oh
cool.
wow. All All right, so we're about above 300s again.
Here we go.
What is up?
Held that 9 and 20 exponential moving average.
It held right on it, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Little hack for people there. Use those EMAs. And back to 340, which we couldn't break earlier. So let's see if it can.
I think you're gonna get that Series 3 down, Michael. You know half the stuff. It's the word.
I used to have my series. I used to have it. When you're a floor trader, you automatically, because you pass the Chicago Board of Trade membership test, and it's the same question, similar, I should say. And they count it as a Series 3. So I had my Series 3 up until about 3 years ago, when the CME group goes, all right, all those floor traders, you guys got to go take the test again. And they made it so just because you were a floor trader back 30 years ago or 100 years ago, you still had to take the test again. So I wanted to get that back going. I know a lot of folks here on TopstepTV, on air guys, are going to be taking it. So then we all become one more layer of knowledgeable, credible, or trustworthy, or all that kind of stuff. We've already been in the space forever, so we're like, let's keep adding. It's like staying accredited or whatever. So, yeah.
Let's see who else is doing that at the end. See who else is doing that at the end of the day.
In the industry, exactly. Yeah. I would highly encourage everybody to do that in the space. But Topstep will try to lead by example. I think that'll be a good one.
That's what we do.
Wolf, I want you to get a Series 3 with me afterwards. You probably beat me to the punch, tell you the truth.
I'll check it out.
Gold catching a bid. After that 88% long in the crude, we're below 80 to 79%. Still heavy long, but we did see some of a unwinding there from 88 down to 79%. But 79% is still pretty strong. Seen a bid here. S&Ps up to these 340s, guys, and the NASDAQ 340s. Is it resistance still there, Wolf?
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Tricky price action right now.
It looks like he wants to push.
It does want to push. This is what Michael, we're talking about the running start Michael talked about. Yeah. It's basically what he was talking about.
This looks like it wants to push up.
Yep. Hire people from New York. Running start to 18,000.
Hey, Soup. Why don't we hire people from New York? Yeah. Why don't we hire people from California as well? Dude, trust me, guys. I like to do like blah, blah. It's not business friendly. I know that. It is hard to hire people from California and New York. Just to let you know. True? We have 100 employees at Topstep over, and everybody can work for remote. Yes, it's true. So it's like great states to go live at, but hiring them remotely, no. Good luck.
Not ideal.
Interesting.
Not ideal. Yeah, and I know Wolf, you're in California, right?
Yeah, I'm in California. Not ideal, dude.
Yeah, not ideal. It's just tough, guys.
I did not know that.
How about Miami? Florida, man. Florida. Florida's
open for business. Florida is open for business.
That in Texas, anything goes, right?
Yeah. You were just in Florida, Mike. New highs, S&Ps, new highs, 52.34 half. Go look at the tilt, see if they're long with it. Yes, 69% long. NASDAQ 68% long. 69%. Here we're pushing higher, guys. Need the old running start.
Yeah, looks like she wants to push. Testing that 360 on the NASDAQ.
We are pushing.
Why is everything feels slow today on my...
Yeah?
Yeah, when you sit down, you're like, it doesn't feel like everything's crisp and moving fast. This pullback. There's your pullback. Wolf, we were just talking about. There's your pullback. Is this going to be a trend day up? Is this going to be a trend day up? There's your pullback. We're talking about it, guys. And anybody's like, you guys are just talking about random stuff. No, we're not. He talks about the levels above the 300. That was a great trade. I talked about, recognizing a trend early and how it could be beneficial. And could this be a trend day up? And then you're buying every pullback. And there it is. So, like, this is how you learn on the fly in this business. And that's why I have, like, everybody on here that we have come on here on Topstep TV is supposed to help you as you guys are all sitting here, as am I, learning along the way, even catching Series 3 questions.
And we even mentioned not to go short because it was holding above that 9 and 20. So I know there were some people that were thinking it, but it held above that 9 and 20, held that support and pushed right back up. We gave those two scenarios and looks like it wants to go long. So, for the beginners in here, for those that don't really trade too much, one of the things you don't want to do is get candle glued, right? You just get tunnel vision on one candle. You want to look at the overall picture. But then also this is what trading should be like, right? Where Dre and Mike and I, we could just sit back and talk about pizza where we're not bothered by it. And that's really how the experience should feel too. It's not just candle, oh my God, what's going on with that candle? It should be like a relaxed thing. As long as you size correctly, as long as you know what you're looking for, trading should be actually really boring unless you have somebody to like talk to.
You know who taught me that? Andre. Andre said, good trading's boring. It's like watching the paint dry. And then that's why that was years ago. And then we did Squawk Radio and we were like, hey, let's give them something. And then we stopped. It was a thing we did in like 2010, 11, 12, 13. I think we paused it. And then we picked this Topstep TV thing up because we had awesome people like you, Wolf, that know about the market, that are patient, that you can, I'm like, let's trade with these people. Let's show people that like how it's not like anxiety. It can be if you're like lost in a spin cycle while you're trading and sitting there clicking away and looking for every move that doesn't exist, but you think it does. So then you get people like Wolf and you get like the other folks that are on air with us all day long that were trading here at Topstep or just in the futures community as leaders. And then you start to show people, show each other that we can do this together in a calm, nice and fun way. Talking pizza.
We're talking pizza, but if you watch our eyes, right? If you watch our eyes while we're doing this, we're constantly scanning. Like we're looking at the ladders, we're looking at the charts, we're looking at the news, we're looking at chat. We're not just sitting there staring up at the sky, talking to the clouds and just like, we're just not dicking around, like saying, just talking about dumb stuff. Yeah, we're talking about dumb stuff to keep us, locked in, but when something pops, you'll notice that, whether you see a big order in the ladder or a big price spike or a big tilt, big lean on the tilt, we instantly shut up and stop talking about whatever we're just BSing about. And we get right back to the market. So that's kind of learn from the floor. And I know John and Eddie talk about this. Michael, you're the same way. We're talking about, if you notice, we're never like looking at each other when we're talking. We're constantly looking around all the different markets, the news, the headlines, what have you. And we're looking for that next opportunity. But like we said, trading's boring. It can be boring. Good trading is boring. So what do? You don't want to, like you said, get candle locked. We're just sitting there staring. What's up, Michael? Like that, exactly. Like that right there. He's got some. What do you got?
Yeah, no, I don't really have too much just to add to that. Like, when you got a pilot and a co-pilot, they're talking. You can have a conversation about your kids and your weekend while you're checking your instruments, while you're looking around, while you're like all that kind of stuff. And I don't know. That's to me the fun part about doing this. Waking up every day and then doing this, and then Wolf having you on. It's calming. You're a calming trader. And then when I'm with Rips, I change my gears a little bit, and things move a little faster. And when I'm with Anne Marie or Deanna Hoagland, they move at a little bit of the more calm or patient end. And Rips, I like trading with him because it's a little bit different. And if you catch days that his temperament or his energy too fits the day. That's just a great way to have a co-pilot in the cockpit with you. And you're both like right now I'm talking, but I'm looking at all this stuff that's going on and pulling myself high level, different time frames as I'm talking to you guys, narrowing it down, also writing things down that Wolf was saying about levels. And then talking about Andre liking Sabaros. I mean, it's just like
pepperoni. Well done, extra crispy under that heat lamp, man.
yeah.
That heat lamp. Oh, man, that's good stuff. Hey, well, we got a bit while we're talking pizza here. Let's get over to who I got, Jack or JD production.
Yeah,
production
no,
team.
it's Jack.
What do we
Jack's
got,
still
Jack?
here.
What's happening? What's up, Jack?
I mean, also, if you want the real prop shop experience, it's a bunch of dudes sitting in a room with over-ear headphones on for long stretches of the day, which isn't great TV either. A little check-in on our boy, Sam Bankman-Fried. Prosecutors are seeking 40 to 50 years in prison. Now,
Oh my God.
I got to go back and find the episode because I got into it with the chat and a poll where I was saying over-under. And people
we did that.
Not believing.
I
Yeah, I think I said over. It was either 25 or 30.
20.
I was hammering
25.
the over. Yeah. Well, I hammered
You're
the
hammering
over.
the over. Yep.
Feeling good right now. So best of luck to everybody there. Also, brackets are out.
Oh, yeah.
They chose the field for the NCAA tournament last night. Top quiz people, I'm just going to say right now, UConn is the top seed. That will be a question. I don't want to hear any moaning about it, about the sports. UConn's on top. The odds of choosing a perfect bracket randomly, 1 in 9.2 quintillion. But if you're slightly familiar with basketball, it's a mere 1 in 120 billion. And also that top seed UConn, if we go to the next one here, is going to have to go through the bandsaw of Northwestern. This is the matchup I'm waiting for. The Northwestern Wildcats and Boo Booey taking on UConn. I hope they all stay safe. And while you're betting on this, don't bet as big as Bruno Mars, who apparently is 50 million. I love this tweet right here. The whole time we thought he wanted to be MJ when he really wanted to be MJ.
Wow.
Oh my
50
God.
million.
50 million.
Okay. How does the casino let him get to that?
Ridiculous.
You got to get up there and dance for quite a few years to get that money back, Bruno.
Yeah.
Dude,
I've seen people saying he's to be playing at the Sphere for the next century. So,
my God, that would be like
he's one bet
away. You know where he's playing? Where he's playing is like in a room that's nobody else. It's just him and another dealer, right? I mean, it's not like he's got a whole like energy of the floor flowing through him. People walk because he doesn't want to be bothered, and he's big timer, and that would be the most boring. Yeah, way to lose.
Come to his suite. They probably come up to his suite, and they got tables up there.
Well, that's even more boring,
right?
I agree. I agree.
Oh wow. Gamblers rarely win. The house wins always. Yeah, well, evergreen
is how
that is how it works.
Yeah, you could have started a prop firm with 50 million.
You sure could have, Wolf.
Yeah, you could have been. You could have been watching thousands of traders and backing them and waiting for the MJF traders.
Exactly.
That's when we started. Remember that, Andre? When we started, if I had Eddie and Hogue on here, we were always looking for the Michael Jordan of trading. They are very hard to find.
Evaluation.
I'm just letting you know.
We're strictly evaluation.
Yeah. We were a scouting agency, Wolf. In 2009, I go, all right, I've traded well. I learned on a simulator. I found the importance of simulator. I was backed at a prop firm. Prop firm gave me capital. I traded live. I didn't stay on sim my entire life because I traded well live. That's a jab at the other people that don't do that. Was that you? Thanks, Andre, for that one. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. That was in mute. My bad. Yeah. What about the Dennis Rodman trade? Good question, SS.
There are those out there.
We've got a couple of those. Yeah. We got a couple of those.
You guys have seen them on with us.
Here we go. New highs, S&Ps.
Yep. NASDAQ still has not broken the 360.
Yeah, so now...
that's where we wicked earlier, so I'm watching that.
You know what the Series 3 is getting into next is like technical analysis. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, your favorite.
I didn't know.
Your favorite.
I didn't know. Yeah. Bull flags and bear pennants, double shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The reason why I kind of hem and haw about it and joke about it, because like you can change any time frame. Okay, you can find head and shoulders. Oh, but then you that's on a 5 minute. Go to 15. Well, it's not a head and shoulders. It's a bull. It's a bear flag. Okay. Then go to 30. on a 30. Well, what's it on the same area? And like, so you, whatever you are, I don't know. A technical analysis is what do you call it? Astrology for the
Astrology for
what do you
men.
call it?
Astrology for men.
Astrology for men. Yes.
There is a point. They have a point to it.
They have a point.
Stars,
Nobody's saying that.
You draw a pattern around it, and boom, you got something. You got a
There's
formation.
Shit, that's an Orion's belt. I mean,
It is. No, that's the Big Dipper.
the Big Dipper.
It's the old Big Dipper formation right there. We got to go higher.
It tells you a lot, though. Charts are charts, but sometimes I see the newbies going, just follow the charts. Oh man, yeah. In the very beginning, that's kind of like, oh, it's a roadmap. That's what it did in the past, so therefore it's going to do that in the future. I'm not saying anything's bad. It's all good. It's just how you work it all together and how much weight you give it, and then that's the job of you. That's supposed to be your job as a trader, is to manage all the information you have and then spit out whatever behavior is going to get you profitable.
Right. It's just about pattern recognition. That's all it is. So,
yeah.
Requires screen time, and screen time. There is no substitute for screen time.
No, there's not. That's another reason why when we started in 2010, we're like, we'll find the Michael Jordan, and they may be somebody who's never traded before. And then we'll give them an opportunity, and we'll give them a shitload of screen time because they're not risking their kids' college fund, and they're trading on a simulator, real time, and then we're going to find them. Scouting agency. That's how we started, Wolf. We were scouts.
That's so cool, dude.
Yep.
Can we measure people's screen time? Like, can we send notifications like Apple does, where it's like your screen time's up X amount this week?
Ooh,
yeah.
That's what
I want to know who gets. I want to know who gets exactly 24 hours. 24 hours. I have been on the screen for 24 hours straight.
Here we go. New highs. S&Ps.
New highs.
Pushing new highs here. We've got 69%, almost 70% long in the ES. So hopefully those that are long are able to capture some profits there. Let's see if we can keep pushing here. It looks like now we've seen a bit of a reversal where S&Ps have taken the lead as the stronger of the two between the NASDAQ and ES.
NASDAQ should open if it could break that 60. There it goes.
Yeah, here we go, Wolf. What are you seeing?
Oh, yeah. She's going to rip a little bit.
Okay.
3.
If it can, again, it has to hold. It's still very early on in this candle, 7:25. We have about 5 minutes to the close of this candle, but you also have to factor in the pre-market, right? Since the pre-market, if we look at the pre-market trend, specifically here on the S&P, once it broke 5,200, it's been holding that 9 and 20 exponential moving average all morning, right? Same thing here for the NASDAQ. Once it broke, what is this level? 18,150. It's been holding that 9 and 20 exponential moving average, right? So I always try to think of what people did in the pre-market, because there are people that have been in this trade since the pre-market. So at some point, they're going to start to take their profit. And that's what we saw earlier with that little bit of pullback. But now we're starting to get the bulls coming in, pushing this up a little bit higher. If you guys are still long, or you guys got in on another long, just be smart. Whenever I take a second trade, it's all about capital preservation, right? So we already made money on the first trade this morning on the quick long once it broke 18,300 into that 360 level. So if you are taking a second trade here, it's about capital preservation. You don't want to give back the profits you just made in the beginning of the day, because that's right. It's all about, for me, I think business and trading and everything comes down to two principles, right? And then when it comes down to trading, it's about making money. Business is about making money and reducing waste, right? So if you treat trading as a business, it's about increasing my income and reducing my waste. Well, what's our biggest waste as traders? Time, right? So we need to be efficient with our time. So why would we give back profits for the time that we've already spent here, right? So it's all about preserving capital and making the best use of your time. So
I like that.
I know I'm about to get off here in a bit. I hope you guys had an awesome day with me. Caught a quick little call trade. This trade looked like it's going to take off. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Dre. Thanks, everyone on here.
Got it, man.
Appreciate you guys all. And for everyone joining on Top Step, thank you guys for the support and love.
Yeah, I'm going to back up
sign
what
off,
Whit
yeah.
says in here. Great points, Whit. A lot of love from other folks in here on having you on. Wolf, awesome. Missed you, buddy. Glad I got great trade. I mean, the one that we were talking about earlier, and then the pullback. So all in all, this patient trading, and even talking about Andre's favorite pizza shop, it got, you know, I had a great morning with you.
Third time he's used
Thanks,
that,
guys.
that Andre.
Catch you
We
guys
got Wolf. See you later, Wolf. We got Deanna and Hogue coming up right now. After Wolf, Wolf, you the man. Stick around. All right, great, just you and me. Ugh.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. Well, when
did you go out for St. Patty's Day in Chicago at all?
I did not the daytime. No, that's where the zombies are, and too old for that. I think last time I did it, I was actually with you. I think last time I did that many moons ago.
Relax.
Walking around trying to figure out what's going on.
We can move on. We can move on from that conversation.
I figure we'd want
the zombies. You get them in Boston. You get them in Boston, and I know it does the same thing in Chicago. It's people that start their St. Patrick's Day festivities at about 6 a.m. or whatever. They wake up in those two cities that I know of. This is what and then if you're on a walk like at noon on that Saturday on the weekend, then you start seeing all these people dressed in their leprechaun outfits, and they're just stumbling. And the city calls them zombies because they're pretty much inebriated.
Come noon, it's
Zombieland.
All right,
all day long.
Yep.
All day long.
Hey, shout out to Taurus Time. Said, when you were talking crude, heavy, long tilt, turned into a nice short. It sure did. We're 89% in the crude, trading around, I've got the number here, $81.27. And we did see a nice sell-off from there. So I hope you're able to take advantage of that. Well done, Taurus Time. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Who's there? Hello?
Oh, Chi-Town Locals.
Oh, Chi-Town Locals in the house. Yes, Deanna.
What up? What up, guys?
Hello.
And Hoagland.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
How are
Good
you guys?
afternoon. Yeah, pretty good. Just, trading a little bit.
Right?
Are you feeling
Johnny
fresh
Hogan, what levels do
after?
you?
Weekly kickoff high was 18,290. Basically, the DAL of this last 30-minute bar.
Yep. Isn't that crazy how it pivoted on that one? The 290s.
Yeah.
That's where the pullback was.
They're both the weekly kickoff levels in the equities were really tight to the ranges that we saw last week. And, you know, there's a reason for that. We can go into that later on. But, you know, as far as levels in the NASDAQ, Michael, I mean, you know, we've taken out the overnight high. We've kind of broken the medium time frame downside structure, which is part of the reason why the weekly kickoff high is, you know, it was so close to price this morning. And look what's happened. I mean, we've looked above it. We had that pullback right to it. The next bar, we bounced right off of it. And, you know, at least for now, we're seeing some continuation to the upside. So, you know, as long as we can't close the gap from Friday and we stay above that weekly kickoff high, I've been looking for longs. The opening range is the low of the session, Michael. The low of the opening range in the NASDAQ, 18,277, 290 is weekly kickoff high. We left the opening range the low. We're above the weekly kickoff high. A pullback to it, which we already saw in that first 30 minutes, was a nice opportunity to look for a long. You know, are we getting to a kind of a congested area up here? Yes, we are. We got a little bit of congestion up here, up around. Let's call it the top end of that congestion around 18,400. And then we've got last week's high above that, 18,506. But I haven't done anything. The opening range held in the S&Ps initially. They did take it out by 4 ticks to the downside. You know, once it kind of rejected back above that opening range, it was a pretty good opportunity for longs. The NASDAQ, I mean, look what the NASDAQ did. Opening range is the low of the day. A period extended higher, came all the way back in B period to the opening range, and then found buyers and extended the range to the upside. So, you know, I think that there's an upside tint to this. I'm not really expecting any huge moves because we do have FOMC tomorrow and Wednesday. And you know, looking at the daily chart here, I mean, we had some downside risk on Friday because we did kind of break this channel or the trend line, but that is now rejected, and that's part of the reason why the weekly kickoff high was so tight inside last week's range, because I was looking for a rejection of price below this trend line and then acceptance of price back above weekly kickoff high. You know, we're still kind of range bound here. When we think about when we're thinking about the auction process in the equities, we still have not taken out that key reversal pattern that was a week ago last Friday. We've got balance, 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 and balance. The balancing is overlapping. It's kind of saying that if we don't get some new business to the upside soon, we're either going to stay in balance or we're going to see some sort of a pullback. That's again another reason why the weekly kickoff high level was so tight inside yesterday's range, because I want to see price maintain price above these two levels, that trend line and weekly kickoff high, for continuation to the upside. Are we going to see that today, tomorrow, or Wednesday before the FOMC meeting? I'm thinking no. I think we're probably going to stay pretty range bound. So I still feel like we're in a see profit, take profit kind of time frame, kind of market state. Upside digestion is what we're calling this, and as long as we hold above that weekly kickoff level and that trend line, I'm looking for longs. But you know, sometimes we end up looking for longs.
What's the level? What's the level again? What's the level again?
Weekly kickoff high 18,290.
Yeah. Okay.
See here, you can see it on the 30-minute chart. Here's the first 30 minutes. We looked higher. We had some profit taking. The market, you know, once it got back above that weekly kickoff level, we saw buyers come in and extend the range to the upside. So right now, I mean, we're still continuing kind of one-time framing activity to the upside. As long as we put in a higher high in this 30-minute period, I think that the longs are still on.
Deanna, what do you think?
Yeah, so I did a couple of trades already. Sadly, we're having some troubles on the lives, so that one's only up $80 because it went nuts for some reason. And I am up. Where's my? Here they are. So I've got 3 combines. I'm up probably about 1.6K across 3 of them. So 667 in 2 of them, and then 323 in another. So what did I do? I did a short crude oil.
Okay.
And I saw the big candle that came from the value area rejection that started happening before the NYMEX actually started. But because the candle was so large, that usually means there's going to be some sort of a pullback. So it's more of a scalping opportunity, which is why I went in during the initial balance, which I rarely do. But whenever I get a very, very large candle, that almost always brings a significant pullback. And sure enough, that happened. So I grabbed probably about $400 around. So it was about 400. Yeah, it was 40 ticks, just under one lot there. And then I did a little long in gold, which I didn't keep. Probably should have kept it. However, because of the way gold looks on the daily chart, I'm actually looking to short it today. So I was just looking for a better opportunity, better trade location. So that's what I'll be looking at. There is a bit of a supply at 2165.3. And if we don't get a meaningful sell-off from here, I'm probably not going to chase it. I'm going to wait for 2171, which is where the next available supply and the average daily range high is located as well. So it's a very, very high probability area for shorts. Furthermore, we opened inside value on gold, and that usually means a quieter day. So we're already seeing a failed auction as soon as we try to go below value and below the initial balance. Whether it's going to be a partial failed auction or not, that remains to be seen. But if we do have a true quieter day, that means that we're going to end up in a neutral day type that goes all the way above the initial balance, above 2167. and then hopefully slightly outside of value, which then gives me an opportunity to sell it back towards value, and that would be in line with the daily chart, with everything. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I don't know what crude oil is doing at the moment, I'll be perfectly honest, which is why I'm not in any trades right now. It's building structure. It's looking very evenly distributed. It's not an inside day. We did open slightly above value, which is technically quite bullish unless we go lower to accept the value area, and then we'll have the special situation short. But for now, that's not really happening. It's just middle of the middle, so I'm just sitting and not really doing much. And we're just going to try to resolve some issues. So I do need to try and do a trade here just to see whether that's still giving me weird messages or not. So let's just do like a little short. Okay, so that seems to be working. Okay, so I did manage to enter a trade. So I'm going to report that back. I'm just closing that. It was literally just a test to see whether I'm getting any rejections or anything. Yeah, so I don't really see a good trading location in crude oil just yet. Middle of the middle. So I really want to see it either retest the value high, which is 80.77, or go above to test the London high, which was 81.58. So again, looking for those swing extremes, session extremes before putting my money on the line, because the opportunity for a good short and a little long scalp that came after is now gone. So we're now sitting dead in the middle, dead on VWAP. In crude oil, VWAP is not that much of a force as much as it is in equity indices. So again, I'm being very, very careful, just trying to preserve the cash that I already have. And we'll see whether we get any better trade locations in the next hour or so. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
What are you looking at there, John?
I was looking at gold, and the level that Deanna's looking at. I mean, you got a trend line on a potential bull flag, right? We got point of contact, point of contact, point of contact. The next point of contact takes us right up to pretty close to D's level up at, where was it, 2171?
Sorry, the 2171. Sorry, I'm just talking to Mac. So that's
No
all over the place.
problem.
Yeah, so 2171. Yeah, that is where the 4-hour supply is, and the average daily range high as well. So there's like a nice confluence of two different concepts completely.
And right at that trend line.
Yeah.
So
that'll be a very good area for sure.
Little confluence there. But this is what I'm kind of viewing as a potential bull flag. I mean, we had the big breakout to the upside. Just weak pullbacks, lower volume. Volume is kind of blurry now because it is coming into rollover, but we're not seeing big open interest coming in on the short side here. As a matter of fact, Friday we lost 3,600 in open interest on another push to the downside. You can see volume has been dropping again. Part of that is because it's starting to come into rollover, but we're not seeing money barreling into the short side here. It's more like we're getting some long liquidation over this period of time, which takes initiative selling out of the marketplace. So if we do get a breakout above that 2171 trend line, the next stop would be 2177 even, which would be weekly kickoff high and then points higher. So seeing things pretty much the same way as D. I mean, we're in a kind of a short time frame, one time framing pullback. Lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. And I love that 7171 level that D is looking at, because that's going to be pivotal. If we see some meaningful participation above that, then the short's off, and maybe we see this market break out of this bull flag.
We'll keep an eye on that. While we have a second here, JD. Oh man, haven't heard from you today. JD, happy Monday. How are we looking for last week's hot streaks? And what's up, JD?
Hey, how we doing, guys? All right. We have got our hot streaks. We ready, James?
Hot streaks, hot Mike.
Jack. Oh, wow. What a streak, dude. Look at that.
Come on. Wow.
All right, there we go.
32 days.
Loy's
How
back
does
in the
32
mix.
days? 32
Yeah,
days, my goodness.
took a couple days off, extended the streak to 32 days. Alexander and Jam are both hanging in with 26 and 24 days, respectively. We've got two newcomers today, Bick and Brenda, both with 16-day streaks. The two traders who dropped off the list are Chris V and Wu, who both did not trade on Friday. All right. Let's move over to that yesterday's best list. Live accounts. All right. Shy C with 8,200. Nicholas T, who was on our top 10 list, took home 5,200. Our boy, Mr. Slow Markets, Coach Dakota, pocketed 3,400. Julio, whose name we've seen before, most definitely, took home 3,300. And Darshall rounds out the list with a cool $3,100 profit on Friday.
82.
Do have a little bit of housekeeping for you also, in case you missed it. Coach Robert's Topstep X walkthrough is now up on our YouTube channel. Just go to the Topstep YouTube channel and you see Robert's Topstep X tutorials for
Mute that. Come on, man. Mute that.
I was trying, but you know how hard it was to find the mouse and the mute and all that, and I'm not ready to sneeze. Just thinking about that, I'm like, how do I? And then like trying to cover my mouth. I was trying. I tried. I gave it a.
Sometimes they just attack you.
Yeah.
I've got a ton of dust in my house because we're still doing stuff. So it's like, I'm always like fighting not to cough or sneeze or.
Well,
God bless you.
You're talking about Robert's walkthrough with Topstep X.
Sure were.
Yeah.
Catch round 2 on Wednesday, 3 o'clock Central Time. If you missed it the first time around, we're going to do it again Wednesday right after the bell, 3 o'clock Central. And don't forget to start following us on Instagram if you want to keep up with the crew and everything going on Topstep TV related. Jump on Instagram, Topstep TV. All right, I'll be back in about a half hour with that great top 10 list and some XFA P&Ls from Friday. All right, catch you guys later.
Awesome. Thanks, JD. Good stuff.
Toss that. Thanks, JD. Toss that link in there. Become Instagram buddies.
It was good to see. Good to see Dakota back on the positive list there.
Yep.
Did we ever put a leaderboard together on how many times to hit the leaderboard? A leaderboard of leaderboards. A leaderboard of leaderboards.
MP, that's a little bit of a.
That's a big.
We're working
request.
on it, but that's a tough request once you dig into it.
Low on the priority list. I get it.
If we can get an intern
understand.
to watch all the old episodes, yeah, we probably could.
Well, we can't get an intern out of New York or California. I know that for sure.
Oh shoot, where else?
That's where the smartest and brightest interns are, I guess. Though.
So why is New York a problem?
Yeah,
I can get like California for time and stuff. And it's a little bit difficult, but why New York? Because New York's only an hour.
I mean, we could go down the political like avenue of this and that and all that kind of stuff, but
or we couldn't.
I don't know. Or we couldn't. Let's just talk about Trump and Biden. We'll just roll it into Trump and Biden right now. No.
Here we go.
I'm actually shocked. We've never had an argument on politics on the chat or anything like that. We used to have like when we did what was it back in 2012 and all that?
The radio.
People would start getting on Squawk Radio. People start doing like, guys, you're traders. Like you're supposed to find the opportunity, not solve the world's problems.
Yeah.
We trade the economics, not the politics, as we say.
Yeah.
Do you think it was maybe because it was like audio, whereas now we're all like on video as well, so everybody seems to be behaving a bit better?
I don't know. That's a good question.
We do.
We have a good crew. We have good.
Yeah, the chat will go crazy.
Why don't we all just continue to pray for peace? How's that sound?
That's a great idea.
I mean,
right.
So I've got a question from somebody named Arborist Ribbit.
Okay.
Sorry. sounds like Ribbit. So my profile for crude oil, I set it to open at NYMEX, which is 8 a.m. CST, and then I run it all the way through to the electronic exchange close. Oh God, I can't speak today. What is going on? I need some more caffeine. So 8 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. So hopefully that helps, because I want to see sometimes my setups come around settlement, and then sometimes I actually hold an open trade all the way till into the close. So I want to see what the distribution curve was for that entire period. So hopefully that helps you.
I do that in gold as well. Gold closes at 12:30 Central Time, but sometimes things happen after that.
Yeah, especially in gold, right?
Impactful, sure. Yeah, I used to have my profiles till 2:00 in crude and 2:00 in gold.
Yeah.
No, well, you know why I like this chat. We finally, everybody in chat. I like this community, I should say. The vote for Pedro line, Dom Z, that was hilarious. It's hilarious because Napoleon Dynamite, the show, if any of you guys ever vote for Pedro, and then I just said Trump and Biden, and it's just kind of funny. I don't care what side you are on, but the vote for Pedro is a great, it's a leading option, I would say.
Definitely vote for Pedro.
Well, we're going to talk about public events and stuff. We have Kate Middleton missing.
What is that,
Missing.
Deanna? Deanna, what is going on over there? Where is she?
I watched something last night. Yeah, they pranked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. Nobody has seen her for weeks. Apparently she went in for some abdominal surgery, mysterious abdominal surgery, and nobody has seen her. It's like, if she's alive, I don't know why she can't just make a statement by herself.
Where is Princess Kate?
Yeah. Princess Kate. I watched something. Somebody shared something about somebody that pranked Tucker Carlson about the photoshopped picture and all that.
Yeah,
I don't even know what's going. I don't even know what's going on in your royal world. I can't. The royal. I don't know. I'm not even going to get into that. But what? How do you follow that? What is that? Is that just like the Kardashians on your side of the fence?
Yeah, you have to follow it. I mean, there is a thing where they are responsible for certain aspects. But I mean, for the most part, they are figureheads, aren't they? So they are the royal family. But the whole controversies that they've had over the years, they're no strangers to controversy. So I'm not surprised if something. I wouldn't be surprised if something had happened to her and they're trying to cover it up. Now we probably may never know. But yeah, it would be nice if they were a little bit straightforward, just saying, surgery didn't go well, or she was suffering from mental problems, or there's all of these conspiracy theories coming out now, she tried to commit suicide and then she's still alive, but they have her own life support. A whole bunch of weirdness is coming out, and apparently now people are saying that she had photoshopped some of the other photos that have been posted on the social media. So it's like, well, why would you do that? If you're a princess, surely you have somebody to do that for you. If you want to chuck in a couple of dogs and a couple of kids in there, just say to your minions, "Hey, do that for me," right? Isn't that what you do?
So is Harry?
Apparently, she was doing it by herself. A bit weird.
Is Harry out of the family will? Because
the
only news I get of this, there's two places I get my news, Deanna, is when I'm checking out on the grocery store. I see Us Weekly or some stupid ass
any news,
whatever,
tabloids.
Yeah, and then my wife gets her journalism resources from TMZ. So
yes, very reputable.
Yeah. So Harry got cut out of hundreds of millions, huh? That's what.
I think he wanted that. That was, I think, driven by his lovely wife, because she wasn't happy with the way they were treating her. There was allegations of racism and stuff. Again, doesn't really surprise me all that much, considering what and who the royal family is. I'm not a royalist. I've got to come out and say that. I've never really been one of those people. It's like, oh, what are the royals doing? It's like, I don't care. Entitled, people who were born into that. And so for me, it's, but some people are really invested in it, really into it, kind of like the Kardashians. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, following every move. I've seen somebody on Twitter, I don't know why it popped up on my Twitter, because I never look for anything remotely related to the royal family, but I had somebody who wrote up this massive post how they were going over what the princess was wearing in November, January, and then they're like, well, I managed to match the picture that they've given us for Mother's Day, and I think that was the picture taken from when she went to this event. And I was like, Jesus, man, have you got nothing better to do in life?
Oh, there's a lot of people that don't have anything better to do. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's brain. What do you call it? Brainless, Andre. You call it brainless.
Mindless.
It is brainless. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's find Princess Kate. She's out there somewhere. We got to find her. Come home, Princess Kate.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
home.
Come home.
Come
We're
home,
here.
Princess
We're here
Kate.
for you.
Yes.
We're here for you.
Yeah.
She'll
Yeah,
come
we'll
home.
get
and
Anyways,
make
back
it-
What?
Yeah, make
Yeah.
$1,000, Andre, and she'll come home. That's what I've heard.
Is that all it takes? Okay.
Yeah.
ES. Well, speaking of ES, we are trading sideways in the ES. We're barcoding, shop around 52.35.
Realize barcoding in gold and crude oil right now.
Yeah,
Barcoding oil.
everything's
That's why we're
barcoding.
talking royal family right now, everybody.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
nothing else.
high stakes. High stakes say we should just offer her a free Topstep X, and maybe she'll come on.
Yeah.
And I actually think it'd be fun to have these celebrities like trade. And I say this because I was like, there's retired Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey, Taylor Swift's boyfriend, blah, 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 brother-in-law, eventually, some point, just retired. I'm like, get that. I go, I'd like to see if that guy wants to become a funded trader now. You're like, what about this guy? What about that? And I know Jack would eventually like to get Durant because he's a Durant.
Yeah, we're still gunning for Durant.
But they're like somebody of that, and just see how they trade. I think that'd be interesting. It'd be kind of fun. I know we're talking about celebrities or the A-listers or B-listers. It'd just be kind of fun to see them. Something I've always wanted.
It would be great if you could get a celebrity. That would be a nice little boost for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, it would be.
Bruno
It would be
Mars.
nice
Bruno
to see
Mars
how they
Mars.
think as well. Because a lot of people think that they have something. A lot of
We'll
people
get
think
Bruno
that
Mars.
celebrities are quite different.
That one got me.
Yeah, Bruno
Yeah.
Mars. Yeah.
Oh, he's in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna need a size account to get out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but Bruno Mars needs more than copying and trading 50,000 accounts. He needs 50 billion accounts to get his stuff back to above scratch.
They said I ran the Flavor Flav in Vegas. I'm like honest. I feel like he might be someone who would actually do that. Like we
would do it.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
We could get him.
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. What if they start swinging it? Like they could just like kick ass traders. Like damn,
It'd be incredible.
it would be.
It'd be good for us.
It would be fun to watch. I know that.
John Wick trading.
John Wick.
There you go.
Yeah, in the chat, who do you think would be a great one? Somebody we could get on. You're like, oh, get on Marcus Jordan's not going to come on here. Like
Michael Jordan's not going to be coming on here. I hate.
No,
What are we gonna be looking for washed up celebrities then?
I think somebody that you guys would find entertaining. You know, we do have Tim Mitchell who reaches out, cold reach outs to a lot of people, and I don't know. You guys give us some names. Kevin Hart.
I want to see
Kevin Hart.
Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler.
I mean, there is a singer. What's his name? He has a very nasal voice. He's quite funny on Twitter. Like he's hilarious. He had that song "You're Beautiful." You're beautiful.
James Blunt.
Like he's really that's him. Yeah. So I reckon he would come. I reckon you invite him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking.
Quite a lot. He was a really funny guy.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the list. Okay. Portnoy would be kind of fun. That dude would just because when he did his whole Davey day trader or whatever, that was kind of funny.
Yeah,
he was.
funny.
There'd be times he'd have to be up when the market opened, and I would tune in on some of them. Like, dude, he is hung over as hell, and he was catching his stride. And I think he's getting bought out at that time too. So there's a lot of party pictures of him out there at the same time. So that's when that Davey day trader started taking off. But I don't think Rogan would come on. Obama definitely not. Kanye West 100% not. Michael Scott, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, we gotta
Pelosi,
start-
I don't know.
That's just too good.
Pelosi would crush it.
I do like the Baker Mayfield one because Andre, I think I was talking to you or somebody. I'm like, Baker's doing nothing, and that kid is kind of but I don't know if he's. I don't know.
He just got like a $50 million contract.
Yeah, he just got
From
his
who?
money.
From who?
Where are
Where?
we playing now?
Jack
Yeah,
Black. There you go.
Miami,
Oh no!
right?
Sorry, I'm thinking
No.
of Johnny Manziel. Sorry, I'm thinking of
Oh,
Johnny.
yeah.
Manziel.
Oh, Johnny Football? Yeah, he ain't doing anything.
Johnny football. No,
This market is not
Snoop
moving.
Dogg.
We're talking
no,
about getting,
possibly.
yeah.
Gary Busey,
Yes.
Johnny Manziel. There's Johnny. Okay, Johnny Depp. No, I don't think he would. Tampa Bay.
Is he?
Eminem.
Bay. Other Florida team, yeah.
Let's get Kid Rock.
Kid Rock probably we could get on. I mean, we're gonna have to toss him some money just to even come on an interview, but that could be kind of fun.
I like the idea of Black Jack.
Jordan Belfort
back a couple of times.
Yeah,
I don't think.
I don't even know if he'd be
Ashton
allowed
Kutcher.
to.
Let's get it. Charlie Sheen. So Charlie Sheen is one. I think I was like, we got to get Bud Fox. We got to get Bud Fox on here.
Bud
Gotta
Fox.
get Bud Fox.
Bud Fox.
R. Kelly. No, we cannot get R. Kelly on here. Do not want him on here.
He's busy. R. Kelly's busy.
Michael
for a long
Burry.
time.
Isn't he in jail?
Yes, he is very busy in jail right now.
Oh my god!
I would love to get
Yeah.
Michael Burry on here. I'd have another perma bear with me.
Ozzy Osbourne. There
Paris
you go.
Hilton. Ozzy. Okay, we're getting some repeats. All right, Tim
Ozzy
Mitchell, if you're
Osbourne.
watching this.
Maybe get the daughter. What's her name? I reckon she would be up for it.
Yeah, but I don't know
Yes,
if I'd
that's
really.
Sharon, the wife, and the daughter. Daughter's pretty funny. I don't know whether you've ever watched the interviews.
Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly. That's right. Yeah.
Donald Trump. I bet you he's blown out of some trading accounts.
Oh boy.
I can say
Yeah,
that. He's filed for bankruptcy before. I can say that.
Oh boy.
Shooter
Hey,
McGavin.
Hulk Hogan would be a good one.
I guess we have
Hulk
a
Hogan.
photo. We have a photo from Vegas. I have not seen this.
Let's do it.
There's
Let's-
Flavor
let's-
Flav. That's a JD, and it looks like is that over my shoulder? Man, I'm getting old, man.
Who's that 65-year-old guy right there?
But JD was very respectful. He was like, "Really appreciate your music."
You did not
Oh,
say
well,
that, did you, JD?
JD said something like that.
Flavor Flav.
Bozo the Clown. That
Teletubbies.
would be hilarious.
Boy, these
I
markets
like
are not
these.
moving
Thanks for the thanks for the list, guys. There's some funny ones in here. There's some potential ones we could do, and hopefully, some of these are on our list already. Jack, right? Michael.
Yeah,
Vick.
we gotta-
That would be an interesting one too.
We got to find the right person at the right spot in their career. I think we shout out a lot of names sometimes that are like going to be very difficult to get on. We got to think creatively.
We do. Up and comers or ones that are trying to hold their career together and want to shift gears.
Yeah, I was thinking
Peter,
less up and comers, more down and outers, but
Down and
Really
outers.
good.
Peter Griffin.
Antonio Brown. I don't know. Antonio Brown would be a tough one. That'd be a loose cannon.
Yeah, he would. That'd be funny though. Leo, I think he's busy.
Leo.
Leo's hard to get a hold of. All right. Well, we're definitely going to S&Ps. Someone needs to hit him with the shot collar. S&Ps
I know,
are
right?
dormant right now. This is it's Monday. We got a lot of action-packed stuff coming later in this week, but boy, we're just sitting at 36s here. S&Ps, John, we're not doing much of anything. NASDAQ, nothing. Crude catching a bit of a bid, I'll say. Isaac, is that cool with you? But it is catching a bit of a bid, Deanna.
Everybody
gold
drink.
sideways.
Yeah.
Everybody drink, yes, catching a bit of a bid.
Yeah.
So we
That's
are
catching a bid.
John,
Nick
what do you
Leeson.
call it?
Nick Leeson. Have we tried to get? We reached out to him. I want to get that Baiynd Bank. Nick Leeson, Rogue Trader, guys. Watch Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader is one of my favorite movies. I know we've talked about this before, but one of my favorite movies with Ewan McGregor. It's about Nick Leeson, the dude that was Nikkei, the trader over in Singapore back in 89, 88. Like basically, Baiynd Bank did not know they had such a monster position on, and they ended up becoming insolvent and being sold for $1.
Oh.
Nick took them down. You know that? Did you know Baiynd Bank, Deanna?
Yeah, I have. I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the story? I'm not
Listen, I
familiar.
think Rogue Trader, the Baiynd Bank had a trader that became a rogue trader. His name, Rogue, being like, house account kind of deal. It was the 888 account, the 88 account. Like you could have 8 digits in an account number. And he's like, give it all the luck it needs because 8's a lucky number in Asia or wherever you guys. I don't know how much of this I'm totally on, but I just remember it. And he got, I think he was trying to keep the Nikkei above 30,000. That's why you can see the spike. You can see the spike back in 1989, and we haven't broke that until the last, like, I don't know, Jack or anybody here, those levels in Nikkei's like 35,000 now. We just broke it. Took us 20, 30 years. I don't know, something like that. But Baiynd's Bank, they had a rogue trader, and then they found out that how big of a position they had. They had to unwind their position, which everybody caught wind of it, and they crashed because it was all options above 30,000, something like that. Long story short, they wiped the bank out.
Boom.
That's bad trading. Wiping the bank out.
Yeah, rogue traders.
Day Traders Alliance watched Floored this weekend. Said it was a fun movie for sure. I don't know, Day Trader Alliance. If you watched it, you probably saw me in the background a few times in that movie.
Yes, he is. Our one and only John is in the background of that movie.
Yep. Glad I wasn't the star. It was a tough movie. It's a tough time. So, you guys were talking about the Royals earlier.
He did the moron trade.
You know, everybody does this ancestry thing, right? So my sister-in-law did my brother's ancestry, and she says she's got like our bloodline way back, just by ancestry, Catholic Church. She got headstones of people like that were supposedly relatives of ours like 1,000 years ago. She says, and this is, I don't know that I believe this or that it's true, but she swears up and down that there is a direct male bloodline from King Edward II to me.
I mean,
so
I hear it. Uh-huh.
So, you know, we didn't really know my dad's side of the family all that much. He always said we were Norwegian. Absolutely not. Mostly Welsh. So
Druids.
She's, like a lot of the like marriages were for property and stuff. But she says, I think I'm the 29th great grandson of King Edward II of England, who was Longshanks, which was the King of England, like during William Wallace, the whole Scotland thing. It's a bad guy.
Really?
I don't really want to be like related to him, but I figure I'd have to kill about 3,500 people, and then I could be the king.
There you go.
Do you know what? Most
some people
royalty back then is all bad people, because that's how you would get to the throne. My family, from my dad's side, comes from some continental nobility that is tied into a whole bunch of royals across Europe. And there's actually a pretty big book that talks about my direct ancestor, who was a Duke of New Hill. That was his title, and this was during the Turkish invasion. So the Osman Turks, when they like took over the whole thing, they had one of the brothers from that kind of lineage. One of them got taken by the Turks to be raised as a Turkish soldier, and the other one became the Duke. So when they both grew up, they were on opposing sides of the fight. And the one who was supposedly the Duke, he was a horrible person. He was like killing people, staking his own like father or something, like ridiculous, disgusting stories. And they didn't even know they were brothers at that point. But then one of them, the one that went to do the whole Turkish thing, he got to the position of Grand Vizier, which is pretty high up. But then he did something dodgy, and they kicked him out. So then he came back to his native land, because they sent him back, and he was burning villages everywhere, like really horrible, until he came over this hill and he remembered that that's where he was from. Now, he took all of his women from his harem of women. So he actually situated himself in that village, and he had like a ton of children. And that's where my grandfather comes from. It was actually the same village. So that's direct lineage of my father, my granddad. So the reason why my dad was looking quite a bit Turkish was because he had a lot of Turkish blood in him, even though technically he was Serbian. So there you go. It's a little story.
So are we saying we can call you any we can call anybody titles however you want, whatever you want to identify on Hogue, but I see you as a king right now. I'm looking at you as a king. I've always thought I felt king around you.
Well, thank you very much.
King Hoagland.
I tried to get my
I tried to get more God rather than king. More God, you know.
Oh, yes, I tried to get my wife to call me Your Highness, but she came up with another name that kind of rhymes with it, but it wasn't Your Highness.
All right, we got to pull back a bit.
Where? Oh, NASDAQ?
Well, if you're looking at a 5-minute S&P, you're on the lower side of the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like, I don't know, 7 5-minute candles. We're on the low side of it. We're in a little range, guys. This is where we talk about the boring trading. Yeah, holding pattern. We were in a holding pattern flying into Aspen last week, Andre. He's like, we're going to get a holding pattern. If we miss this, there's a huge storm coming in. And then he's like, I'm going to give it a shot. Everybody starts cheering. And you're starting to think, all right, we are all cheering. It is snow. You can't see anything. It's horrible conditions. And everybody just wants to play in the land. But they already give us the warning that they may be turning around, headed back to Denver. Everybody starts cheering. Like, give it your best, pilot. And they're like, oh, it's Bob's 500 time landing in Aspen. He can do it. And we're all sitting there like, if he can't do it, his 501st time is if we're all dead. So, I mean.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, here you are.
I would be betting on. Oh, give it a shot. Give it your best shot.
Give it a shot.
Give it your best shot. It's
Everyone
snowing
makes
here right
mistakes.
now. Yeah, right out my window here. It's snowing here in March in Chicago.
I need to go skiing.
Maybe I can go skiing.
Michael doesn't ski anymore. Boy, these markets snooze fucking now.
My skis went through my back windshield on Saturday night.
Right.
So bummed. I went to this charity event for the Rivian, the truck. I'm putting skis in the back, so when I'm in town, I can ski, and if my kids are there, I can jump in, and I don't have to go back to the office. So they back the truck up. The valet backs it up, and then the ski hits the wall that they're backing it into because they're trying to get it tight in there because it's in the garage, and that goes through my back windshield. And then at about 12:30 at night, I come to get the valet with my wife. We're all dressed up because we just done this charity event for the school. Then went to Caribou Club, which is it was fun. And they're like, there's 6 people. They're like, can we take you down the garage? I look at him. I go, is it the fender or the windows? He's like, the windows. I'm like, okay. I can deal with the windows.
Fender's expensive.
Mm-hmm. I got that to deal with now.
That's always fun. At least they can bring a window out to you and fix it right there.
No, not Rivian. Got to go all the way to Denver. 3.5 hours. Yeah, but it's what's great is it was already headed that I go to spring break next week or whatever, so I was already sending it that direction because there's recalls and all that on it. Love the truck though, guys. Stock is dog shit. This truck's great. Man, I took a bath on that stock.
All right, we got 73% short NASDAQ here. If this is your pullback, Michael, almost 74% short NASDAQ.
Yeah, 60% in the S&P, pretty light.
Why do you like to see both those line up before you do make a trade based off of tilt?
I do.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, and it hasn't. George, are you here? George,
he's here. I saw him. He's here.
Okay, all roads lead to VWAP is what George. We don't say it. We don't say anything for sure, but George says all roads, and it has not returned to VWAP all day long. So it is doing this pullback. So I'm glad I didn't get into it right there. Now it's 77% short. We may have something going on. So, guys,
78.
that's why we talk.
78.
And now we're
Let it
focused
play.
on the markets. Look at this pullback. Let it play.
Let it play out.
All right, Johnny, you talked about levels down here in the 290s. The 290s, the 290s would line up with VWAP, just so we're all knowing. John talked about 290s, the VWAP. So now I remember that conversation from before. We've been watching paint dry, talking about pizza and the royal family and all that. Now the markets are pulling back, doing something. We have 75% of NASDAQ folks short, 68 now in the S&P short, with open positions here at TopStep in the sim space.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys thinking in the chat? You guys want to throw out your thoughts? That's all team trade.
Yeah, so let's do that. I think you wait for the sell-off to kind of let it play itself out, see if there's any continuation to the downside here. If there is, see how it reacts around VWAP. It's kind of what see how it reacts around VWAP would be my initial thought. I know we talk about VWAP a lot. There's a lot of weight to it. Well, no pun intended. There is a bit of a magnet in VWAP for certain reasons. We talked about it on Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie last week. I think Anne-Marie will be joining us later from Strategy Lab as well. But,
so we have folks talking about Apple's at VWAP. We got folks talking about waiting for the pullback to VWAP, bounce on VWAP. Lots of VWAP talks. Guys,
nice. We're learning stuff
it's
around
an indicator that, it's an indicator a lot of people use. So if you're newbie and you're like, what's VWAP? There's a trading glossary, or just Google it or chat GBT it.
What is VWAP, Michael? What is VWAP, Michael?
Well, I don't know. It's what everybody likes. Just put it on my chart.
You know what?
Volume
I was like that too.
Price.
I straight up asked Anne-Marie.
I don't need it.
I go, I got the line. I got the line in my chart. I know what it does, and I know what it stands for. And I think that's about. And obviously, I get the general idea of what it is, but
I mean, I need
to know. It just is. It trades around it. It bounces off of it.
Yeah.
It's a reactive.
If I'm at a barbecue with you, and
you know, it's an important orientation point. That's how I would put it.
And that's about all I need to know. That's all I need to know about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like asking how the sausage is made, right?
You know, you don't need to be able to understand and break it down how it's calculated.
Calculated.
Different ways you can calculate VWAP. Yeah, just know the VWAP overnight or session, they're both very, very reactive levels. So have them on your chart.
Right. Speaking of, the gravitational pull possibly could be headed towards. It is pulling back even harder now. The pullback is continuing. We're at the 18,310 level on the NASDAQ. John talks about the 18,290. Wolf talked about the 18,290. Well, he talked about the 18,300s, which is the same area.
Right. Yeah.
300s. We're around the 300s right now, pulling back still. VWAP's down here. Hasn't touched VWAP all day. Our good old buddy George said, "All roads."
Yeah, George. This one, this might be on you, and this is good on you, George. All right. While we watch this, JD, I'm kind of filling here, so you hopefully get that VMix ready. But yes, if we see the ES and NASDAQ kind of keep chugging along to VWAP, let's check out everyone's favorite leaderboard, the live funded leaderboard. JD, if you're there, we'll sneak this in while these markets kind of take a peek to the downside. JD, what's up?
I am back. How are we doing? All right.
Good.
First, let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. This is from Friday, actually, I should say. Look at some of these numbers here.
Wow.
Salmon took down more than $37,000, landing himself on the top 10 list, too, which we'll see in just a minute. Same thing with Sengen. Sengen took down $26,000 and is also now on our top 10 list. Genelin, whose name we've been hearing quite a bit, took home more than $13,000. Solo with $13,000. And Ayush with just over $11,000. Big numbers coming out of the XFAs.
Yep.
Closing out the week.
Wow.
All right. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. All right. Asmir is new to the list with that nice $49,000 account balance. Abby dropped from 6th place down to 9th place on Friday. Sengen, who we just mentioned a few minutes ago, is now in 8th place after that $26,000 day. Isaac dropped from 5th down to 7th. And Salmon, who we just mentioned again, had that huge $37,000 day on Friday, is now in the top 10 and resting comfortably in 6th place.
Nice.
All right.
Okay. Here
No
we go.
drum roll from Eddie today, so we're just going to get right to it.
Bum, 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 bum.
Top 10.
All right, there it is. Pin fell from
Okay.
third down to fifth after hitting that daily loss on him on Friday. Nicholas T jumped from 8th place up to 4th after that nice $5,200 winner on Friday. Raj moved up a notch from 4th to 3rd, and Balkaran and Michael held on to those top spots for just another day. Michael did drop a little bit account balance wise on Friday, but he's starting that gap is closing. Balkaran's right on his tail. It's getting a little closer than it was. I got a couple other things to share if you guys are interested.
Yep.
I'm not quite positive if this is a record. I'm trying to find out right now. But last week, I don't know if you guys want to take a guess. Can you guess how many funded accounts we created last week?
7,000.
Close. That would definitely have been the record. But 5,700 funded accounts created last week. Pretty huge.
Yeah.
5,700.
Wow.
Holy cow.
5,700.
That's good. Guys, keep jabbing. Keep jabbing. You too.
Keep jabbing. That's
You
right,
too.
man. That's right.
That's what I got for you. Oh, I've got some rank funded P&L leaders from last week if you're interested in those also.
Please.
The XFA accounts, Abby, who's on our top 10 list, pocketed $49,549 last week in total.
Awesome.
Nicholas T, also on our top 10 list, took home $40,000. And Sangan took home $34,000. Pretty huge numbers.
Nice.
If you give me just a second, I'll give you the live account numbers. Hang on a second.
Good to see. People taking money, man. That's all it's all about here. Really good to see.
Absolutely.
We got about
It's some
8 minutes
good
left.
traders.
Starting to find them, John. Like you and Michael were on the search for the Michael Jordan. We're starting to see them pop up.
Good
They don't
traders.
just grow on trees. They don't just grow on trees, do they?
Here are the
gotta
live
give 'em a
funded
fountain.
numbers.
Let's what do you got, JD?
Sung L took home $20,000. David A $14,410, and Nicholas F, whose name gets bounced around quite a bit, nearly $13,000. Those are for the live funded traders. Nice weeks. Who wouldn't want a $50,000 week? Come on, that's awesome.
Right.
Oh, I'll take it. I'm short right
that's
now
what I
from
got for you.
13th. 18. Thanks, JD. 18,313. Just if George's road to VWAP quote holds true, then great.
All right.
This is going to be really pretty light. It's more a continuation. If John's 290s wants to go get tested, if the 300s want to go get tested, if the 300s hold, then I still think it's going to hang around in this area for a bit. So I like the 13s.
Michael's short from 13 NASDAQ. I got VWAP at 285. On 285, Michael, is what my VWAP is showing. Look at the tilt here. 59% short. NASDAQ's nothing really doing there. Yeah, 65% short. Crude, 75% long. We've seen a long bias for most of the day in crude today as a high of 88%. George, so much pressure. You're the one that said it, George. We got 58% short in gold. So we've seen most of the heavy long bias in the crude, like I said, up to 88% now, paired back to just 72%. Still a long bias in crude.
Yeah, we have a overnight high in crude oil at 81.57.
Okay.
And one thing about crude oil, we are having a quiet day now because the entirety of the initial balance is only 67 ticks, and we've stayed inside that range. So there is no extension of the initial balance. And this is probably due to the rollover. You know, this is the first day of the new month. The expectation for me would be to see if we can get a failure around the 81.58. So yet another short, which is riskier because we are against the larger time frame trend. However, that's the only thing that I would consider around these levels. Maybe later on, if we do get that pop ups outside and then back down, I might go long somewhere because I would prefer to be long than short because it's a better way to position yourself. If you look at the daily chart and you know that we're breaking out and that there's been a pretty fierce uptrend that's happening. So I wouldn't want to go completely against that. But having said that, if I do find a short, it might be good enough to kind of scalp about 15, 20 ticks. But this is not really a day where I'll be looking for some massive moves in crude oil, especially not at this time of the day. So just wanted to point that out.
Appreciate that. New highs just put in very quickly. Am I seeing that correctly, Deanna? New highs in...
Yep. That's right.
Okay,
and
cool.
It just popped the London overnight high at 81.57. So we're going to see how the price behaves around here. Yep.
Is the European close in 7 minutes or is it an hour and 7 minutes? European close.
It's an hour and 7 minutes still.
Hour and 7 minutes.
So we are changing our clocks at the end of March.
Okay.
So it's still going to be daylight saving weirdness for another couple of weeks.
So weird. Okay, good. So we got another couple of weeks of that. So yes, 11:30 Central is the European close. That is 12:30 Eastern is the European close for the next 2 weeks or so. That will be the case. Michael, you took that short. Did you keep it light and tight? Or you got stopped out?
Yeah, I got stopped out.
Eventually we'll get there really quick.
Short 14s, stopped out 27s. It's
tight.
It's 23s right now. You could say, hey, why don't you widen your stop up? It wasn't anything I wanted to sink my teeth into. But
no, I don't blame you.
Still hanging around.
It's one of those days where, I don't know, you're up a couple hundred, down a couple hundred. I don't think we got much really going here one way or another. Yeah. So we got about 3 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Before we do jump off, make sure at the pin to the top of the chat here, you'll see group coaching questions formed for Hogue today. Get those in, please. He will answer all those questions to the best of ability. You'll get a wealth of knowledge, 40 plus years of floor and screen experience. It's in his bones right there, John. And we'll get those questions in. He answers just all of them, man. And royalty. Royal Highness. Flash crash.
King Hoagland.
Yes, so get those questions in, please. He will answer those around noon Central here. So while we're at it, we're talking about the schedule for the upcoming day. Let's do a quick little preview here. Hogan Mick coming up with Shoulder Tap. Myself, I will be with Peter Tuchman live from the floor at the New York Stock Exchange. He was really fired up last Friday, shouting on the top. Anyone that could hear him on the streets of New York, how much Topstep loves New York and New York loves Topstep. I hope you guys saw that on our social media. But Tuchman is a lot of energy there, man, and very insightful. You want to talk about a wealth of knowledge from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Pretty good segment there. Group coaching, Hogue and JD, like we said, get those questions in for Hogue. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. And we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. You know who that is. Power Hour, Dolby, myself, and Mr. Jack. We always like to have a good time, but we take our trading very seriously. After that, we'll have don't forget about Slow Markets with Dakota. Slow Markets with Dakota starting at 8 p.m. Central. A very successful new addition to TopstepTV. People are loving it. He's making a couple ticks. We did see his name back on the leaderboard, so please tune in. There you are, Dolby time. I missed you, man. Missed you in Power Hour. That's been good stuff, but the band is back together this afternoon. We got about 1 minute left. D, I think, did you take a gold trade or a oil trade today? Did you take a trade today?
I took one of each. So I took a short crude oil and then a little gold, which I didn't keep because I felt that the momentum wasn't there. And because the larger time frames were showing me shorts, I was like, oh, better be safe than sorry. So I kind of booked it for about 10 ticks or something. But yeah, all of that kind of brought me up to about over 600 across two combines, which is 1.2K. But I also have another combine, which is 50K. And I run like half-size positions there. So that one is also up 300. So I'm still up 1.6K in the combines. Like I said, my live account had some troubles, but I'm up like 60 bucks there as well. So maybe that's going to change as we head into the end of the day. But yeah, so most of my trading today was done within the first hour of trading. And then after that, I don't really see any good opportunities. So again, I'm going to wait until that next section because I like to put the sections partially my trading day into kind of 2 or 3 different sections. So we have the open, then the post initial balance, then we have the post lunchtime, and then we have the close. And that's worked reasonably well for me over the years to get me to not sit in front of the screen for a million years and losing my eyes. But this way I get to look for a setup. If there's no setup, and then have a break, then come back to it after about an hour. And, it's nice to get, some fresh perspective, maybe get some new moves and stuff. And then when you sit down, you're like, okay, I see everything much better. So yeah, as the day goes on, we'll probably get better trade locations. It is a quiet day in commodities. So let's see what it brings. Somebody's asking about my YouTube, Diego Dutra. It's just Market Stalkers. So if you type in Market Stalkers in YouTube, I'm gonna pop up.
Perfect. Now you can find Deanna. You can also find her here on Topstep TV. Guys,
yes.
fast markets was not so fast, but when we do the talk, we shoot the breeze, as they say here. That's kind of keep you out of the markets. We're looking for moves and stuff, but that's all we got for fast markets right now. We got shoulder tap coming up here with Hogue and Mick. Michael, thank you for joining us at Fast Markets. Keep doing the great work you're doing, and on the shoulder tap. Thanks, everyone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time for Shoulder Tap. We've got Risk Manager Master and the master of the mustache, Mick. How was your weekend? You survived St. Patrick's Day. Did you take Gianna to see the Green River?
We did not get over there. We did some other stuff instead. That was the plan, but never ended up making it. We drove over it, crossing the bridge yesterday, but we stayed away from all the chaos, just kind of how things unfolded. You know, having a 12-month-old at home, your plans never go as planned when you've got a baby. Things pop up. Sleep schedules, nap times, food, all that kind of stuff. So happy to be back to the office on Shoulder Tap with you. And I've got some stuff. I'm not going to hold back today. Some of our featured traders that we've got on the trading cards, these are pure shoulder taps, no shout outs. But I do have some shout outs talking about activity from last week, John. Last week, we called up 14 people from XFAs to live accounts. We only closed 10, so net change of 4 added to the prop firm. Very happy. I always want that trend to continue. We want to be finding and bringing on good talent and don't want to be, closing accounts down. But speaking of last week, we got some big numbers from the live guys and gals last week. David A. made $14,000 last week. Julio made $8,000. Nicholas, someone we did feature on a trading card. We've talked about him a lot. He's been on a tear, up 12,700 last week, John. Our guy Isaac Rivera had a nice week, up 6,500. And Alba made $7,300 last week. A couple people that have notable P&Ls, Venkata, up $2,300 this morning. And then I got to use first name, last name here because this is a great name. Old Johnny Brom, up $2,500 today. Old Johnny Brom.
Very nice.
So good stuff last week. Good stuff this morning so far. But I think, I'm ready to dive in. And like I said, we've got shoulder taps today. So with that, let's pull up Michael B. And John, I do want you to take a close look at some of these trade reports. So
I shall.
Everybody knows that I talk about good trading and poor trading. This is one of those poor trading cards. Michael B., he's in a live account. He's losing about $1,300 a day on average in his live account. These statistics and metrics are made up of the last 10 days that they've been trading in this account. So there's a lot of stuff to digest here. Metrics aren't good. Obviously, they're losing money every day. 50% winning days only, and only 46% winning trades. Average winning day is only $705 with their best day of about $1,600, but their average losing day is about $3,300. Now, I talked about some big P&Ls from last week. Michael was on a 4-day losing streak that took place last week. He lost $13,200 last week. That's a lot to lose in 4 days, especially, 4 days in your first 10 days in the account. We always talk about starting slowly. I think it's really time for Michael to slow down. He's still got a relatively healthy account balance. He did get cut in half last week. He had about 30,000 in the account. Now we're looking at 15,000-ish. So I guess it wasn't all last week that this account balance high got cut in half, but he's doing a lot of trades per day, John. It shows up there, 33 trades on average per day. And, he's really just got to slow down and pump the brakes. I think this is a perfect candidate for coming up with a personal daily loss limit. Just because we say you can lose $3,000 in a day doesn't mean you should do it. It's happened all too frequently. Like I said, 4 days last week and one other day. So out of 10 trading days, they've hit that $3,000 daily loss limit half those trading days, 5 out of 10 days. Hogue, what do you got here? This is just kind of eye-opening to me. If I was on the receiving end of this trading activity, I'd be probably a little sick to my stomach and definitely taking some time off to regroup and lick my wounds, as they say. What do you think here?
Mick, he started off doing, just fine. Made 400, made 1,000, made 1,500, $3,000 daily loss limit hit. Made 300 after he was up 1,100 on that day. Traded very small the following day. The thing that sticks out most to me is he could use the what is it? Lock it up button.
Stop trading.
Yeah, because on the 12th he's up $4,000, ends up down 3,600. He's up $4,000, realized profit.
And that was a busy day for trading too. They did 90 trades that day. That's a $7,600 swing you're talking about there. Actually, yeah, it's a $7,700 swing there. I mean, we always talk about if you're having significant profits on the day, lock it in. If you're up $4,000 on the day, do consider stopping if you give back 2,000 of that. It seems very easy conceptually to say that. It's always tougher. Things are easier said than done. It's always tough to stop yourself. But by gosh, if you don't have rules in place where you're saying, I'm up $4,000, if I give back 1,000 of it, if I give back 2,000 of it, you're going to struggle big time in this business because, I always talk about the thing that separates traders is people doing, finding success or not finding success is doing what you want to be doing versus what you should be doing. And, when it comes to money management, there aren't too many exceptions that we can be making to, doing what I should be doing. It's a business, it should be fun. Trading should be fun. It's always more fun when you're making money, but turning a $4,000 winning day into a $3,700 losing day is not fun. And that's not treating it as a business. And, they'd be sitting with a very different account balance if they just locked that in. If they kept 2,000 of that 4,000, we're talking about, that $7,700 swing being very different and capturing some money.
And then he did it again on Friday. He's up $3,700 realized profits and then hits the daily loss limit. I mean, this is a completely different account if you can just stop or at least protect a good percentage of a day like that. I mean, it's devastating not only financially, but as far as capital, mental capital too.
Capital.
You said you'd be sick if that happened. And I hope that Michael kind of, feels that, learns from it, and then continues to kind of protect those profits on those good days. You got to do it, Michael. You got to do it.
I'm happy you caught that second one from last Friday too, John. I mean, those are two trading days where, we're talking $15,000 in swings between 2 days, $14,000, $15,000. They'd be right if they just had locked in the profits where they were on their equity high, which isn't the most realistic thing to say. If you continue seeing opportunities, you're going to take those trades to an extent. But that account, $15,000 difference right now, that account would be on its, balance highs.
Balance high. Yeah.
Anyways, good calls there. Should we move on?
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah. So another one, this is another shout out. Let's pull up Matlin's card. This is kind of a similar story. We've got a negative average daily P&L. Matlin spent 15 days in their live account as opposed to the 10 days for Michael. But they're also on a losing streak, and this is a big, bad, ugly losing streak. John, look at that trade report. 11 straight days. One winning day, 7% winning days out of all their trading. They are on an 11-day losing streak for over $20,000. $2,000 daily loss limit hit and exceeded 11 days in a row recently. I'm going to just go right to the very bottom of the card and call it how I see it. Matlin has to stop trading. They need to take a month off or take the rest of the month off. You can't go in and sit down in front of the computer and get involved in the markets and just continue getting smacked around, losing 2,000. If anybody out there, I don't care if you got $100,000 in your trading account. If you lose $20,000 over 11 consecutive days, you got to really
Something's
look
up.
at what's going on and what you're doing. Yeah.
And
There's a
Nick,
number of
looking
ways
at
you
this,
could call that.
looking at this trade report, 9 out of the last 10 daily loss limit hits in a row. He's actually been up money at some point. Now, maybe not a lot, maybe $100. Here's 1,000. He's up. Here's 4,000. He's up.
1,000, right?
Here's
right.
1,000. He's up. Here's 1,700, 1,800. I mean, I'm sick to my stomach myself for this.
Okay, well, that's actually, I'm sick about it as well, but that's actually a good thing, John, because that tells me that Matlin, I mean, I remember the trading in the XFA. It was fantastic trading. Obviously, things have changed here, market environment, psychologically, maybe whatever it is, but at least there's something that Matlin's got to hang his hat on. And that's, at many points in time during those trading days from this 11-day losing streak, they were actually up pretty decent. So that's a good thing. Where they could make improvements is, like we just talked about with Michael, is locking in a certain percentage of that 1,900, 1,800, 9,000, 1,000, 4,000. Because, I mean, those are not small winning days at one point in time during the trading day. But the fact that they're not walking away with any of that, and then they're hitting that $2,000 daily loss limit, I see this, and it kind of reeks of gambling to me. And, we know what happens with gamblers in this business. It just never pans out for them. So
right.
I think Matlin, nobody wants to find short-term success and then, go back to the usual, struggling, treading water, trading, losing money, that kind of thing. Like, we have to be very honest with ourselves and recognize when things are not going well and by gosh, make adjustments. Otherwise, we're going to just see extended losing streaks, account balances draining, people getting offboarded, which is not exactly what we want. It's quite the opposite.
Well, and going from the XFA into the live account. Okay, I mean, it's the same process. It just feels a little different, maybe a little riskier. You started out the account with a daily loss limit hit and another one, put up one really good day where he actually ended up stopping at his high water mark that day, February 28th, $7,600 winner. But, going from the XFA to a live funded account, there is a little bit of, I think, a different feel, right? It's you're in the live markets now. That. Take the time to get your head wrapped around that before really diving into the account. Make a little bit of money. See how it feels. Even just look at the live account for a couple of days before you really start to jump in, just to get your head wrapped around the fact that it is real, and there's gonna be a little bit of a change in the decision-making process. Everybody wants to make a boatload of money. Dad always said, it's easy to make money, it's easy to lose money, but it's hard as hell to keep. And I think that's really ringing true for our good friend and trader Matlin here.
Yeah,
you got this. You're up money on a lot of these days. Keep it.
That's right. I think that there's a desire for, home runs and grand slams here, because we see that $7,600 is a lot of money to take down on a single day. I know they were very, very active that day, John. What was that? About 50 trades that day.
Right.
And I think, for a trader who knows that that's a possibility, putting up big days like that, I do think it's only natural to want to continue having days that are regularly like that, but we can't force that. We can only take what the market gives us. And that day that they were up $4,000 and ended up losing $2,000, I think that they were probably looking for another $7,600 day there. And if you get to 7,600, what's the next big round number up? They might want to be taking down 5 figures and 10 grand. Who doesn't want to make 10 grand in a day? But in your pursuit of trying to make a ton of money, you have to be able to recognize what's not working, and that's an 11-day losing streak for over 20 grand. This account, Matlin's account, was never over 37,000. The high water mark there was 36,400. So to lose $20,000 on a $36,000 account, that's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Haircut.
And to do it, oh yeah, it's quite the haircut. That is, it makes me think of a time I grabbed the clippers when I was younger and gave one of my buddies a haircut. His mother wasn't very happy, and I had to pay for his professional haircut when there wasn't too much left for them to cut, as a matter of fact. But all right, I digress. Back to this. Yeah, I mean, we just need to. If you're on heck, when I was with the prop firm, and I know Andre said this too, like if you have 2 losing days in a row, something that you're doing is wrong. At the prop firm I was at, if you have 3 losing days in a row, something that you're doing is wrong, or the market environment, it's not, what your strategy is not indicative of the market environment, or you're not going to be profitable. Right. So like that's 2 days in a row and 3 days in a row. And we had to like pump the brakes significantly and do our homework and figure out what was going wrong. Now, 11 days, like, it's one thing when you have a risk manager that's watching you and tapping you on the shoulder, because prop firms have those. Just like here at Topstep, we have a lot of traders though. So a lot of these people are in control of their own trading, and they don't, it's their money. Right. So they need to serve as their own risk manager to a certain extent. If you have 5 lose, I don't want to say 2 or 3. That's kind of like, you got to start wondering what's going on. But if you have 5 losing days in a row, and for someone in a 100K account and with a $2,000 daily loss limit, 5 days of daily loss limit, and you lost 10 grand, you have to be looking at what's going on and taking some time off. But looking at their trade report, John, they're trading every single day and they're not stopping. So think about a little bit about gambling when I see that. Matlin, it's time to pump the brakes. And that's
one last thing I wanted to say about Matlin is, and this probably has worked against him, but that $7,600 winning day, at one point he was down almost $1,300 and pulled it out. So yeah, when you think you're down that, and you found one day that you were able to pull it out and have a really good trading day, you have a tendency to think all of them are going to be days like that. And as we can see on this trade report, the vast majority of days when he was actually up money and ended up hitting his daily loss limit it seems to be more the truth, at least for Matlin. So Matlin, take a little time off. Think about what you're doing. You've still got a healthy account. Size down, get back to business, get back to grinding out some profits, build that account back up. We know you can do it, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, well said, John. That was a good catch on that being down to make the 7,600. What do they say? You do it once out of 10 times, turn a losing day into a nice winning day. And even though it's 1 out of 10 times, it's what you remember and always try and go back and do.
Yep, I did it last time.
Yeah, I can do it again. I did it once. I can do it again. Famous 100%. Last words. All right, I got another shoulder tap for you, John, and for everybody watching. And this is another familiar name because they not a bad trader, but it's not going too well. Actually, this is a mix of a shoulder tap and a shout out. I want to say shout out here. If we could pull up Farouz's trading card. Look, average daily P&L is basically at 0. Farouz has, and this is an interesting one because I don't think we've done anybody who's really got an average daily P&L of 1 penny.
0. Wow.
And I kind of misspoke when I said this is another shoulder tap. Farouz has been in his live account for 53 trading days, and he's right where he started, break even scratch. So Farouz has been treading water in this account, which is a win in and of itself. These markets are tough, especially trading the equity indices. NASDAQ, not an easy thing. He's currently on a 5-day losing streak for $13,000, but he's still right where he started. Net P&L on this account is right where he started. So I do have a shout out to give to him for treading water for 53 days. There's a lot of traders out there. For those of you watching, you might hear about, people talking about the successes and how much money they're making, when in reality, small percentage of people are making money, good money, regularly trading. A large percentage of people out there are just treading water. They're one step forward, one step back, 3 steps forward, 3 steps back. And that's what we're kind of seeing with him here. He's hanging in there though. He is hanging in there. And I think that, for someone who's grinding it out like this, there's a good opportunity for them to turn it around. I think a couple things have to happen in order to do so. They're in the 150K account size, so they got a $3,000 daily loss limit. They need to come up with a personal loss limit, John. I'm sure you would agree with that. If you could change those $3,000 losing days to $2,000 losing days, we're talking a big account balance difference, because I don't want to go through and add up all the daily loss limits, but I mean, this trade report is riddled with $3,000 losing days. There's quite a bit of them. So if let's say there's just 10, or call it 15, because that looks to be a little bit more so the case. If there's 15 days where you lose only 2,000 instead of losing 3,000, we're talking $15,000 difference. Now we're talking about a profitable trader here, someone who's, able to actually take some payouts from this account.
Yeah.
I like the risk reward. The risk reward. It's a little greater than 1-to-1. They're only taking 7 trades per day, which is good. That's not over trading in the NASDAQ. They do have, I know they're looking to take a bigger bite out of the markets, because those hold times, 2 hours and 20 minutes on the winning trades on average, and an hour and 25 minutes on the losing trades. So they're really coming up with a bias for the day, and they're trying to catch a piece of that trend. Maybe be a little less patient with those losing trades and cut those earlier for smaller losses. That average losing trade is minus $381. So they're giving themselves a good amount of wiggle room per contract on the NASDAQ. Maybe trim that a little bit.
Firuz, this is, I agree with you. This as much as a shoulder tap and a shout out. 53 trading days in a funded account, and just to be able to be at break even is something that a lot of traders have a very difficult time trying to accomplish. It's all in that risk management. If you're not having a good day, try and stop short of that daily loss limit. And here's another trader that, had some pretty significant down draws during the day and pulled it out. And, it's great when you can do that, but it always seems like, more than not, the opposite occurs. You get into a hole and you kind of lose your cool, and you just dig your way all the way to the bottom. I think Firuz is doing a good job. I mean, he's maintaining accounts. When I was working with traders one-on-one, I mean, that was goal number one was, if you can maintain an account for a very long period of time, you're doing well. And that's what Firuz is doing. You just manage that risk a little bit better, like old Uncle Mick says, and you're going to be better off.
Yeah, I mean, the capital's being preserved. I don't like this losing streak for $13,000 over the last 5 days. But like I said, they are preserving the capital. And, that's goal number one here. Preserve your capital, try and make more money than you lose to be profitable. But, 53 days, it's a good amount of time to tread water, so that capital is being preserved. I know I've said it on here before, John, but when I started, when I was getting ready to start trading my own account as a local trader, I talked to all the smart people that I had, watched trading in the pits, in the wheat pit, before I started. And I asked all these guys, I was like, hey, what advice do you have for me? And many of them said, look, manage your downside. And, if after your first year of trading, if you're break even or even down just a little bit, you had a really good first year. And I was kind of like, what do you know, young, naive me with big eyes. I was like, I'm gonna make, a hell of a lot of money this year. I was like break even after a year. I was like, I got bills to pay. I got candy bars to buy. But all in all, they were right, and they'd been doing it for a lot longer than I had since I was just getting started. So that's good advice for everybody. If you are struggling and wondering when you're going to catch your stride and start making money regularly, give yourself a little grace. Be patient with yourself, because I really truly believe in, if you are scratch or break even right around where you started after a year, like Farouz, you're preserving your capital, and that's a big deal. So don't lose sight of your goals, your longer term goals, but also be patient with yourself along the journey, especially when you're getting started.
Great advice, Uncle Mick.
Thank you, Papa John.
You got it. Well, that kind of takes up our time, Mick. As always, everybody really appreciates this segment and your wisdoms and thoughts on these traders. And, if you haven't figured it out, ladies and gentlemen, Mick, myself, everybody here at TopStep cares very deeply about you and your success. So take your time, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Mick, any last advice for everybody?
Hey, it's Monday, guys. So guys and gals, it's Monday. Let's catch a good feel for the market to start today off. If you haven't kind of come out guns blazing, there's going to be some good opportunities throughout the next 4 sessions this week. So preserve that capital as we get into the later days of the week. If you're up money, lock it in. We had a lot of good people locking in money last week in the live accounts. So do be one of those people. If you're trading in a live account, if you're in an XFA, preserve those profits, protect them, take your payouts, and just have a great week, everybody.
Lock it up, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mick, thank you very much. Hey, stick around. We got power players coming up. Andre, Peter Tuchman, and then Dolby's going to be joining after Peter Tuchman. So look forward to seeing you then. Jack and Bonnie for TopQuiz, me and JD for group coaching, me and Anne-Marie, looks like, for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, and then Power Hour again, Andre, Dolby, and Jack. Stick around, folks. Lots more coming at you. Thanks again, Mick. Love you, buddy. We'll see you in a minute.
You too.
And welcome to a very special Power Players with our most power player, the most famous guest in all our Power Players, Mr. Peter Tuchman. Peter, how you doing? Let's get straight into it. What are you seeing this week? We are off to a bit of a slow start here on our end. Look at S&Ps and NASDAQ futures, a little quiet. What are you seeing on your end? Let's preview this week. Let's get right into it, Peter. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us again.
Yeah, absolutely a pleasure, guys. Hi, everyone. I'm trying to get a good signal here. So, look, we are Monday. We just closed out the quarter. Friday was a super important day. Look, last week was an important day because we had a big option expiration day, and then we had the S&P rebalance. That closed out the quarter, right? We saw a bit of a sell-off on. So it's kind of digesting a lot of what's going on in the marketplace. We are trading basically if record highs, right off record highs. Today we came in this morning. NASDAQ seems to be a bit on fire. The love for the fabulous Magnificent Seven seems to be back in the game, right? A little bit of earnings here and there, but solid. Market seems strong. We are, look, up a couple hundred points and down a couple hundred points is not that significant. So I think what's happening is kind of constructive because the market is sort of repositioning itself within small cap, mid cap, and obviously NASDAQ and the Dow and the S&P 500. All eyes this week are going to clearly be on the Federal Reserve. Where do we stand now? It turns out that the probability of the interest rate cuts starting is definitely on the table. And apparently the probability has gone from 6 cuts, projected 6 cuts for 2024, down to 3. Now, that's okay. That's reasonable. I think we're going to be higher interest rates for a little bit longer. It doesn't seem like the market's reacting in a bit negative fashion over that information. But I think the reason that we're seeing that change in the positioning is because for a while there, the inflation numbers were pretty good, right? Week after week, the PPI, CPI, all that kind of stuff was coming in fairly reasonable. And I think everyone is pointing for a complete reversal in the interest rate story. We're going to start cutting. We're going to cut aggressively, and we're going to have 6 cuts this year. Over the last couple of weeks, things have sort of gotten a little bit hotter under the collar, right? So PPI, CPI, CPE number came in a little worse than expected. And so basically, as we know, the Federal Reserve's action, monetary policy action, is a data week better than the last one, the market's going to react and the Federal Reserve is going to react accordingly. Okay, so those 3 or 4 hot numbers that came in over the last couple of weeks is already coming through in the probability numbers going cut from 6 cuts to 3 cuts. That is a big deal. We haven't really seen.
Ooh, I think we're still working on some connectivity issues with Peter there. He does like to. Peter, there you are. There you are. I have a bit of issues with your signal there. That's okay. But you were saying that the projected cuts went from 6 to 3. As you're talking, we have the headline come out: Fed swaps price in less than 50% odds of a June rate cut. So we did see that. You were saying the Fed was getting a little hot under the collar. Why aren't we seeing that translate into equities? Where it's not going to be as there's not as much easing as the markets want to see. How come we aren't seeing much of a sell-off in the equities because of something like that? If we go from 6 cuts to 3 cuts, you would think the market would have a bit of a pullback, but we're just seeing it's just staying brid, strong.
So, you would think after we negatively, but we're just not seeing it. It's kind of no matter what we've or pulled back at all. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're cutting in and out, though. I don't know if it's because you're moving around or what's going on, but you're coming in and out, which is okay.
Moving.
I know it's your style. Or you're not. Okay, sorry. You were saying, go on, please.
No, I'm just saying that I'm kind of baffled like you are that going from 6 cuts to 3 cuts, the market should
Well, let's see if we can get that connection issues figured out there, James. I got to hear a little solo action here. Hello. Hello. This is the segment everyone wanted. We'll try to get those connection issues fixed with Peter Tuchman there, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. He was saying, though, he's a bit confused as to why The equities haven't sold off, and we're pricing in 6 rate cuts in the year of 2024, and here we are, and we've just reduced that. Like I said, the headline just came out. Fed swaps pricing less than 50% odds of the June rate cut. So maybe it's going to be 2, it's going to be 3 cuts. We don't know. We are going to, but we're not seeing much of a sell-off. Actually, when that headline did come out, we caught a bit of a bid in the S&Ps. While he was talking, I did buy 23s, 52, 23.75 in the S&Ps. Rode it for 3 handles. They had to get back to the interview here and sold it at 26.75. So that was a quick $150. I'm happy with that. I'll take that. But with the time being, yeah, we're just going to chop around here. Like you said, it's a slow day, slow build up to what should be a rocket and rolling week coming up. Excuse me, with FOMC coming up starting Tuesday, with Wednesday being the am I getting that right? Yeah, no, yes, Wednesday being the big day with FOMC rate. Then we have the big press conference with Chairman Powell. Please tune in for that. By the way, we do a really cool thing. We started this last time, FOMC. We did this really cool thing where we will stream it. We will stream the press conference live, and we'll be trading it. We'll also be giving our commentary live. It's a really cool thing we did last time, and you guys really seem to like it. So please tune in for that, as we'll do our best to kind of dissect and digest what they're saying. I think we got Peter there. We got someone in there. I hear a hot mic coming from somewhere. Anyways, yes, please tune in on Wednesday, because we do a really cool segment, kind of change up the formats. And like I said, we'll have a bunch of us traders in there listening to this interview and the press conference with our commentary. But first and foremost, Jerome Powell comes first. Whoever's got the hot mic on, please be considerate of that. As here you guys are. It's just me and you guys. Damn, I could have wrote that longer. I was taking a look at the tilt here. We got gold, nothing really. All right, we got NASDAQ 71% long. So we got 71% long tilt on the NASDAQ. See if we do see a sell-off. But George, if you're there, we got all roads lead to VWAP. I did take a long off of the VWAP and was able to catch a couple ticks there. Well, like I said, please tune in on Wednesday. Whoa, who's that? My man, my brother. What's happening, dude? Well, it's finally,
Andre. How you doing, buddy?
Thank you, man. I was drowning there. I appreciate you throwing the life preserver to me there. I need to get drowned, bailed out there. Peter was all fired up. Wow, he was moving around a lot. I don't know if he had the same signal issues. If not, but we'll try to reestablish that. He might be busy for the rest of the day. What's up, Dolby Time? I missed you, man.
We're doing good. We're doing good. Just messing around with the YM today. It's been
cool.
Super chill, but it's been a little bit more bullish than everything else. But yeah, pretty slow. Did Peter say anything about how slow it was? We're just waiting for news. Is that kind of the gist?
Yes. He's saying how slow it is. It's Monday. We're just talking about the FOMC coming up with Tuesday and Wednesday. I like that sweat. I wasn't sweating, man. I've done it before. I was sweating. You guys were sweating. You guys are going to be stuck with me for the next 15, 20 minutes solo, but I'm good. Yes, you're saying that also as to how we went coming into Fed Fund futures. Coming in this year, we were pricing in possibly 6 rate cuts in the year of 2024. We are now down to 3 rate cuts. And, well, we were saying that the new headline came in that we're now pricing in less than 50% odds of a June rate cut. And the equities just can't seem to really catch a bid. Or, I'm sorry, get sold off with such news like that. So, yeah, slow start to the day. Dolby Time, you're trading YM. Are you fully committed to YM now?
I like it a lot. I'll be honest. It's been like a couple days I've been doing it, and it's just you can trade a little bit more size, and you get a little bit more room for activities. So it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. But we're in the practice account right now, just messing around.
Okay.
Just enjoying it. Got way too short today. So sometimes I feel like I'm thinking about trading from my perspective and not the markets, and that's when I really find myself just messed up, and just trading seems way too hard, and I'm trying to like force my views or opinions on the market.
Oh, who's this? Boy, everyone's coming in.
Is he back?
Mr. Tuchman. Peter. Yes.
Back.
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
I'm here with your old friend. Yes, I'm here with your old friend, Nick Dolby, joining us. Yes, you were saying let's catch up where we left off here. You were saying how we haven't seen much of a sell-off with the projected rate cuts of 6, going from 6 down to 3, maybe even 2.5 now, if you will. And we're just not seeing the sell-off in the equities like we normally would have seen, like I was taught back in Economics 101 and 201. We are not seeing that. Any reason as to why? Is this money from the sidelines coming in and just holding this bid strong? What do you think it is? Or is it the Magnificent Seven just keeping everything afloat?
It's a little of both. I think there's
Might be one of those days today, Dolby.
you're not
Gremlins.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, internet gremlins are hard at work today.
Okay. All right. We'll give it a shot next.
Yeah, it's okay,
Yeah.
Peter. We appreciate it. I think I know where you're going with this. We can kind of carry on where you left off. I think you're saying it's a bit of both. There's money on the sidelines coming in. The Mag 7, super strong in video. We've got the CEO and founder doing some press this week. I'm sure he'll be pumping up that stock, pumping up the greatness of the company. So, yes, it's kind of where we're at right now. All right, Dolby time. You're telling us about the YM. You like the YM because why? It gives you a bit of wiggle room. It gives you a bit of you can trade bigger size. The moves are truer. What do you like compared to NASDAQ?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, they're both $75 a tick if you're trading 15 lots. But with the YM, you just get, I think, a lot more bang for your buck as far as like room to be able to manage a trade. You know, and you can test this out yourself, right? You got your practice accounts, pull up a practice account, throw in a 15 lot in the YM, see how long you last, and put one on in the NASDAQ and see how long you last. And so what I've been playing with recently is just going full port in on 15 and then kind of managing the position there to kind of see how it goes. And I don't think I enjoy it as much as being able to like fan out orders and then get filled at different levels. I think that's what I kind of prefer between the two systems. But, you know, obviously if I was winning a lot today, then maybe I would like that a little bit better. But even still, I don't think there's a ton of room, just more room to do a full port 15 lot. Yeah.
Okay. Now you said you took a big short. You traded way too much size getting in on that short this morning.
Just a lot of little shorts here and there in the practice account on the way up. I mean, ideally, you know, you shouldn't be shorting against the VWAP. It's an uptrend. You know, 9 EMA is doing really well as well in the uptrend. We got someone who got JB past 350Ks, copy trading in the YM. Awesome. What's cool too is that I've had a really nice, a lot of nice feedback from people in chat saying they've really enjoyed trading the YM. So that's been cool.
I like that.
Seeing a lot of
I love
success
that. I love that's what we do here.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely spread the love, highlight and expose other markets. I know we're kind of focused on S&Ps, NASDAQ, gold, and crude here, but yes, Dolby's diving into YM. I know Coach Robert here behind the scenes really wants us to take a look into the Russell. Hey man, trade whatever markets you got to trade. Dolby's looking around. You know, NASDAQ, I think we kind of learned that the stove's pretty hot. You touch it so many times. I mean, like you said, all right, does teleporting happen in the YM? Have you seen teleporting yet?
Not as bad, but it does a little bit, but not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad.
What do we mean by teleporting? The market's just kind of, we call it the matrix. We used to call it the matrix. The market just kind of evaporates or vaporizes to another price. You don't even know how it got there, how it traded.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you see one price and you're 4 handles lower.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Like it's like when you're looking at like a second or third monitor and like you see something just move quick on the other side, but you hear an order filled. You're like, what the hell just happened? Yeah. You know, teleport right there.
Teleport. Yeah. Teleport. And the market just evaporates on you.
Points. Yeah.
All right.
Doesn't happen
well, how we looking? How are we looking at the YM? Are we looking to take any trades right now? I haven't paid. I bet
YM4 right now. Yeah,
cool.
I'm in this short right now in the YM that we've been kind of just working for a while. 39,328. We're short 6, and we've been peeling off orders for like 10 or 20 points on the way down. But I just want to keep these last 3 and kind of see if it starts working its way lower. We are break even already on the trade. But this has been a long time coming. If I was in like a trading combine, I probably would have been done with my day at this point. At this point, but I think we were down close to like 3,500, almost 4,000 at one point. So we're working our way back. Just really paid the price in fighting the trend. You know, the other thing I did too, and maybe chat, you can relate with me on this, is like I drew all these really nice levels on my chart and then found myself trading in the middle of all of them. Instead of trading like by them and like within that range, I'm like placing orders in the middle of the range, and it's like, dude, just wait for the level that you drew on your chart. And then like, you know, it starts consolidating. It turns out to be a good trade. So it's like, you know, why am I getting so antsy and trying to place trades? Just wait for the level.
Yeah. Sometimes we catch ourselves doing that. You do have your solid levels, but sometimes the patience gets the best of us. Like on a day like today, Patience is the key. We're backloaded week, meat and potatoes kind of week with just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with all the fireworks going down. Paralysis by analysis. It can be called yes, or in the chat, yes, it does. But we keep it light and tight. Take a look at the tilt there in your YM, Dolby. It's June's front month in YM, correct? M4.
Yeah, I think they're all roll at the same time, don't they?
Yeah, I believe so. Okay,
all
so
yeah,
64% short right now with Dolby time. Nothing too crazy, but in the S&Ps, I was able to take a long just beneath the VWAP and ride that for a couple points higher, as we were saying earlier in the segment. There's something about that VWAP play, George. Shout out to you, man. There's something about that play. Hoop did notify us that we got new highs in the S&Ps, a couple cents below $82, trading $81.96. Bit of a pullback here. If you think we're going longer, if we're going higher in crude, here's your pullback to get long. Looking at the 5-minute chart. Gold dipped beneath VWAP as well, and sure enough, we're higher. Seems to be quite a profitable little strategy we've been seeing implemented here. Dolby, on a side note, I'm very happy that we're back on power players, man. It just hasn't been the same without you, dude. The profits have not been as large. Actually, they did. Lost money on Friday. No Dolby time. No Dolby time. No profits. And I'm very happy to say Dolby time will be back.
Who are you gonna fade if I'm not here? You know what I mean?
I don't fade you, my man. We're in this together. But yes, Dolby time will be back on Power Hour where he belongs. Yes, it was not profitable. It was not for George. 60% time it works all the time.
Profitable.
Yeah, I know. It was not profitable. It was not a profitable Power Hour or Power Hour last.
Well, that's not fun. We only like making money on Power Hour.
Kind of why we're here.
Our record.
Yes, that is kind of where we're here. Who's the gentleman?
That's true.
Who's the gentleman keeping the spreadsheet on profits on us?
Oh, that was Eric with a K, I believe. Yeah, Eric with a K.
Eric with a K. If you give us an update on profitability by segment, I'd love to see what we're looking at and how we're trading from, whether it be power players, fast markets, or even Power Hour. Mm-hmm. But right now, currently, we're seeing a bit of a low number.
We've had a really nice streak of guests coming on and just putting in some banging trades. Anne Marie was, I think, my favorite because she was just like hanging out for an hour and then like 55 minutes in, she's like, "I'm up $700." We're just like, dude,
like, what? Yeah, when?
Wait, what? Yeah, right. Yeah. Just a casual 700.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, well, good. So please tune in to Dolby time here on Power Hour later this afternoon. But yeah, you got your shorts on. Still, Dolby, I think your short's still 3. You moved it to break even, so you're good there.
We've been working this for a minute since 10:20. Let's see, 10:24.
Well, that's a long trade.
I mean, yeah, we're keeping it.
All right,
we're gonna keep this one on.
Very good. Still quiet today. Yes, TopQuiz coming up. TopQuiz is coming up. I can confirm that. I did see behind the scenes that it is ready to go. And I believe if you guys were tuning in to Fast Markets, Jack gave away one of the questions and answers to one of the questions there. So go back and look. An answer has been given, but I still think you'll have a chance to get it right as it wasn't too difficult. But, tune in for that, and you'll see the results in Power Hour. Everything comes back to all roads lead back to Power Hour, Dolby time.
Dre, I have a question for you, and I have a question for chat. So obviously, Topstep X only has a handful of instruments right now. What instruments are you guys all looking forward to maybe trading, talking about, displaying? I think there's some good stuff out there.
I'll speak for myself real quick, and then we'll see what the chat has to say. Good question. I'd like to see some of the European and Asian products. So if you're trading overnight, you can kind of get in there and mix it up with whether the Nikkei or the Baiynd or the DAX in Germany. Some of the overnight products would kind of be cool as we see these U.S. products. S&Ps kind of go to sleep. But you will see some action over there in the DAX or the FTSE or the Nikkei, depending on what time. So just some of the overnight markets would it'd be interesting to get access to. What about you, Dolby? What are you trying to see?
Well, I'm going to agree with chat and some of these micros. It'd be nice to have the full suite. So that the MYM, MCL, I think that would be really nice for Topstep X. I'd have to assume that those are probably coming up probably sooner rather than later, if I had to guess. But people love the micros. People really do. So yeah, I think that'd be great. you know, if you got MCL, MYM, all the indices and everything, that would cover like 90%, I think, of what traders want. Probably some Bitcoin, although Bitcoin futures are kind of gnarly. So they'd be fun to look at. I don't know if you would trade them.
Yeah, is Bitcoin still above 70,000 in the chat? If for those watching the cryptos, please let me know. I don't follow them too closely.
I don't know.
Yeah, what DAX, Eurex instrument? Yeah, I agree. Some of the overnight instruments or overnight European, Asian instruments, I think would be cool to have access to. As, during the,
I see some cattle. I think that'd be fun too. Just
cattle would be cool. I think
there's some of the grains or cattle. Yeah, that'd be cool.
A good question, but yes, like I said, NASDAQ or Topstep X, we're rolling this out. If you guys do have here on the side to the left here of your Topstep X, click on that question mark. That's the support tab. Under there, you get feedback, roadmap changelog feedback. If you guys want to get to talk directly to the developers, directly to Topstep about what you want to see, what you like, what you don't like, it doesn't get any better than this. So for those that have Topstep X, click on that question mark, and you got direct access to us. Tell us what you want. You can see what's coming up. Yeah, what do you got, Dolby? Like, it's crazy.
Oh, I got it up. Yeah, I pulled up the press question mark. So you can't see it on the screen right now, but you should have live chat in the upper left, support resources. Go straight to the Topstep X Discord. You can actually create a new post and vote on what features y'all want, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's almost like a little mini like Reddit inside of Topstep X, just where you can kind of vote and submit new features and changelog too, so you can see the latest changes, which is frequent. So definitely check that out. Little question mark on the left-hand side underneath the gear, underneath settings, in which you can also do very cool stuff like set your bracket orders. That's probably one of the most important things to do. Then automatically turn them on. Other cool thing is data speed, where you can change the flow of data, because our data is so good that it might actually be too fast for your system. So you can change all those things in there. Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. If you turn it on fast data, the thing is just like zipping. But if you're like on Wi-Fi or have slower cable internet, you maybe you might interpret that as lag, but actually it's not lag. So your fills are still good.
It's awesome. But yes, that's what differentiates us from the rest of them. You got direct access to the group, the family, the team. We're going to build this sucker out together, and so far, so good. Of course, there's going to be little hiccups along the way. I get it. And we see the criticisms in the chat, but we're not even fully public yet. So this is, it's kind of a soft launch here, and it's 99.9% of you guys are really enjoying it, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, early access.
But it's just going to continue to get better.
Pretty incredible.
All right, well, crude's starting to see a bit of a pullback. We're about 30 cents off the daily highs here, trading 81.65. High of the day, 81.96. Oh, sorry, 40 points. Or 30 points. Sorry about that, public math. Always a tricky proposition. So if you think we're going higher, this is the pullback looking at the 5-minute chart. If you think we're going to test those $82 evens, I mean, we did get 4 cents away from him. If you think we're going to break through $82, this might be your chance to get long. Taking a look at the tilt, 60% short in the crude. Scratch that, 61% long. We did see that number as high as 88% long today. And upon that number peaking out at 88%, we saw a sell-off in the actual market, in the product, and then the tilt unwound into the 70s. So if you were going to get with the minority or fade the majority, as we say, there was some profits to be had there. Dolby, anything happening with your 3-lot? How we doing with that 3-lot?
It was 6. I'm flat. So we ended up getting like 6 something. So we're working our way back down from our deficit here. Working our way back down. Is there a trailing stop for brackets? Not yet. You have to manually put in the trailing stop using the order tab.
Yep. Order tab. Yep.
So nice little 5-minute range here.
You are the
range. So what do you think, Andre, for these markets? They're just gonna slow walk higher.
Yep.
As they typically do when there's nothing going on.
Precisely. I think when no one's looking, unless some type of news event enters the market and gives us a reason to sell off, then we'll hammer it out. We'll sell it off. But I think when no one's looking, as they say, when the markets are quiet, they're just going to sort of quietly catch a bid, just kind of drift higher as there's money on the sidelines. As Peter Tuchman was saying before we broke off with him, saying there's money on the sidelines, and as well as the Magnificent Seven are driving these markets higher. It is AI week. You're getting all the headlines at CNBC. They've got some conference on Wednesday as well. I'm sure it's going to do nothing but help the stock. We're starting to see a sell-off here in NASDAQ, a little bit below VWAP. But yes, I think quietly we'll just continue to rally. We'll see what Wednesday has in store. Inflation came in a little higher last week, let's be honest. And the markets did sell off. The equity markets, that is, sold off. But we did see rates continue to rally. Rates increase. So kind of doing the work for the Fed, so to speak. So we'll see how hawkish the Fed actually needs to speak in order for those rates to stay above, like 10-year, they want to keep the rates above 4%. So how much do they have to talk up those rates, or how much will the market do that for them? TBD. But yeah, I think we're quietly just kind of rally and drift higher. But we're not seeing that to be the case. But we still have 4.5 hours left in the trade today. Yeah, I think that's kind of
plenty
of
time
been the theme
to make some money, Dre.
Yeah, man, I'm up a couple bucks. But yeah, I'm a perma bear. I'm a perma bull, I should say. Being short's tricky. For being short's tricky. Just like, all right, we're trying to come up with the VWAP here in the NASDAQ. I got a VWAP at 18,288. We're trading right around just beneath that, I should say. But this is the second time we've tested it in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, what's kind of interesting, it feels like just by like the eye test that a lot of the indices seem to be lagging a lot more than the YM is. YM still seems fairly bullish, whereas NASDAQ seems, it's holding up. I mean, all of the 5-minute ranges have all kind of stacked up over each other besides for this last one, but it's still like kind of pushing highs there. So maybe an interesting short in YM if you do like to take the short. I can pull that back up again. But yeah, I mean, we have a 5-minute stacked underneath a 5-minute. So you have one range underneath another. But you do have VWAP up, but EMA is kind of flat. So there's a lot of weird stuff, but it's one of my bigger levels on the day here. So it might be another opportunity to grab a short, but it does just slowly kind of just tick up, and that's it. All higher lows. We'll see if it reaches for a higher high on this push here.
Yeah, it's.
But look at NASDAQ. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll pull up the NASDAQ chart here. We are coming up beneath VWAP. And I know we talk about it's like a broken jump. All right, so tested the first time right around here. That was about 28 minutes ago. That's actually when I got long. I got long when Peter Tuchman joined us. I was able to, cater up. Now, here's the second push beneath. Looking at the tilt, if there's any more momentum behind this. Not really. So we'll see if VWAP holds again for the second time. But it's been a quiet market, and if there's no one to get in the way here, step in. We might see some more movement to the downside. But ultimately, the buyers will come in and say, hey, these are discount prices. Time to get long. There's money on the sidelines. And the Mag 7 does a lot of the heavy lifting for NASDAQ and S&Ps. Yeah. The Dow, you said, Amazon just came into the Dow replacing Walgreens, so that should add more strength to that. Major sell-off.
It should.
In crude. Let's see the major sell-off in crude to pull that up. Eddie, major sell-off in crude right now. Market can't catch a bid. Boom. Pull that up. Oh, we're seeing, we just touched the highs here at 81.96. Yeah. We're about 40 cents off.
About 40 cents. Yeah. Oh, nice, Dre. Got it right there.
Do you miss crude oil
see
at
if
all?
It comes back into range. Yeah, I haven't really seen a lot of crude, but
hey, so real quick, you said come into range. What would that look like? What prices would be trading if it comes into range?
Oh yeah, just like eyeball test, right? What's like the most obvious thing you see when you open up your chart? And what I see is just this big range we got right here.
Yep.
And so I'm a range trader. If I was trading this, it was at 80.50. Let's say 80.50 approximately, right? Found support down there, had resistance up here at 81.57. So about $1 range all day. And it stretched out, and now we're back inside underneath 81.50. So it should be interesting to see how they end up playing this, but price did end up getting rejected. I do believe this is what Hogue means by a failed auction. Mm-hmm. If Hogue is out there somewhere, I believe that is what this is right here. You see price shoot up, it can't sustain, and it comes back down within range. So that's, I think, a failed auction of higher prices. Maybe chat can correct me there if there's any disciples of Hogue in chat, but I think that's about right.
I think you're spot on with that. Failed upside auction is right. The upside auction failed after just beneath $82, and we've seen the turnaround from there. But yes, that is a failed upside auction. Exactly. Let's kind of when the general momentum of the trade kind of wears out, and it's off to the opposite. Reserve potential, yes. Every day. You are dead on, my friend. There we go, Robert Harris. Robert Harrison approves. Dolby, you are dead on. Robert Harrison in the chat
perfect.
says.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Robert.
So it looks like YM, that YM range could have been a decent short entry right there at 39,300 ish, but still higher lows on the 5-minute. This is kind of insane. Like YM's been fairly resilient.
Sounds like it's more resilient than NASDAQ.
More
resilient than NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Is that right? I mean, just the bid. I guess the 30, they're all industrials. I think Anne-Marie was talking about this last week. The components of the Dow are just much stronger. It's only composed of 30. Yes, so it's stronger. The industrials are stronger. Your John Deere's, your Caterpillars of that sort. I'll throw in Amazon in there. Obviously, the index just got stronger. So it makes sense. It makes sense that that the bulls. There you go. But here we are. You're making money to the downside. So it just shows you can make money both ways.
Yeah, I mean, I would have made a lot more being bullish for sure. I just, every time it feels like it's hard to make money in the markets, there's a really good chance you're just on the wrong side, right? Because if you throw a trade on and it feels easy, then you're just with the market. You won that at 50-50. It's only when you start getting the direction wrong, it's like, damn, this is really difficult.
Yeah, it is. No, it's going to be easy, but yes, definitely not the easiest of trades. In essence, like I keep talking about. All right, here we go. Bit of a bounce in crude. So if you're able to get that pullback, good on you. Where are we here? Good on you. We were just today about a 15-cent reversal there, bouncing off of 81.51, now trading 63 cents. So if you're looking to get that pullback, that was your chance, I'd say.
All right, I'm long in YM. I'm long 3
Are
YM
you?
at 39,289. Yeah, we're gonna.
All right, here we go.
We're gonna. I got a bad feeling about this. I feel like I'm gonna be the one bull who's gonna set this thing off to the downside, but we'll see. But we are buying the bottom of a 5-minute range, so we'll keep it up. But this is so if I end up getting filled, so I have 3 more orders below this long that I have here. So I have another one at 39,284 and 39,280. So I'm already in a 3 lot, and so if you're like comparing NASDAQ and YM, you can like already tell just by this trade how much more chill it is that I'm long 3, and my stop for $240, which is really not that much, is like a fair distance away. That's based off of the previous candles. It seems like it would be relatively hard to get to. And so that's like what I mean. It's like, this is how you have more room to trade YM, because I have a 3 lot on. I'm not stressed out at all. My stop is in a good place. I don't feel like I'm taking on too much risk. So
let's talk about that YM.
Oh, no,
what is it? What's the price?
Or you went short?
Ooh.
Someone's
Trades went short.
We have a battle. JB and I are locked in battle right now between long and short.
Gotcha. And Wiz Trades got short too. So we got a couple shorts. You're long.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Dobie, what does it protect? What's why? Why are you long?
I don't know. It feels weird.
I got you. Hey, what does it protect there in the Dow?
5. Easy math.
$5. Gotcha. That is
$5. Yeah,
1250s.
Good initial momentum for these shorts here.
All right.
So we
got your YM chart up there. Yeah, let's watch this.
Yeah. It's Dolby versus chat right now. I think chat.
Wouldn't be the first time. Dolby over everybody.
Sometimes you're getting a trade. Sometimes you're in a trade and you're just like, this doesn't feel right.
Dolby over everybody's. I got my partner's back.
I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be that way.
Yeah, hey, it's just sometimes how it works. Team TopstepTV over everybody. But yes, we're just playing around. There we go. We got some people along with you. Marco Bullet. Tell them I say hello. Marco Bullet is along with you too. There you go. You got some. All right, Dolby for the win. That's what we like to see. Top quiz time coming up next. Don't you worry. I have seen the quiz has been submitted behind the scenes. And like I said, Jack did give away a question and answer earlier today on fast markets. If you happen to miss it, which we do understand, I don't think the question is that difficult. So you will have the answer.
So
You'll have the
speaking about size and YM, Dre, right? So now I'm
Yeah, man.
long 9. Now I'm long 9 at 39,284. And look where my stop is at. It's at like a totally reasonable place. We have a 5-minute consolidation. My stop is a good couple ticks outside of that. So 9 contracts, only risking $500. So we get the benefit of size, but we also have a little bit of room here, some wiggle room. So that's what I mean, chat. That's what I mean. Even though you can't see my screen because it's blurry as hell, but you know.
You are making a compelling case for YM, for all the benefits of YM. I must say, benefits of size with the managed risk of only $500 downside. That's is a very compelling case. All right, Dolby time. I hate to say this. We got 1 minute left. We got 1 minute left, but that's okay. We're gonna ride this out. We're gonna watch this trade play. You will keep us updated in the chat how this trade goes. I'm sure they'll be watching tick for tick, and then we'll know how the trade eventually goes out. But it is important that you do keep us updated. I've been on YM for 4 days. There you go, Brad. Love it. Hey, Dolby. There you go. Yeah, YM. I think we're starting to show some love for the YM. You do make a very compelling case for it. But yes, power players. It was it was interesting to say the least. We'll get Tuchman. Tuchman comes on later this week, right, Dolby?
Yeah, he's texting me right now. I can.
What's he say? Is he apologizing for his?
Yeah.
What do you think happened there? Because last time he was on the streets of Manhattan just screaming that Topstep loves New York, and it was coming in crystal clear.
It was perfect. It was perfect.
I remember that. It was amazing.
I think there's some of those old buildings. You know, they're old, they're haunted. I think the ghosts are messing up the Wi-Fi connection or the cell towers or something. That thing's probably encased in 3 feet of stone too, so that probably doesn't help a ton.
Dead zones.
But decent momentum here. We're going to take off 3 contracts at 95, 06, and 17. So I'll sell this on the way up, and then we'll move our stop up on the way if we get this bounce here.
That's my guy, man. Covering up that YM. All right, Dolby, thanks for jumping on here with Power Players. We've got some insight from Peter Tuchman. Like Dolby said, he will be on next Friday. Coming up next is Top Quiz. Stay tuned. Thanks for joining us on Power Players. We got jam-packed today. Oh, if you guys want more of me and Dolby, you got us in Power Hour, baby. So let's get it. Stay tuned. We got a lot more good stuff coming up. Thank you. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz on Monday, March 18th, 2024. I'm Jack. Bonnie's back. Hello, Bonnie. How was the
Hi,
weekend?
Jack. It was good. Had a very relaxing weekend. How about you?
I had a, very relaxing weekend as well. I went to the Southside Irish Parade, but not as a drunk high schooler, but as a middle-aged dad. So it was a different vibe, but still had fun.
That sounds like a good time to me.
It was. And speaking of good times, Top Quiz. Enter with that link that's at the top of the chat there. When you do, enter your information so we can track you down if you win one of 50 free resets that are going out. 5 will go to the top 5 scores. The other 45 will be raffled off with a pool of anybody that gets 3. Oh, sorry, I was drinking Coke Zero again right before this. Everyone tells me it's poison in the chat. I should probably
Coke
stop.
Zero.
Yeah. I mean,
Do you drink pop a lot or sodas?
no. Just, I was never a big pop person. I just sometimes like something. Oh no, Bonnie disappeared. All right. Well, while Bonnie is away, I will finish that. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be raffled for one of the other 45 free resets. That's how it works. Got some Diet Dr. Pepper love there. Love it. So, looks like we got 950 people in here, almost ready to go. James, any idea where what phantom zone Bonnie just got zapped into?
Yeah, and I'm working on getting her back in here. Hold on.
Cool. So what's going on, everybody? You're my neighbor, Nexus Trader? Do you live in Beverly or something? I actually live on the west side, but I have a friend who lives down there. All right. Well, I'll ramp for about, 20 more seconds, and then we'll get it going. Dolby, I know I'm doing great. I am having a carefree little Monday here. Okay. With that, if Bonnie comes back in, that's great. But group coaching awaits no one. So, James, is it cool if I get this started? Bonnie, you can just answer in the chat. I see you there. Okay. So we're doing this solo, mano y mano, with my friends Six Strings, Losing Every Day, and Mufasa. All right. Let's do this right now. Question number 1, following this screen here. With the date, the countdown, let's do it. Question number 1. According to myth, St. Patrick is credited with driving what out of Ireland? Was it the English, the snakes, the leprechauns, or the Bonos of U2 fame? So we got a few more seconds here. Who was driven out? Who or what? And I like this pug here. The answer is, of course, the snakes. The English were around for quite a bit longer and still there in some parts. Bono still alive and kicking, and the leprechauns. Bonnie, you're back.
Back.
Did you know it was snakes for that question?
No, I have no idea which question it was.
What did St. Patrick drive out of Ireland, allegedly? All right. Former President Trump is in the top 5, along with MB Trade, Sal, NQ Slayer, and Carender 3. All right. Next question. Not about snakes. The longest term U.S. debt securities have a term of how many years? There's a future on them. Is it 10, 20, 30, or 50 years?
Would it
on the U.S. Treasury bond?
30 years.
Well, Bonnie, it would indeed be 30 years.
Yay.
Correct. Looks like we got a lot of bondsmiths out there. Congratulations. I think there's other countries, Bonnie, where you can buy all sorts of crazy exotic debt instruments that go longer, but not in the US of A. All right. After that question, Scott Bro, Black Swan, Jinx, Illuminated N. And I'm going to drink some more poison right now. It's no reflection on any of you. All right, Bonnie, we'll just say you're 2 for 2.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Question number 3. What team is the number 1 overall seed in this year's NCAA men's basketball tournament, aka March Madness? Is it Purdue, the Boilermakers, Houston, UConn, or Duke? It's one of these 4 teams, and we mentioned it earlier.
It must be UConn.
It is indeed UConn. And for those of you that have not seen Bonnie shoot a pop-a shot or an actual basketball, Bonnie played basketball and is an absolute sharpshooter. Just like Steph Curry out there. She must have scored 13 points when we played that game a while back.
Thanks, Jack. You're a great teammate.
Thank you. I did my best. I was more of like an aging, fat, center that lumbers down the court and just takes up room. Black Swans on top. Meemaw's Milk. That sounds like a story MP would tell when he gets into his farmer persona. Top step skiing and chicken dinner. All right. One more question. You ready for this, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm ready.
Final question. To Series 3. And there's 30 seconds here because this is a longer one. A forward contract, also known as a cash forward contract, is A, the same as a futures contract. B, a direct riskless commitment between one buyer and one seller. C, a binding transaction agreement between a specific buyer and a specific seller. Or D, a fungible contract.
Would it be a binding transaction agreement between a specific buyer and seller?
It sure as heck would be, Bonnie.
Yay!
Yes. No, forward contract is different than a futures contract, and answer C was correct for the Series 3 stuff. Let's see who's on top at the end. In third place, hey babe. Second place, Topstep Pisking. Trying to figure out what they're going for there. And
Topstep is king.
Desiree. Oh, I can't read, Bonnie. I can't read. And I've been trying to hide that this whole time. All right. Well, thanks for playing today, everybody. Hope you had a good time. Stick around because we got group coaching right after this with the master himself, John Hoagland. Won't want to miss that. A lot of good questions pouring in. Bonnie, thanks as always for joining. We're calling it 4 for 4 today. Put another banner up for the GOAT.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. Thank you, Bonnie. We'll be back right after this break. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching. You are staring at John Hoagland at the moment. I'm JD behind the scenes. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for submitting those questions. We had the forum marinate in the chat for a little while. It's still in there right now, so if you do have any questions for John Hoagland, go ahead and use that form pinned in the chat. We'll try and get to all your questions, as always. If we don't, maybe we'll jump into them tomorrow if we miss any. Anyway, Mr. Hoag, how are you doing today? How was your St. Patrick's Day?
It was pretty quiet. Didn't really do much. As you know, Saturday was my 28th wedding anniversary, so my wife and I went out and had a nice dinner, which was fun. And we did all our errands yesterday. We went to Costco, we went to the grocery store, we went to Walgreens. We did all that yesterday. So that was our big St. Patrick's Day celebration there on Sunday.
Yeah. Sounds like a nice little Sunday for sure. And happy anniversary.
Yes.
I did not hear that earlier today. So well done.
Yeah,
28
thank you very
years.
much. Thank you very much. We went to Ditka's in Oak Brook and had never been to Ditka's. Had heard good things about it, and we found good things about it too. A heck of a nice martini. The coconut shrimp was awesome. I had a nice steak. She had a nice pork chop, which is what she had heard about Ditka's, and boy, it was delicious. It was really, really good. So we enjoyed it. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
I'd never been to a Ditka's either. I didn't know they were still around, to be honest with you. They closed the one downtown, didn't they? I'm
not sure. It's been a while since I've been out carousing downtown, but the one in Oak Brook is still open and doing business. So it sounds it was very good. I was hoping maybe we'd see Ditka, but we didn't. We saw lots of pictures of Ditka, but we didn't didn't actually get to see him. Got a little bit of the steak stuck right here, and no, it was delicious. It was wonderful.
Excellent. Yeah, being Irish, I don't typically celebrate St. Patrick's Day either. I ordered a pizza and watched The Godfather, the antithesis of St. Patrick's Day.
There you go. Well, that sounds nice. I mean, the Irish, it's kind of an amateur day, right?
Yeah, for sure. It gets a little sloppy out there.
Yeah, it gets a little bit crazy, and those days are behind me. So it was a nice day anyway.
Excellent. Well, you see the man's biography right there, staring at you on the screen.
Yeah,
What do you say
that
we
picture was a
dive?
few years ago. There's not as much gray in that picture. I've been around here a while, I guess, huh? Yeah,
Folks,
let's get into
on
the
the founding
questions.
team.
Let me get rid of this. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the markets while we're here, and let's get into the questions.
For sure. This first question, kind of touched on it earlier today during Fast Markets. Some of you might be familiar with this one, but Asher is asking, why do you always say all roads lead to VWAP? And what's the best way to use or interpret it? I know it was discussed this morning, just briefly, but where did that?
Well,
I forgot who came up with that. All roads. It was someone
George.
in the chat. I know that. George. That's right.
Yeah, George came up with that, and so VWAP is the volume weighted average price. In other words, that is the price that has the same amount of volume above it as below it. Volume weighted average price. So it is said that VWAP is a level where your longer time frame buyers are trying to execute their buys below VWAP. The longer time frame sellers are looking to execute their sells above VWAP. Hence, I think that's where George comes up with the idea that all roads lead to VWAP, because you've got traders that are trying to execute longs above, or shorts above it, pushing price back towards it, and other participants looking to purchase contracts below it, hence pushing price back toward VWAP. So I think that's where you kind of get the idea that all roads kind of lead to VWAP, because you're going to see buyers below it, you're going to be sellers above it. Does it work all the time? What's the best way to use it or interpret it? That is, of course, highly subjective. There is nothing that works every time. There's nothing that never works. It's all in your ability to look at it over time and to find ways to use it to your advantage. Anne Marie, who is going to be on today after group coaching with me for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, will probably have a lot more to say about it because it is something that she uses quite often, and she also uses standard deviation bands in and around VWAP for a lot of her opportunities. So Asher's the best way that I can suggest that you can learn as much as you can about VWAP is, stick around for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. I'm going to write this down, and we're gonna take another look at VWAP and the standard deviation bands that Anne Marie uses, and we'll get a lot deeper into it in just under an hour.
Okay. Yeah, Anne Marie really does a great VWAP analysis. Listening to her explain it, she really.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, it's one of her specialties, I guess you could say. But
fortes, one of many, I'm sure.
So yeah, make sure you stick around for that coming up in the next hour. All right, next we have a question from Jerry. Jerry's new to TopStep, and he's curious about some of the vocabulary we use. What's the best way to learn it? Well, it just so happens.
Go ahead.
Oh, it just so happens we have a trading lingo glossary. I'm going to drop the link in the chat right now.
And
the link is now in the chat for you, Jerry.
Okay, and there's also... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the website is TopstepTV. You could find it there along with some other useful information. Our daily levels are in there. A book list, a reading list, all kinds of great content in there for you. So take a look at that, Jerry. Hope it helps.
I'm going to throw this in there as well. I also just put in the link to the Market Profiles Masterclass, which is honestly really kind of a basic overview of the market profile, even some volume profile stuff, and a lot of the vocabulary nuances and the construction of the profile. So that if that is something that you are thinking about learning, that would be a good place to start with that. And then of course you've got the book list that's on that Trader Lingo, that whole TopStep. What's it called again? It's a TV guide, daily levels, bell to bell, emotional trade journal, reading list. They're all on that TopStep trading levels URL or link that my good friend JD just popped in the room. So you can, and there is a glossary of terms on there as well. Trader Lingo Glossary. Great question.
Yep. Go ahead and bookmark that website, TopstepTV. Reference it every day. It gets updated pretty often. So, all right. Thanks for the question, Jerry. Moving on. We have one from an anonymous source who says, lately I've been doubting my trades and cutting them short just to see them go my way and hit my profit target. Do you have any tips on how to overcome overthinking and start trusting my analysis? Pretty popular question we get.
Yes, it is. And it is one that every trader deals with. And, and I think it's something that every trader deals with for pretty much their entire career as a trader. Anonymous trader, whoever you are, this is something that is like everything it's kind of a muscle, right? And the more we exercise that muscle of letting our trades play out to fruition, the stronger that muscle is going to become. A lot of folks have heard me mention Lennying your trades. And if you ever read a book called Of Mice and Men, there's a character named Lenny who's a nice enough guy. He's not, he's not altogether there, but he loves little furry animals, and he picks up like mice and tries to pick up little rabbits and stuff. And when he gets one, he pets it and loves it and plays with it so much that he ends up killing it. And I think a lot of traders do that to their successful trades. The market goes your way a little bit, it comes back a little bit. The market is never going to go straight to your target. Only in rare occasions is that going to happen. So we have to get used to just letting the market rotate back and forth as price hopefully leaks closer and closer to our profit target. And it is very, very difficult to stay in those trades because we're always hawking for things that are going to harm us on that trade. The market it's finished out the move. I better get out of it here. Or you get a pullback and you're like, okay, that's going to be the high. I better get out of my trade. And then sometimes if we do that, the trade is going to go to our eventual profit target, and then we end up feeling a loss, even though maybe we did take a win on the trade. Feeling that loss, it hurts twice as much as it does feeling the win, right? I mean, everybody knows that having a winning trade is great. Losing trades sting like twice as much as the pleasure of having a winning trade. So they stick out in our mind a lot. So, anonymous trader, when in your question, you have the answer. I've been doubting my trades and cutting them short for them to only go to my target. If you account for how often that happens, that might do a lot of good in beginning to be able to trust the fact that you are smart enough and that you do know enough about markets to accept, I'm going to stay in this trade because in my accounting of this, it seems, 8 out of 10 trades that I cut early actually hit my profit target. And that can do a lot of good to improve your confidence and your trust in your ability to recognize good trading opportunities and to stay in good trading opportunities. Now, there's one thing that I continue to do when I'm actively trading that allows me to alleviate some of that stress of getting to a profit target as it's getting close to the profit target. So I have in my rules that if a trade gets to within 10% of a profit target, so let's say I have a 40 tick profit target and we're 36 ticks to that target, I'm allowed to take it off at 90% of the profit target, leaving 10% off of it and calling it a full profit target hit. So I can at the same time, lock in near a profit target level. I don't have that bad feeling like, well, I had a 40 tick profit target and I took it off at 20 and here it is at 40. So I can alleviate some of the stress of doing that by just making that a rule. And, there's times when I will take it at 90% of the profit target. And there are times when I'll say, you know what, this thing just looks like it's going to go and I'll get the full profit target on that. So, Anonymous, you are not alone. Every person in trading feels the same things. And it's just a matter of, again, I think, beginning to strengthen that muscle, and you strengthen that muscle by accountability. When you're looking at, the next 30 trades that you cut short and 25 of them actually hit the profit target, that's giving you information, and that should help you begin to learn to trust your analysis and your ability to stay in good trades, and your ability to trust your ability to see these opportunities and to take the most out of them. It's a really great question. And, we will be looking forward to keep us in touch. I know it's kind of an anonymous question, but, in 3-4 weeks after you've accounted for some of these, and for you to come back and say, I did the accounting on that, and you know what, it was right. I just have to stay in these trades until they reach my profit target, because 70-80% of the time they're going to reach that target, and I'm going to make more money that way. Great question, and I hope the answer finds you some good comfort and some good opportunities to help strengthen those muscles. Thank you again. JD?
Yep. Always love hearing you walk through that or talk through that one, Hogue. Yeah, I also believe that confidence comes through experience also. So just hang in there, trust the process, and keep plugging away at it. Don't forget about that practice account either. If you're feeling you're on tilt, jump in that practice account. Can't hurt.
Jab, 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 jab.
Jab, jab, jabbing away at it. All right. Let's get to the next question. This one comes from Merlin. Merlin's got a trade management question. Merlin wants to know if you can give an example of how to scale into a position. I think a good scaling strategy could be helpful when picking winning trades.
Okay. So Merlin, scaling into a position is or can be a dangerous proposition. Because I think that there is, and we've discussed this quite a bit, I think that there is a pretty thin line between adding to a losing position and accumulating an inventory in a zone. All right. So, the technique of scaling in, how's the best way to put this for me to put this, JD? If you know your stop limit, if you just say, okay, I'm looking to get long at a specific level, and I want to scale into it because I want to kind of get into it as the market kind of comes into that zone, right? Everything that we talk about in futures trading is more of a zone than a specific level. So I get the idea that you may want to kind of scale into a position. But it has to be part of the plan, and you have to know where price has to advertise to prove the trade wrong, and you have to stick to it. Dolby, I think, has been working very diligently at kind of getting into this, where he says, okay, I got this zone here where I want to start accumulating some longs, but I know if price gets to this level, the market is pretty much telling me that the trade is wrong and I've got to get out. So, for example, if you want to accumulate 3 longs, and your stop is, this is a live account, so I don't want to do this here. You know what I can do? I can bring in this practice account here and show you a little bit on this. Now, if you're going to be using the bracketing on Topstep X, you might want to turn it off, because it doesn't allow you to really do that. So let's say I was looking to sell one here and sell one here and sell one here. So you can see it's already got my profit target and my stop on this, right? So we've got, in order to sell another one here. Wait a minute. So we've got an order to enter another position here. If we do get the push to the upside, then we're just going to call this kind of a 2-position limit. And I want my stop. I'm going to cancel these. Okay. Now we know that we're in this position. 52.24 even is the price. We're going to sell another one up here at 52.25 half. That's going to average our position. So it's going to just take the average price of those, and it's going to basically put it there. If we want to know where our stop would be, and now again, I'm just using kind of arbitrary levels here. Let's say, we want to put our stop above the high of this bar. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to say 82.2850. So we're going to go to 82.2850, and we're going to put a buy stop and another buy stop. So we know that we're in a short position here. We're going to add to that position if it gets there, but we know 100% for sure that we want out of this trade if we take out the high of the previous bar. That to me is, averaging into a position or accumulating a position in a zone, or accumulating an inventory in a zone. Okay. So that's okay. But if we were short here and the position started going against us and we said, well, I don't want to take a loss on this, so I'm going to take another short here, and then if price gets to break even, then I'll get out. That is not the way to enter a position or accumulate a position in a zone, accumulate an inventory, if you will, in a zone. That is a moron trade. That is when the trade goes against you, you put more on. So as long as there's a plan for this, you can, I'm going to put another order to get short another one here. I'll put another stop here. Oops. Okay. Now we're in short 2. Okay. Our average price, 52.25 even is our average price now. 25 even. There it is. 25 half, I should say, is our average price. And if we get another push into our zone here, we're going to get short another one. And then we're going to have our stop here. Now, again, these are arbitrary levels. These are not actual trades that I would be taking. I'm just trying to show, how to accumulate a position in a zone, or accumulate an inventory in a zone. And then we know exactly where our stop needs to be if the position does not go our way. Again, this is an arbitrary position. This is not something that I'm choosing to take as a trade. Just for example, we're going to probably get filled on this, and we're probably going to get filled on the stop as well. But if you're in an area where you want to have an execution of multiple lots, getting into a position that way can be one way. Of course, I think that the preferred method would be to scale into a position or add to a winning position as it goes your way. But as far as like on Topstep X, if you are going to want to accumulate a position like this and have a specific stop level, you can use the brackets and just move your stop level, but it's also going to keep all of your profit targets at the same level as well. So if you want to do it one by one, this is what you would have to do. So I'm going to cancel this, and I'm going to put in a buy order. Where was that? Let's say, let's put it on the low here, 52.19, 52.20, let's call it. We're going to put an order in there to buy 3 contracts. We don't have 3 contracts on yet. We only have, looks like, it says we only have 1. I thought we're already in. It says we're only short 1. Thought we had 2 on. Well, here, I'll just put another one on. There we go. All right, so now we've got our stop up here for 3. We've got another offer in to get short again. If we hit our stop, we know what our risk is going to be. It's not like we're just, trying to average into a position to get out of a loss. That's the moron trade. This is entering a position in a zone to accumulate an inventory. I hope that that's clear, and I hope that helps. That helps, and I hope that was the kind of question that you were looking for. Okay, we'll let this play out, and we'll see what happens. Where is this 20 even? Wow, this is pretty aggressive for the short here. I'm going to put it back up to 20.15 half, because that's weekly kickoff high there. We'll see if we get a move back down to weekly kickoff high. Again, this was not a position that I took with the intent of profiting on, just for example purposes. So, all right. Corey
Great
says move your
explanation.
stop
Thanks,
up
Hope.
a little. Good. Thanks, JD.
Yeah, just like Hoke said, scaling into a trade or accumulating a position is not the same as adding to a losing position. When you're scaling in,
Correct.
your risk is predefined, your exit strategy is predetermined. You're not just shooting from the hip. You do have a strategy when scaling in. Keep that in mind. All right, next question comes from Vereen. Vereen says, "Hi, John. Today I had a trade on at the best possible place in the NQ, right at the daily low. And if I had only held on, I'd be looking at least a 5K winner, but I do not understand why I fiddle with my trades and stops. And then when it goes wrong, I end up taking back-to-back wrong trades. What can I do to overcome this problem?"
Okay.
Another pretty popular question we get.
Yeah, we really kind of touched this on this a little bit earlier. All right, so now we're short 3 in this practice account, and we've got our stop in. So we know what the risk is going to be. It's $412.50 for all 3 contracts. That's the risk we're going to take. And watch, it's going to get hit because we just came off that low. So, but that's again, an example of accumulating a position in a zone. All right, so Vereen, you had the best possible placement in the NQ right at the day's low. Regular trading hour session, I'm assuming. Maybe it was an opening range trade, but very, very nice trade. So you're fiddling with your trades. You are over managing your trades, is I believe what I'm hearing you saying here, Vereen. And it is a very common thing to do. We care sometimes maybe a little too much about each little trade that we take. If you had a profit target that would have been hit and you did not fiddle with the trade, you would probably have had a very good day today. So, that urge to overmanage trades is just part of the fear of pain, part of having a position go your way and then losing any part of the unrealized profits in that, right? Everybody would like to sell the absolute high tick on any long position that they hold. And by the sheer number of the 5K, I would say that you had multiple contracts on. So, what I think a lot of traders kind of miss is when we're in a position, what level were you looking for price to go to? If price got to that level, you can always, take off a part or most of that position level to level, and then just leave one on to see if the market might continue to push in that direction. And and see if that you see if you can catch a trend day, even with just 1 or 2 on. Those can be wonderful days. So, if you had, again, Vereen, a specific profit target and it reached your profit target, but you didn't get there because you were monkeying with the trades, you were lennying the trades. You were playing with, with the trade. And I get it, man. It is, it is, so difficult just to let a trade play out. You get a trade and it goes your way, and sometimes it's just going to naturally turn around and take part of that profit away, or even hit the complete stop. But that's just part of trading. So you want to, I think, Vereen, take a look at that profit that you would have had on that trade. Instead of fiddling with all of the numbers of contracts that you traded, get out of one. Get out of one, and let the other ones go for a little while. Get out of another one and move your stop up, and then get out of another one and try and leave that last runner on, even if it turns around and hits a trailing stop or whatever. You still have that opportunity to participate in that trade, right? To participate in that continuation. It gets to a point where you think, okay, this is it, then done. But it's all got to be part of your plan. Vereen, this is a question that I've heard, that I get a lot. I have heard it a lot. I've talked about it a lot. I've lived it a lot. And if this is a question that we talk about every day, I'm okay with that. It is so important to. I think I forget who said this to me, but somebody a while back said, I could be a much better trader if I could trade carefree, but not careless. You have to be able to let your positions breathe. If you have a hypothesis that trade was going to be worth $5,000, what was it that took you out? What scared you? Think about that. Think about, what does scare you when you're in a winning position. Tom Hugert, I think, said it best. Most traders are hopeful when the market is moving against them. They're hopeful that the market is going to turn around and make them whole again. And they're fearful when the market is going their direction. And it should be the opposite. When you are at risk of loss, that's when the fear comes in, and you should recognize that, and you should get out of it. But when things are going your way, be hopeful that they're going to continue. Tom Hugert wrote the book, The Best Loser Wins. I'm currently rereading it again right now. It's a great book. And if you just if it didn't matter that you were going to take the loss, you would be much easier taking the loss. Does it matter? Well, it matters to all of us. We're here to make money. We don't want to take losses, right? I hope that helps, Vereen, and I hope that helps all of us, because there's not one of us that doesn't feel these things and doesn't go through these things and doesn't continue to go and doesn't continue to go through these things. It's just part of the game, and it's difficult, and just understanding the markets is one thing. Understanding ourselves, our fears, our goals, our wishes, our motivations, it's all part of the game. It's all part of the game. Yeah, looks like we got a good trade on here, doesn't it? All right. Well, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take one off. There. Now we're going to see if we get to our profit target.
Nicely done. Nicely done. All right. Thanks for the question, Vereen, and thanks for the answer, Hogue. What you just said really kind of ties into this next question, too. Our friend Brad has a question regarding trading psychology. A little bit what he just mentioned. Maybe we could elaborate on it just a little more, though. Brad says, at the beginning of a trading combine, I have a lot of anxiety about getting off to a good start in the account. Brad recently passed his first trading combine, moved to an XFA account, which says the anxiety was even greater in the funded level because the account means so much more there. Brad got off to a bad start, blew the XFA. Brad wants to know, how do I get over that anxiety early on in a trading combine or in an XFA account? If it means anything, he was trading in a 50K account also.
Okay. All right. Hang on 1 second. You know what I'm going to get, don't you, JD?
Oh, I sure do. Here we go.
Here you go. Okay. So, adding risk to your trading plan. If this is trading on sim, this is just right on the floor. Able-bodied person should be able to dance across this without really worrying too much about falling off. Even me. I could probably just go back and forth without falling off, without worrying about it, because there's very little risk. Okay. Well, why is it so much easier to trade in a simulated or a practice account than it is to trade in the trading combine? Well, if this is the sim account, this is the trading combine. Now it's about 2 feet off the floor. The process is exactly the same. for going from end to end. However, if you were to fall off, there is greater risk of injury. So if I'm dancing across this one, I'm a lot more cautious going across this one, making sure I step correctly, making sure I don't fall off, because someone like me, I could easily turn my ankle and get a nasty sprain off of something like this. So instead of dancing across the one on the floor, I'm more cautious. It's the same process, but the decision making is different. I have to be, okay, well, I mean, this is kind of 2 feet off the floor. I don't want to fall off of this. So I'm going to be much more cautious about where I put my foot and going foot over foot over foot. Well, it's going to take me probably a little bit longer, but eventually I can go from end to end, but it's the same process, but the risk is greater. Okay, great. Well, now I've gotten from one end to the other. Now I'm getting into the XFA account or a funded account. That balance beam is now 4 feet off the floor. I'm going to hurt myself if I fall off of this. It's the same process from going from this end to this end, right there on the floor. But because of the risk of injury, I am going to be much more cautious going from end to end on this balance beam. I am not Olga Korbut. I am not Nadia Comaneci. I am not. So I'm going to have to be really careful. So even though it's the same process going from end to end, and end to end, the fact that you are facing more risk makes the decision-making process much more difficult. Hence, when you have I'm trying to get out of this here. There we go. So when you go from a sim account to the trading combine account, you have skin in the game. It's more difficult. And then when you have more skin in the game, it's even more difficult. Not necessarily trading, it's making the same decisions. Because there's more at stake, it's more difficult to make those difficult decisions when you have more risk at stake. So at the beginning of the combine, you have a lot of anxiety about getting off to a good start. And a good start is always where we would hope that everybody would want to start, right? Nobody wants to start with a big losing day. Everybody wants to start off good. Of course, it's the anxiety you've got to worry about, okay? You get off to a bad start in the XFA, what did you do about it? Did you step back? Did you size down? Did you try trading some micros to get your head wrapped around the fact that balance beam is now further off the floor? You've got to give yourself time to adjust to the added risk of going from the sim account to a trade, to a combine, to an XFA, and then to a funded account. Even, I think, the most steely person, the most thick-skinned person would have to admit that when they, first started getting into trading, and even now, they feel the difference between going from a combine to an XFA to a funded account. Imagine your own funded account, risking your own money, how difficult that's going to be to make those same difficult decisions. So you're not alone, Brad. Having that anxiety is human, but don't let that anxiety control your decision-making process. After that first day in the XFA, when you got off to a bad start, you were probably tilted, right? And if we're tilted, we're not making good decisions. Give yourself time to get back to center where you're making good cognitive decisions before re-entering into the marketplace. If that's just one bad day and you take a couple of days off and you get back to center, then God bless. Start off small, grind your way out of it, and continue to hopefully could trade, profitably and successfully. It's so difficult, I've been to the mountains. I have been to the valley several times. I have experienced pretty much everything that a trader can experience in my lifetime. And even to this day, when I put on risk, I get that little twinge. Okay, here we go. We got a little bit of risk in this. Make good decisions. Is what I'm doing in my best interest? Always be thinking that. Always be thinking that, Brad, because after that first bad day in the XFA, you may have looked at the market the following day and said, screw this. I'm just going to do it or I'm not going to. I'm just going to see what happens. But is that what's in your best interest? Ask yourself, is this in my best interest? Is it in my best interest to get involved in these markets today? Is it in my best interest? And if it's not, have the gumption to say, okay, I'm not going to get involved today. You don't know, because it could be a great day, but you don't know. But even a great day, I've screwed up many a great day. I've been dead right and had such bad execution that I lose money on days like that. I mean, there isn't anything that has happened to a trader. Well, I mean, probably barring a few. I never took a bank down, but there's a lot of things that I've done and that a lot of traders do that still give me that little bit of twinge. When I put risk on, even after all this time, I get a little bit of a twinge. But I know when I'm tilted, when I am angry, when I am jealous, when I am greedy, when my ego is in the way. I know it, and I say I can't get involved until I'm back to center, which is humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Sometimes if things are going real well, your ego will start to get the best of you, and you'll start to think that you're the master of the trading universe, and you don't have to do the work anymore because you know what these markets are going to do. And every time I've come to that side of tilt, there has been much danger at my door. The market will humble you. Humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Humble, grateful, creative, and centered. We don't know what's going to happen. We take a look at the market. We say, this looks like a good probability. If the juice is worth the squeeze, as StockMarketWolf was talking earlier, then you take the trade and you take the loss or you take the win, whichever one it is. You have to be okay with. And that's going to help, I think, over time, relieve a lot of that anxiety. I remember the first time I put a trade on, I was scared to death. Oh my God, what's going to happen to me? But nothing bad happened, even if it was a loss. So, I can manage the loss. It's the one thing we can manage. You don't have to lose boatloads of money. You don't have to do that at all. That's on you. Right? So, Brad, I hope that helps. Breathe.
Awesome. Brad, I hope you're in the chat listening or on the stream listening. That was a masterclass. Thanks, Hogue. Appreciate it. Definitely something we can all relate to. This next question from Amir is also something that a lot of us, I'm sure probably all of us, can relate to also. Amir says, Amir's in the midst of a losing streak at the moment, and he's curious, how do you recommend to take time away from the markets and then restart trading again? What are some things that you should do while you're taking a break? Do you recommend anything specific which might have helped you over time?
Amir, yes. If you're in a losing streak, you can't take a break by sitting there staring at your charts. I've talked to a lot of people, Amir. I've talked to a lot of traders, and sometimes things that I've done to kind of get my head straight might not work for others, and they kind of come and go. Lately, with a little bit nicer weather, I find that I really find myself getting centered if I get lost. There's a lot of forest preserves around where I live. And, if the weather is conducive, if it's not wet and I'm not going to be a mess, I'll go walking back into the woods. Now, I know I'm no further than 3 miles from a road or a gas station or somebody's house. So I know that I'm not going to die out there because I got myself lost in the wilderness. But just going back there and getting lost and feeling feeling vulnerable, saying, "Oh man, which way did I come from?" I know I hear cars over there, but I think that's probably not the way I want to go because there was a parking lot and there was a lot of space. And just kind of getting lost in the woods and finding your way out. Spend time with nature and birds and squirrels and raccoons. Hopefully, not any skunks. But I think that just getting away from things that you know and things that you do every day and and feel lost, feel vulnerable. There's no lions or tigers or bears out there, but you don't know what you're going to run into and step in or step on, or it's just a kind of I don't know. God talks to me out there. That's just how I feel about it. I feel like God talks to me when I put myself out there and I just stand in his world and be a little bit, feel a little bit unsafe or unsure, and then find your way out of it. And I don't know. I talk to God out there, and I feel like he talks to me. And when I'm done, if it takes an hour or 2 hours, and I get myself back to my car, and I look around and I take a deep breath, and I go, "Man, that felt good. Man, I just love doing it." And Amir, maybe there's something that you like to do. Maybe it's going out in a canoe, or going skiing, or whatever kind of gets you away from everything and gets you a little bit vulnerable in an area that you're not quite sure where the hell you are, and finding your way out, and you feel like you're a useful person because you got yourself out of a situation that you were unsure of, and that you were lost, and you talked to God, and God said, why don't you try going that way? And sometimes he's going to send you to the wrong direction because he thinks that there's more for you to learn out there. I think it was Bruce Lee who said, "Pain will stay in you until it's done teaching you." Well, if you're in pain, you want to get rid of that pain, learn something from it, and just go out and be one of God's creatures, and be vulnerable and get lost and find your way back. And you got a good utility as a person or as a human being that way. I was out there, was lost, I had no idea where I was, and I was able to find my way back out of it. So I can do that in the woods. I can do that in trading. I hope that makes a big difference for you, Amir. This is a difficult thing. Losing streaks suck. They happen. You got to find your way out. And sometimes finding your way out of the woods is very similar to finding your way out of a losing streak. I hope that helps.
Again, thanks, Og. Yeah, and as they say, if trading was easy, everybody would be doing it. For everybody in the chat that's asking questions about product updates, if you are using Topstep X, you have access to our current roadmap. I'm going to switch over to Hoax Charts. And that left-hand menu on the side of the screen, all the way at the bottom, you're going to see a question mark. And from there, you could see the entire product roadmap, the improvements that we're making, what's in the pipeline. You can even vote on your favorite new options and maybe get it moved up on the list. So make sure you're taking a look at that if you have questions about Topstep X and more updates to come. Just a heads up for everybody. All right, I think we got time for one more, possibly. Our boy
Ooh.
Joey M.
Cumulative delta indicators in progress. Yay.
There it is, guys. There it is.
There it is. There it is. Awesome. Thanks, CD.
Sweet. Yep. All right. Hogue, I'm going to skip down to line 21. Our boy Joey M is in there. Joey wants to know, when overnight inventory is long and we open well above yesterday's range, are you usually looking for continuation? And does the or does that show high conviction to the long side in the market?
Great question.
About,
1 second.
Yep. We talk about overnight inventory almost every morning when Hogue goes over his charts. So pay attention to this one so you can you'll have a better understanding of it tomorrow morning before the market's open.
So this is on Topstep X. This was Friday's regular trading hour session range. When we opened this morning, let me put this on here so that we can kind of see where the range began. Here's 830 bar. So now we've got the profile, the volume profile to this point. So I know it's kind of hard to see, but this kind of lighter area here is the regular trading hour session range from Friday. Last night we had some considerable overnight longs because the market opened last night at 7 o'clock right there. Overnight, buyers continued to push price higher above Friday's range, continuing to push higher until the open. So when the market is in a longer time frame direction that way, I think that we all know that the longer time frame, we're still holding upside structure in this market. So I think that there's a lower probability of actually closing the gap because of overnight inventory. We also have an important inflection level, 52.15, which is weekly kickoff high. I was looking for the market to hold below that for a continuation of the short time frame downside movement that we've been having, but we did not do that. We took out this high. So, it's always contextual. It's always contextual. What's the bigger picture? Okay. We kind of broke the lower highs here. So I think there was a less of a chance of us bringing price back to close the gap. Not only that, there was the size of the gap. The market opened. It initially, especially in the NASDAQ, left the opening range at the low of the session. It did not do that in the S&Ps, but the inability for the market to even push down to weekly kickoff low here in the S&Ps, I think, has us more likely to, what happened here? More likely to, I don't know, yeah. I just got an order filled thing, but it doesn't look like anything changed here. All right, so I'm just going to get out of this. Here we go. All right, so, we have overnight inventory to the long side. If we can't close the gap, that overnight inventory is likely to continue to get paid. They did to a degree. We have a little bit of a pullback. It might largely be placed on the fact that all of these longs decided to get out of some of those positions. But it's very contextual. Overnight inventory, it can be really helpful. If the market was in a longer time frame context to the downside, and we opened higher, I would say that would probably be a higher probability of an overnight inventory adjustment to close the gap and to see maybe if we could continue to the downside. So a lot of it is contextual. Okay, so I got out of that position. I've canceled all the orders. We actually had a little bit of a winner there. Yay! Yeah, and again, that was not chosen that way. It just happened that way. It was just trying to, show an example of how to trade multiples in different entry levels. All right, so overnight inventory, it can be wonderful, especially if it's in context and opposite the direction of the longer time frame. You're going to get a lot of overnight longs that are going to go, whoops, we're wrong, let's get out. And it can happen really, really, really fast. I mean, we could probably look back and see no overnight inventory, a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side here, bam, out. But this was also a number. This was also, I think it was Thursday. This was the PPI numbers. So the overnight inventory basically pitched right when the number came out. So this was kind of already unusable for regular trading hours. But yeah, overnight inventory is one of the first things I look at. Hey, what are the overnight position traders holding if they're really long and it's contrary to the overall context? Then that might be something I could look for a quick profit in the mornings. Great question.
Awesome.
Let me just ask Simon, answer Simon just quickly here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how do you decipher overnight inventory as long or short? Well, I mean, take a look at the S&Ps yesterday. Here's the 5 o'clock bar last night. The market opened and moved higher. Well, what moves the market higher? Buyers. And if these are short time frame, weaker hands buyers accumulating longs, we can then make the assumption, Simon, that our overnight inventory this morning was long. Yes, they are. Lou. They are working on market profile for TopStep X. Don't have a timeline, but I'm looking very much forward to having it for everybody. So great answer. Hey, Lou, it is good to see you. All right. I guess we're out of time.
Yep, we have hit our limit. But stick around. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie coming up next. She's going to be joined by Hogue once again. You got 2 straight hours of Hogue, and Dolby Time is going to be there. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to try and get Anne-Marie to talk a little bit about the VWAP, if we can. After that, we're going to close out the day with Power Hour featuring Andre, Dolby, and Jack. Jackie P's coming in for Power Hour. And that'll be it for the day until Slow Markets with Coach Dakota at 8 o'clock Central Time. All right, with that, Hogue, Dad Wisdom, let's hear it.
All of you guys having a hard time, and everybody in trading has a hard time from time to time. Remember what Dad said. Tough times don't last. Tough people do. And he was one of the toughest. Love you, Pops. Thanks, everybody, and trade well, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes with Anne-Marie and Dolby on Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Looking forward to it. Thanks for sticking around, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, JD, that was your call.
All good. All right, folks. And we're out.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Thanks for sticking around. And always a pleasure to have Anne Marie with us. We have Dolby with us. Anne Marie, how is your trip going? Staying comfortable?
It's going pretty well. Yeah, it's going pretty well. We saw a really great game this past weekend, and I caught some kind of bug, so I've been a bit of a vegetable today, I'm not going to lie. And so hopefully by tomorrow I'll be doing a bit better, and then I can back out into the fun a little bit later.
Yeah, well, it's a bummer getting sick when you're on vacation or when you're somewhere else. You want to go do stuff and see stuff. I can feel you.
But we'll be here for another 2 weeks, so plenty of time.
Awesome. Any more basketball games in the future?
Yes, we have one this coming Saturday and then the following Saturday. So that's
nice.
really why we're here for the 3 weeks, because they only play games on Saturday. And it's super interesting. People are so into basketball here, way more than the UK. It's just super interesting. They're just, and in his local town where he's playing, I mean, he's a celebrity. People stop him on the street and everything. So he's enjoying his 15 minutes of fame.
Awesome. For those of you that don't know, Anne Marie's son is a professional basketball player overseas. Where are you again? You're in
Portugal.
Wow,
nice.
Yeah.
It's very
Dolby, how are you? how are you? Did you get go out and get all biffed up this weekend for St. Patrick's Day?
No, absolutely not, Hogue. Having you and I having the restaurant experience, we know better than to be out and about on said weekend. Unfortunately, me and my fiance had to work.
There.
Yeah, nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I stayed inside, totally forgot it even happened. She had to drive downtown. That wasn't great. So she got it. She got it. So not my favorite.
Nice.
I remember those days though. Remember those days. Yeah.
Back when we were
There was
amateurs.
a time when they were fun. Far in the distant past.
Yeah, I have a kind of a headache going just thinking about it, to be honest.
All right. Well, we continue to get questions about VWAP, and I consider Anne Marie to probably be the local expert here on VWAP on TopstepTV. So with how we kind of start out, just kind of talking about VWAP and the VWAP bands that you look at, and how you're using it to find successful opportunities. I think I could just let you go, and you can just go.
Absolutely. I saw that Dolby took a trade earlier in the YM, and I thought maybe we could sort of. Did I see that, or was I not seeing that?
I have taken several. Which do you want, the good one or the bad one? Which one do you want?
Let's both and sort of mechanize around what's happening so we can see that together, and then we can talk through a little bit of that mental element that says, well, wait a second, what do I really need to look for? And so we are looking at the YM here on my chart. And let me show you what my volatility bands are first, and then we will get Dolby's entry events and sort of match them together. And I appreciate you being our example to walk through it. So this I probably can't see it very well, but these are the bands that sit inside of MotiveWave, which I love and use for all kinds of connectivity events for my trading. The first one is a 1 standard deviation. And when it's trending normally and without a lot of noise, it's going to sit above the VWAP and above the 1, but not above the very next one, which is a 2.5. And then the one above it is a 3.4. So if a chart is trending nicely, it's going to either be under a downward sloping VWAP and sitting between the 1 standard deviation bar and the 2.5, or it'll be trending up with the 1 standard deviation but below the 2.5. Right?
Yeah.
So the storyboard is this. When the charts start moving, the bands expand. And when the bands expand, they're telling you the rate of motion is speeding up. Typically, you would say, well, why would that mean? Well, the bands are predictors of potential price expansion. And so normally, I don't want to get all wonky about this, but normally price action sits at the most 3 standard deviations away from the VWAP. It's like if you look at a bell curve, it's the skinny part of the tails. But those skinny tails can go, all the way 5, 10 standard deviations. We've seen that sort of thing before. But normally, when markets are behaving, they go between 1 and 2.5. And so when things start moving faster, the bands identify the motion and they go, oh, that means my 1 and 2 and 3 standard deviations are going to sit much farther away. And that's why, because the motion itself is telling the code, hey, listen, We moved up over this edge. This is well outside the range. That means we've got volatility expansion, and so the bands will go wider. So the question is, how do we actually trade with that? So we're going to use a trade. Probably you did not use VWAP bands, but let's look at them in the YM at the proper time and see if we can see what the bands told us in general form. So let's just pick the entry point first. Are we going long or short?
Like right now? Do you want to
no.
Well,
the two trades that you took.
Sure. Yeah, let's do the good one.
All right.
So that was 39,317. So 39,317, and that was at let's see, entry was 1229.
Okay, so I'm going to add a guide, and that guide is going to be, what's the number? 319?
Yes, 39,317.
7. Okay. All right. So we have that, and the time was?
Time was 12:29.
Okay, 12:29 Central Time would be 5:29 my time. So it's right here in this candlestick. So let me move this to a 15-minute candlestick first. And
it should be that long blue one. That long blue one is 12:30.
So you went short.
I got the top. Yeah, right at the top.
So this is absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
It's absolutely perfect because it meshes exactly where a volatility band rejection is going to hold. So notice, here are the important things that I look for. Where are the prior highs? Where are the prior lows? Where are the prior opens? And where are the prior closes? So for about 2 or 3 days, these things are mapping and they're tracking along in my motive wave platform, and they're telling me, hey, this was a prior open at 39,341. So for me, I'm going to look at 2 things that are happening with this band. The first is, 1, I move. Notice I'm going to put a little line here. Tool. I'm just going to use a line, and I'm going to notice that I am making higher highs away from the band. So remember, the band is telling us volatility is expanding. Now, price is not following the band anymore. So if price is not following the band anymore, remember, these are lagging indicators. They don't expand until after price begins to move, right? Notice here, see how the bands are tight here, but right here at the beginning of the day, we have a range expansion in price. It breaks out of this area, and all of a sudden the bands go whoop right after that candlestick. So as a lagging indicator, it's telling us here's what we predict for future if the volatility stays the same and if the trend motion stays the same. But when price doesn't track it anymore, what it's telling us is, hang on a second, prices are not moving as fast as they were before. And so when price stops moving as fast, it predicts a reversion to the mean. And so let's think about why that's true. All right, your average speed, you're on the interstate, your average speed has been 60 miles an hour, but you're coming off an exit and you've got to change direction. What's the first thing you're going to do if you're a good driver? You're going to slow down when you get off the ramp. And you have to slow down because you're changing direction. Price action is exactly the same way. it
Oh,
must
it's nice.
slow down to change direction. Now, sometimes it slows down in a hurry and we get a V-shaped reversal, right? It slows down in a super fast hurry. But if we went all the way down to 1 second candlesticks or 15-second candlesticks, we'd see that curvature of the rotation. So the first thing is we notice, hey, I'm coming into a prior day's open and I can't get above it. So that's telling me also I have a price where there is no demand above it. It's the prior day's open and I've got no ticks above there. So everybody's like, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a 4-hour level, like a little 4-hour range there I was looking at for like support,
but it's also
resistance.
the prior 9:30 open.
Yeah.
It's the prior 9:30 open. Okay, so now you can start hawking it. And you can go, all right, what's going on here? Could I have a short? And does it tell me I have a good short as I move away from the top of the first band at 2.5 or the 1 standard deviation? So there are 2 shorts here. The first short is after this candle collapses and says, hey, I can't break over the prior day's low, I have this candlestick here. So the same price point that you got in only much earlier gave us the trigger that said, hey, I am probably going to revert to the mean. I'm probably going to revert to the VWAP. So here's what happens. We would take the trade here and we would say, all right, my stop is going to be that prior day's open because I know there's nobody with demand up there. Nobody wants to do anything and nobody's searching for higher prices up there. And so I can take the short and I can watch it go into the VWAP. But guess what happens? People go, ooh, it's coming into the VWAP. My VWAP is bullish. I'm buying a dip. So these guys come in and they cut price action off at the pass and they go, no, I'm getting in early. This thing's coming to the VWAP. I can handle it. It's going higher for longer or whatever. And so they take the long here. And that's what reverses this first one because they're trying to get in front of the trade. Now, pretend you're long and you get up there at this one surgeon, and all of a sudden you look to the left and you go, oh, old support, new resistance, and it's a lower high. After you just had a series of lower lows, you're going to go, oh, crud, I'm too early because I bought the VWAP here. It hasn't done a proper test. And so your re-entry, your entry is also a re-entry using the VWAP tools. So you have 2 things in your favor now. You have a failure to break higher, old support, new resistance, and then you have that test of the VWAP, but you also have the momentum indicator going, yep, that thing is going to roll over. And so let me change the momentum indicator levels here because this is a little bit of a different one than the one we use in Topstep X. Yeah. This one is a double smooth stochastic. And so this one, I just moved it to the 833 so it would hold just like the others do. So you can say, all right, I have momentum slipping over. I've making higher highs away from the band. And now I should come back, test the VWAP. You immediately have to think to yourself, wait a second, I have an upward sloping VWAP. The guys who tried to get in early the first time will be saying to themselves, just like you and I position trade, Dolby, we'll be saying to ourselves, I'm just going to add there. That's my VWAP action. I'm going to add there. And notice, where's it headed? It's headed right back up into that potential resistance zone that is sitting here at the prior, So the question now becomes, okay, if we're sitting here, can we take a trade in this particular space at this particular time? And my thought is yes, but you better be small size. So what would be the thing to do? I would say another short with the same stop, but if it breaks through that stop, it's very likely to go here. My thought is that this is another short, right? It could bounce, but it feels like it's another area that the price action is, it's going to do something. And so that's a great place to do it, because you're looking at it and you're saying, wait a second, here's the test. It gave me a lower high. Then I got a lower low. And now I'm retesting the high. And I've got some negative momentum. Let's give this a shot. See if it comes back and dances around that gap again.
Yeah. Well, I'm in a position, so let's do it. Short 9 at 39,313 with a stop at 39,327.
Excellent.
In the practice account, all stars. Let's go.
The key takeaway. While this is running, let's look at the one that didn't work and see if the vol bands give us this idea.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So the trade I wanted to do after that one was the VWAP play. And so I'll tell you where I started to get long. So I started getting long at 39,000. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, yeah. 248, 230, 243, 238, 234. I think that was, and I think 250. No, those, everything besides for that one. So like the 230s, let's say, I started getting long, and I ended up getting stopped out at 39,224, and that happened at 1247.
So, in hindsight, would you agree that it'd be a fair estimation to go, hey, I just sized up too fast?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Okay. So this is what, John said this a little bit ago when we were listening to group coaching. He says, listen, I can know exactly what it is that it needs to do. And because of my placement, I'll still have a loose trade. So when you, everything that you were thinking was absolutely right. And I had this problem of sizing up too fast also, and getting in too fast. I'll get in too fast and then size up too fast. And so what I'm trying to break is the sizing up too fast. I'm trying to fix one thing at a time. And so the one thing at a time that I'm fixing is trying to size up too fast. I will get in to sort of feel the way the market is holding itself. And then once it begins to properly give itself some room, then I will say, all right, I can see that it's holding, but it could drop to Z. So before I add any more, I'm going to wait to see if it fails and comes down into the lower edges.
Yeah.
And so for using the volatility bands and the VWAP, you can easily look at this and go, wait a second. My VWAP is upward. My VWAP is sloping upward. It's a little, lazy river action, but it is sloping upward. And what we can see is that if it's sloping upward, then that long is likely to hold, but I've got to be careful about, whether I jam it up and move in, the wrong, at the wrong speed in terms of getting together. So if we were to look at this trade and say, all right, what are we going to do? is there something you would look at and go, if it does X, I'm going to get out? Or where are you in that sizing up space? Are you committed and you're going to continue to size up? Or are you looking at something where you're going to go, if this doesn't run right away, I'm simply not going to add to the position?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just experimentation for the most part. And so I felt like kind of committed to that VWAP play, and I wanted to, kind of see what would happen if I sized in my orders. Something I did notice looking back at my charts is that like I didn't even get a green 1 minute candlestick when I was already starting to average into this trade. So there probably could have been like a moment there where I probably could have waited and let it at least consolidate a little bit on the 1 minute before I started maybe accumulating a position. But, looking back at it, it was a very, very aggressive play with like a very strong assumption. And I feel like those plays can get me in trouble a lot, where it's like, I'm really confident that this VWAP is going to hold. And that's like the one time it does a little extra shake and bake, and then maybe runs your stop and then goes back into your favor. But like that trade was very close. We got stopped out by like a tick or two. So it was the right idea, but once again, too early, right? So just a little bit too early. And then the hard part too is
specific.
I mean, those two trades were good. I think the hard part too is like, especially when you get like stopped out of a trade in which you were early, but you were right overall, like in the direction, is that it's really hard to get back in because you just lost. And then you don't want to take two quick losers because then you feel extra dumb. And so it's easier just to let it run. But God, is it agonizing to get stopped out by a tick and watch. There's almost like nothing you can do other than just walk away or be okay with just getting back in again.
There are a couple of philosophies right there, right? A lot of times we could sit with Rip's philosophy that goes, hey, listen, put yourself a timeout. Get yourself reacclimated to price action and flow and whatever. And there's the person that goes, no, you just reverse the trade and, or you just get right back in. The thing for me is always, I step back and I go, wait, how solid was my assessment? Where did I make the mistake? And a lot of times we have to think about that extremely quickly, right? We can look at something and go, dang it, I just got in too early. And in those cases, there's really nothing wrong with getting right in. Because I have to tell you, when I get one ticked out of a trade, there is a level of rage that automatically...
You and me both.
I mean, the rage becomes extreme. So much so that I'm seeing red, literally. And so a lot of times I go, wait a second. Was that the right trade? And I'll quickly go through my observe, orient, decide, act. And then I'll say, okay, you just got in a little bit too early. Wait here and then give it 2 more minutes to cycle and get right back in. Right? Even if I'm getting in at a lower price than it ticked me out at, or a higher price than it ticked me out at, for me, it allows me to go, no, you really were wrong. Or it allows me to go, that was just your stop. Right? And so there are two spaces we can be wrong. We can be wrong like, hey, that trade just sucked. You just did everything wrong. And the trade that goes, you were a little impatient. You should have done X. You should have done Y. And then the ability to quickly go, wait a second. This trade has not been invalidated from my big picture event. So I'm chasing it again. And if it stops me out, then I go, the second time I go, all right. Either you're wrong or this is nowhere near the right entry spot. But very often I will not allow myself to feel the rage of getting top ticked or bottom. It's literally, I lose my mind. I get incensed, and then I can't think properly.
Oh yeah, I've lost more trading combines getting top ticked or bottom ticked, and I might be flat on the day, and maybe that got me flat on the day, but that day is not going to be a good day. It's not going to be a good day. Looks like this YM short is not panning out, and I just typed in chat. It feels weird, so I should probably listen to my instincts a little bit more. So YM is running to the upside. But anytime that does happen, though, and I do manage to get back into the trade, there is like no hesitation. And for me, there's not even a moment of thinking. I just have to be like in the zone. Just like, I know this one's good. I'm getting back in again. And I just have to like just smash it. No thoughts. It's like taking too much time to think about like a trade. Sometimes it just the position will run away from you, which is why I like limit orders, because it kind of forces me to plan ahead a little bit. We got Greg in chat saying monthly VWAP for YM is 39,327, and we're sitting very, very close to it.
Yeah.
Very, very close to it.
Anne Marie, I think
sir.
I think I have a good nickname for you.
What is that?
Anne Marie VWAP Bands.
A long time ago, somebody was joking around with me, and they were like, why don't you just have some bands? You need to make some bands.
Bands.
And so I'm like, no, let's just use VWAP bands. But I like that. Anne-Marie VWAP bands. VWAP bands.
Anne Marie VWAP Bands. So they were saying in the chat earlier, they were saying Battle of the Bands.
Chat's on fire today.
It is.
All right, now we're going to move my stop back down again. So we got the test of those 327s, so we'll just move it back down because it shouldn't really go back up
still
there
in
again. Still in there.
Yeah,
we just dodged it.
Sit tight too. Yeah.
A little dodge. I know. So like so Hogue, you were talking about scaling into positions. So here's like a great way in which you could scale into a position. Is let's say you want to, work a short around this area. We can draw a box around it. Like we want to work a short around here.
Mm-hmm.
What you can do is, we can try one here, right? Because maybe it doesn't get all the way to the top. Then you can try one above. And then you can just keep on trying to just nail shorts. And then, maybe even put on like extra size up here so you can like weight it even heavier to the upside. Because then what you can do, is then just set your stop, right here. Wait, that's not the right color. Oh, that's text. Silly me. There we go. So then your stop can be right here. And so you're playing like a major level in which it should not break, but you're just, slowly averaging up. If it does this big run, then you're kind of screwed, whatever. But your risk is cheapest on your heaviest size.
On the biggest entry.
On the biggest entry. Yeah. And then it'll just weigh up your entire average and just stack it closer up here. And then you're in good shape. Looks like this YM has started to roll over in our favor a little bit, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So we're out at 3. So we still have 6 running right now. So we got $105 so far on this short.
So let me be contrarian here and ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, okay.
So let's you enter into that position. You're talking about, positioning overall in the short and getting it on the way up on the little ledges.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask this question. If this trade were ideal, what would it look like?
Like the one I have right now, or the one that I theoretically was just talking
No.
about?
The one
with,
where
scaling?
you said, hey, I'm going to get in here, and then if it goes up here, I'm going to get here, and then if it goes up here, I'm going to get more, and if it goes up here, I'm going to get more. What's the ideal? I'm gonna flatten this. Yeah.
I'll have to say, if it was a trade that I have right now, it looks just about like this. because this is turning out to be a pretty
Really
excellent
pretty.
trade.
Yeah,
which
gorgeous.
I took because of your standard deviation bands. So thank you for that. I was trying to get
My
anyways.
pleasure.
Yeah. So what? Oh my God! Excellent trade. Thank you so much. So we ended up doing really well on that. A little over 1,000, I think. So anyways, the trade, I'll do it in yellow here.
Nice.
It's like you would want something like this. Hold on. Right. So you want it to run up and then kind of come down, and it could even like go back up again if it wants, which it probably would. And then you're looking for like something like that. So then you want to get filled like here on the blue. Sorry, I can redraw blue lines, but you want to get filled like on levels like there, and then there. And then that's what you're trying to play is the rejection.
Okay, so here's what I'm actually going after by asking that question. If the ideal trade has the entry points way up there, additional entry points for you, why not wait until you get to the ideal entry points? Why expand your risk?
Yeah, because here's the problem is that I'm experimenting with this, but the problem is that sometimes you don't get this big of a move. Like sometimes it only comes to like there, and now you're not getting as much of it as you thought you were. So you might not even get filled on these or these, but you still have like a small position. So it kind of just gives you the ability to partake in a potential move like that, like just happened, with it not getting all the way up to the very, very top. So if you can if you can do it cheaply, that's what I would prefer doing. So do like the ones down here and then try to size it up top. That's the goal.
So, and I listen, I trade exactly the same way, but here's what I'm learning in the sizing up process. In the ideal trade, wherever I enter is going to be the best trade that I have. It's going to be my best entry. I'm going to take no heat. It's going to go right down to my target. Caviar in the evening. If, per happenstance, I don't get in the right spot, then two things happen. My risk begins to widen, and then my risk reward can potentially shift, because if the trade is actually going to go in my favor, it's got no business ticking higher if I'm looking for the short. And so what I will do, just like you, is enter in that space. But if it breaks it, I'll wait until it gets to the very top edge of where it is that I think I'm going to enter. If it never gets there and it rotates down, I'm going to add to the position while it's in the green. Now, for those of us doing this, sometimes we go, yeah, but that's bringing my cost basis in a space that's ugly. But here's what's actually happening. The probability of being right increases with the trend moving in your particular favor. The probability of being right decreases when it's moving against us and we're looking at levels to go short. So once we get in, we have to go, hang on, crap, I got in early. Okay, this would be the area where if it comes in and it goes any higher, I'm wrong. And if we wait for that, our risk thresholds are continually getting wider and wider if we keep adding on the way up. But if we just wait and add where we go, hey, if it gets above this area, I'm out. Then you actually get the least risk. You pack on the most amount of contracts at that keen level where you go, man, that's got to roll over. I'm freaking wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And then dub that fretting of, holy cow, am I near my DLL?
Right.
So this is what I am thinking about doing. And this is what I have been doing.
Don't you think you'll get ticked out to the tick a lot less by demanding your best trade location first?
100%. That's what I was going after. But again, I have the same personality with my charts and interact with them in the same way as Dolby does.
Mm-hmm.
I get into a space and go, this looks fairly favorable. I'm not going to buy 10 or sell 10 or whatever right here, but I might do 2 or 3. This is where I've been changing to go, hang on, Fred. 1, you always get in early, and 2, you always size up too early. So break one of those habits right now. And so the habit I'm breaking is the sizing up event. Just sort of saying, okay, if it goes past there, I'm just going to wait until it gets into the area where it absolutely needs to fade. And then I'm going to just hammer whatever size I want there. And my risk ends up going from this to this.
And your profit target goes from this to this.
Exactly.
I think
but I love the volatility bands in the VWAP. I absolutely love them. I can't wait until they get to Topstep X. I really cannot wait.
There's a standard deviation band that I found that's stock. That's like, it gets you like pretty damn close.
It's a standard error band. Is it a standard band?
Yeah, it gives you one range, like one deviation. So I think, if you see my charts, I think
it doesn't come a moving average.
No, I don't know what it really does. It's like it's pretty generic, but we'll probably get one pretty soon. So I think what you're saying is that like I'm getting short on these on the up, right? At these orange arrows, let's say. But you're trying to get short, let's say, at these blue arrows on the way down because you know that price couldn't get higher. Is that right?
Yes. What I'm trying to do is, listen, what I will do is if I get in where that blue arrow is and price action happens to run up against me, the only place I'm going to add is at the top of the yellow arrow where that is. I'll wait right there. I'll leave those other 2 entries out and I'll go, all right, I believe we're going to rotate back into the VWAP because, we're going to do that. If it happens to come up there, yes, I'm going to add.
So you're trying one here for short. Yes. And then if it gets up here, you'll try another one.
Yes.
Short. You'll skip the ones in the middle.
Yes.
And then if it gets back down below blue number 1, then you go short.
Yes.
Theoretically. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Chat, did you get that? That was a good one. That was a really good example of two different approaches to doing it. See, because I just like sizing up. And so like I want my average to be like way up here.
Yes.
And like that's what I'm trying to do is get just the sickest average possible, so then I can just start peeling off price. And then if I'm wrong, it'll be like a couple $100, whatever. But it's best price versus like best momentum. But I do like how you kind of get a blend of both. Whereas we've had like some people on before where like they focus way more on momentum than they do on like the the level. Where I feel like I do like more level stuff, or maybe
I am hyper focused on the levels. Hyper focused.
Yeah. Oh, that was good stuff. That was great. So now I want to try out that type of system and see.
Try and get your best trade location first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
And then
and,
so what happens if it just doesn't go up there? What happens if you never get filled?
Have it.
Do you just start adding it a bunch more anyways, but then your average is going to be like really, really low?
Okay, so here's the
relative to the
question.
global position. Yeah.
Am I trading with trend or against trend? Am I trading a range? Am I trading momentum? That's going to decide what it is that I do. So if things are just running off the rails and I think to myself, hey, I want to average down, this is where I really point to be. And I'm looking at my 1 minute and I get a double bottoming formation or I get a V-shaped formation, I'm going to chase it. If the big momentum and the big time frame says, hey, we're going up, and I get a bottoming formation on my 1 minute, I'm going to chase it. Here's the thing. When you chase that 1 minute, it has a tendency to come back on you, right? That's why, a lot of times you don't want to do that, but always relative to price. Sometimes if trend is sharp in either direction, I'll chase. If trend is not sharp, if it's been sideways like the way it is today, I'm just going to sit and wait. I will not. I love that. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
I'm hearing that a lot recently. Been hearing that a lot recently.
Oh my gosh, so good. Because then you go, well, wait a second, what's my updraft, right? It's sort of like, I love baseball, but if you get a guy who's, 35 and he's been set down 4 times already, do you want to keep him on the roster? I mean, does he have enough runway to give you what you want? And that's really, that's the same thing we look at when we stare down price action like that. We just have to go, hang on, what am I looking at? And in a big sideways mess like this, I'm waiting for the tops, I'm looking at the VWAP, and I'm waiting for the bottoms. And everything else, I'm going to get smashed to ribbons if I don't pay attention.
Yeah. I know. I think a lot of traders have struggled with the range-bound trade recently, and I hope that Chad has been doing a little bit better with it because I really enjoy trading ranges, and I think you do as well, Anne Marie. And I think even Hogue as well. You like yourself a good range, because they're cheap, right? The trades are cheap. You just have to kind of it's not as scary when it gets up there. You just have to know that the rubber band is very, very tight, and it's going to just pull right back down to something called V something. I don't know what that is.
You just have to avoid the gooey middle.
Yes,
that's not good. It's not good.
Only good with cookies.
Yes.
Only good for cookies.
And YM is stuck in the gooey part. Speaking of being stuck, there's a lot going on.
Absolutely.
But hey, the range trade was killer. Range trade was killer.
Hey, listen, if you're in a neighborhood that's got a city and you find a Portuguese bakery, do not pass go. Stop immediately. Drive in. Because the pastries here have been ridiculous.
Really?
You walk out on the street and all you can smell is bread and pastries everywhere. And it's incredible. So I know Chicago's got a ton of that. We've got I think I read somewhere that they speak 78 languages in Chicago.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. I speak one of those. How about you, Hogue? How many do you speak of those?
Yeah.
I
barely speak one.
Yeah, 3/4 sounds about right.
Chicagoese.
It's so fun talking about this VWAP. I appreciate you guys giving me the platform.
We still have to do the tilt, Anne Marie.
Yeah,
still got to do the tilt.
Yeah.
And we shall. And I hope everybody that was, hanging around waiting for this opportunity to talk to Anne VWAP band about the VWAP and the VWAP bands got what they were looking for. I signed in today, Little Red Riding Hogue with the big bad market Wall Street
Wolf. That was a really good one. That one got me this
Loved it.
morning.
So, all right, Anne Marie, when are we going to see you again? You're going to be here for Top Quiz tomorrow, it looks like.
I am.
And then Anne Marie on Thursday for Fast Markets, and then back on Friday for Strategy Lab. So we're going to get a lot of chances to talk about.
Yeah, maybe we can do the tilt.
that. The tilt, yeah.
It'll be fun. Yeah, I haven't used it a bunch. It's just down there hanging out, doing cool stuff, and kind of waiting to see what we're gonna do with it. But I think there's stuff.
I'm going to see if I can't. I'm going to see if I can't put together a kind of an explanation of the indicator that I have kind of envisioned for it by Strategy Lab on Friday, so we can take a look at that and see if you think that this looks like it might be something interesting.
Great.
Well,
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
All right.
awesome.
I think that's going to take our time. Anne Marie, Dolby, thank you very much to all of you for hanging out and checking all this out. Anne Marie, as always, thank you for your wisdom and knowledge, and we'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I'll wear my smart glasses, and let's hope for not too many Series 3 questions that I'm going to get wrong. So.
No one's watching. It's fine.
Dolby, you crack me up, dude. You're so funny. All right, everybody.
The way they ask those questions makes it so difficult to answer.
Oh yeah.
They're so difficult to read through, and then you got to read it again, and it's going to be a lot of fun to take that
tricky. It's going to make
of course. Yeah, they want to make sure you know your stuff. Yeah. All right. That's it, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes for Power Hour. Andre, Dolby, and Jack. Thanks, Dolby, and Anne Marie. As always, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
And welcome to Power Hour. You got Jack the Man in the middle with my partner back in the saddle here. Dolby time. What's happening, Jack? Second time on camera today. I guess you were on for TopQuiz. We are going to be trading up to in Power Hour. It is it hasn't been the most spectacular of markets today, but that's okay. We'll still power through it and see what's happening. Jack, how are we doing today?
Good. Hell of an introduction there. The second time I've been on camera today. Thank you for that.
Yes, you know,
That's good.
gotta come up with something on daily today. We can't. The markets ain't giving us much to work with, so I figure, yeah, you got Top Quiz
give
on
him
here for
Jack.
Power Hour.
Next best
So
thing.
give him Jack is right. Dolby time. Welcome back to Power Hour. It's been too long. It must have been like 2 days. It's only been 2 days, but it feels like forever.
It feels like
So
a long
welcome back.
time, though.
It does feel like a long time. So all is right in the world again. What do we think, Dolby? What'd you say about your practice? What'd you say about your count right before we got on?
Oh, we are $42 away from being up $20,000 in the practice account. So we're talking about practice account trillionaires. Looking at one, baby. 20 G's in practice, which, by the way, is still hard to do because it's still trading, right? Like, it's still the same game. It's just in a practice account. So it's no different, same markets. So it's still impressive.
So let me get this conversion straight here. So 20K in a practice account is equal to $1 trillion.
Yeah.
Just checking.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that conversion.
Practice account trillionaires. Yeah. Actually, what's really funny is that $20,000 in practice is worth even less than $20,000 in a trading combine, and that's on sim. So it's the most worthless sim trading you could possibly do, and I have $20,000 of it.
Excellent to know, Dolby. We got to get that Allen Iverson gift going
what are we
right
talking
now.
about?
Yeah,
talking about practice.
Yeah,
we're talking about practice. Yeah, it's a good one.
So taking a look around the markets here, it does look like oil is upticking near the highs, trading 82.41. It's a penny off the highs of 82.42. That's been a quiet rally, but otherwise S&P's, Nasdaq, hovering around VWAP. Gold been trading sideways for over an hour now. Like we said, it's a backloaded week with FOMC. It's not like a broken record here today. Just kind of saying that over and over again. But hey, that's the kind of mindset we got to take into this. We will keep an eye on the Delta. I did get an update from Delta. John Hoagland, who was just on with Strategy Lab, told me minus 7,000 in the ES. Minus 7,000. Not a big number, but if that number continues to grow and we don't break, might see a setup for a short squeeze here, but nothing certain. Like we said,
what are we considering big? What are we considering big these days? When you're looking at that Delta number, what is it, like a 20,000 one way or the other?
That's big.
What gets your Irish up, so to speak?
Irish up, well, very apropos, day after St. Patrick's Day. I will say, if this starts growing, if we can go from like 7,000 to 12,000 to 17 or 12,000, 13,000 here in the next 30 minutes or so, I'll say that growth is something to keep pay attention to. But yeah, typically 20,000 is a pretty big number. John, correct me on that one, but 20,000, and a lot of it has to do with market movement. If the market isn't moving lower with that type of negative delta, then we got something going. But if the market's moving lower with that kind of negative delta, then it's not a whole lot to check out. But Jack, like we say, typically you and I had kind of the same thoughts going into these closes. We kind of look to fade the overall move for the day, knowing that people got to cover going into the close. But to answer your question, 20,000 gets my attention there. What's this say? The market is rallying. Oh boy, everyone's really stuck on that power hour from last Friday. It is. But last Friday, Isaac Rivera put it out there that the market is not necessarily rallying or being bought up. The market is simply oscillating. And when you're doing play-by-play of markets, to not say if the market is being bought up or rallying just now. So, what are your thoughts on that, Jack? You were there for Power Hour. Is he making a bit of a nothing there? But what should I say when something like this happens?
I mean, first off, Isaac looked great. That was my big takeaway from that. As far as today goes, now I remember what we were making fun of you about is that every time it would go like 5 points one way or the other, you'd be like, market's dumping, market's pumping. It was like a flash crash announcement. But that's sort of the nature of Power Hour. Like, I feel like every time I come in here, right now, I'm looking at the ES and we're kind of at VWAP, kind of at the top of, I have that box around where some of the congestion was from the last session. And just doing, as we say, a little bit of the barcoding right here. So like right now, there's nothing I'd maybe buy if it drifts a little bit lower, but nothing with conviction right now. It is trying to think about the right metaphor for this? What kind of type of power hour is this? This is a lethargic. This is like a hound dog. A hound dog of a power hour right now.
Dolby time, yeah. So far, not a whole lot going. Yeah, it's pretty mellow right now.
Nope. I would say very much so. Yeah, I mean, all the indices are pretty much just in a big old range. It's kind of what you expect from a week with very little news, or with very little news and having that news be in the middle of the week. So that kind of forces all the days before that to be pretty chill. And this is kind of what you get.
Yeah. That's typically what happens in front of the Fed, although there's not a ton of. This isn't one of those Fed statements that I feel is particularly. We all know what's going to happen. If it doesn't happen or something else happens, there'll be pandemonium, but we can't prepare for that.
For FOMC on Wednesday, we're still going to do the stream like we did last time, right? Where we have the press conference being piped in, and we'll have some of us traders, depending on what time it is, on there commenting and trading around that. Is it kind of what we're thinking about for FOMC again?
I think so. I mean, it seemed to work well last time. It's kind of fun. It allows us to have to talk less and
that's true.
Listen to Mr. Powell.
That was a good time. And this is where doing your homework overnight helps, because if you did your overnight homework, you would know that there was a news event on Wednesday, and you'd probably know that today would be kind of a slow day. Mm-hmm. So that's where doing your homework overnight or over the weekend can help get you prepared for your expectations, really, expectation management.
Andre and Dolby, have either of you taken any trades today?
I have. I was just actually updating. I was working on the Chiron. I have one trade during power. Yeah, Dolby's been crushed. I'm up $125. One trade, one winner while during power players. Yeah. Dolby, how many trades have you taken?
We were at one point, I think we were down 3,500 in the practice account, and now we're up to 575.
Man.
So $50 away from that round number of 20,000 of fake money. But we're going to trade the trading combine today. So we're going to switch back. This one's dangerously close to the max loss limit. I've not had very good luck in the trading combines. I'm more of a practice account guy for some reason.
Oh yeah, you're the Paul Tudor Jones of practice. But
that
transitions.
Yeah, it's actually I think it's on my LinkedIn. Actually, being that good.
Your tag. I'm the Paul Tudor Jones of practice.
Yeah,
Nick Dolby, practice hero.
No, hey, practice makes perfect. That's what they say.
Yes, it does. So here we are. We're practicing patience today for some of us. Mine's 5,500, so shorts unwound a little bit. Thank you, John. So we got not a whole lot cracking there. I guess we will have top quiz winners here coming out in a little bit. Jack, did they get that question right? The question that you had that you laid up for him earlier in Fast Markets?
Yes, MP got it right. He's 3 for 3. I'm meeting with the graphic designers afterwards to talk about how we can get a scoreboard. And I actually have this idea. We can brainstorm it now. Is we got to figure out what the numbers are going to be, but I want to make it. I'm going to propose to MP that every time he gets one wrong, he Venmos me a specific amount of money, and every time he gets one right, I Venmo him like 25% of that because he needs over 70% right. The question is just what numbers make this work.
I like that. That's great thinking. That is great thinking.
I'm looking forward to
it.
Have
you floated this by MP yet?
No, I was just planning to do it next time I see him live. Put him on the spot so he can't say no.
I like that.
Oh,
very good.
Impressed me so far. And we actually do have one more at some point during this power hour. I've been contractually obligated. Yeah, we have one more that I'm going to give to you guys. Don't worry, it's not too bad.
All right. 1 in 4 chance, Trey.
I'll take those odds. Taking a quick peek at Till here. 50-50. He has 60-40 long side NASDAQ. Dolby took a look at your YM 50-50 over there. Dolby's our new resident expert down mini trader. So we got that going. We're talking about how it holds a stronger bid. Right, Dolby, we're saying this is a bit stronger to the upside than NASDAQ and S&Ps. Are we still feeling that with its components and whatnot?
I mean, it feels like it's trying to do a little bit more than the other indices as far as like trying to achieve something structurally. Everything else is trading like thoroughly within a range. Maybe like YM is, I think, really trying to maybe do a stop run. I don't want to get short right here because we're so close to 39,320 and 39,340 that I would much rather wait and see if we can do a stop run and then roll back over. That would do the most damage to whoever's currently trading right now. So I think that's what the market would want to do. I just think shorting right now is a hair too expensive with those levels looming so closely. But I definitely want to do some shorts though nearby.
So you're all in on the on the YM now. You're like,
yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. I really recommend it.
Like that $5 blackjack in outside of Vegas somewhere. You're down to the YM.
$5 blackjack, Jack. I wish it was $5 blackjack. Oh my god, that was Flamingo. You're forever in
Take us
my
back to
nightmares.
Vegas. 500 lot. You got a 500 lot here in the NQ. Thank you there. Yep, 500 lot at 294 even in the NASDAQ. Thank you there, Coach Jay Cook. So that's a pretty big outsize order there in the NASDAQ. And
yeah, so we'll stack some sells and see if we can just start like getting some shorts off the top to some of these highs off a stop run. But once I start getting filled, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about as how like YM gives you a little bit more value for the size that you're trading. Actually, I'm going to do 2.
Okay.
2 here.
If you have any other hot ideas, throw them in the chat because right now I don't see anything in the ES that seems interesting. There's a 400 lot at 52.30. Even the ladder looks boring.
Okay. It does. I actually earlier today I had to refresh TopStep X to make sure it wasn't frozen, and it wasn't. It was the markets were simply just not trading. So yes, it's been quite the test and patience today. Hopefully, if you made a couple bucks, you're going to sit on it. You can let that roll into Tuesday, into Thursday, to Fridays, so on and so forth. Yeah, we'll try to pull the trigger here on some trades, but I can't force anything. Dolby, what are we doing? What are you stacking over there?
We're stacking some offers. So we're just doing 3 pairs of 2 at just previous kind of highs. So we have one going off at 17 evens and 16 evens in the YM. Then we got 28s, 27s, and then we're going to try 38s and 39s. And then once we get filled on one, we'll set a stop and probably put it at like 39,350 or something. Yeah, and so all we're really betting on is just stop runs of these previous highs. I can even draw a little line, like all of these right here. And then hopefully we do a stop run and get back down to VWAP. Bada boom, bada bing. That's the plan.
Bada boom, bada bing. I love that. Yep. This is... All right.
Ooh, Eddie, great question. Are we implementing the Fast Markets bingo card? That is a juicy idea. Jack, what are your thoughts on the bingo card? That was
I really want to do it. It's a matter of figuring out a way to make it work, right? Like,
yeah,
it's difficult to give everyone a different bingo card and make sure that people aren't. It's a little more complicated than it would appear.
I know.
Also, can you imagine
like most things?
If everyone had the same card? I feel like the chat would be goading people so hard into doing something.
It would be so funny, though. It would be.
It would be funny.
Instead of fire drill, 100,000 times in there, it would be like 100,000 people asking, "MP, talk about the farm."
Talk about the farm. Talk about the levels. Where are my levels?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly. We want to do it though. I mean, we're testing that. That might be a bell-to-bell thing we can do, but
yeah, I think it has a lot of opportunity. A lot of opportunity.
A lot of opportunity. 5-point range this power hour in the ES.
Rough. YM is starting to drift higher though, which is pretty interesting. So I'll keep an eye on it and report back. Oh, it's actually just up right now.
It's just up.
Charts do look better, so we're getting warmer with the resolution and trying to get that all figured out.
Always working.
Yeah, we're in the trading combine. Yep. We're in the actual trading combine this time. It's hard to I'm thinking about what if I do get to XFA one day and having to adjust to the scaling plan. So I wonder if the next trading combine would be just try to follow the scaling plan before getting to XFA and kind of seeing how that goes. Because I'd have to size down a lot. I'd be down to like 2 or 3 contracts, and that'd be it. Which I think would probably be kind of nice, to be honest, now that I think about it. I think it'd help you be more disciplined, right, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I don't trade more than a couple contracts anyway.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're doing really well and your stats are outrageous, which mine aren't with like 1 or 2 contract, you don't get the privilege of trading more.
Until you've earned it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that. Crude oil still pushing highs of the day, even after the pit session close, trading at 82.46. What is it up, like $2 today or something? $1.50. Wild.
You're the oil trader.
I don't know. It's not on my.
Came down. The 500 lot's moving down, guys, in the NASDAQ. I'm watching it here. Thank you to the chat, Jay Cook and Janish Patel. That 500 lot has moved down from at least 129. Now we're down to 86 is. It's at 86 now. Started at 294. And now it is down to 286. Yes, 86. Oh, Phil. So that just triggered. Yeah. Thanks for shouting that out. So 500 trade there
too. Yeah, YM just shot up too. Right when that happened.
Okay, cool. All right, so there we go. Yep, they did trade too. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Jay.
Yep. We're 4 points away from dipping our toe in the water here.
The one thing I could say for sure that doesn't work in the power hour is any sort of fading of, once that 250 number comes out, it's not a good, it's not the sort of volatility I feel like you can fade. It feels like a lot of the time it just will keep on going through
MOC?
the close. Yeah, MOC.
I mean, that's a pretty raucous time in the NASDAQ. I don't know if we've really seen it recently on a day like this where there's so little volatility. And is it going to do anything at all? Or is it just going to exacerbate a range extension just to hop back in within range again? But who knows? MOC is a crazy time. I do not miss that from NASDAQ trading at all.
That was crazy, dude.
At all.
Some of those moves are wild. Yeah, Jack, I think you're right. It's kind of a one-way trade. Once that 250 number hits, I guess the orders are stacked in that side, buy side or sell side, to make it such a one-way trade. But fading that move is definitely hard. Maybe in the last 10 seconds, you could probably maybe fade that. I don't know, but I know what you're saying. It's definitely hard. But these markets are just... It's a whole lot of nothing right now, guys.
So are we expecting tomorrow to be similar then?
Yeah, I would think that we're not going to see anything. Unless something out of nowhere happens, I think it's sit and wait until, what's coming out besides that. Earnings are done.
Right.
Whole world's looking at Powell. It's not even like we know what they're going to do on rates. But what's going to move stuff is going to be the presser. What sort of word math does Powell do to try and keep everyone happy?
Who, Jack? Who's everybody?
Everybody. I mean, that's why they do it. I mean, they just don't want major volatility. They want this all to go away, sort of soft landing. We kind of return to normal. They consciously, in every statement, they only change a handful of words. And unless you knew what was going on, you would think that they're almost like synonyms, from rapidly to a slightly higher pace or something like that. But
yep, I remember those days.
Definitely sit on them. While we're in these slow markets, would you guys be open to trying to answer a Series 3 question?
100%.
In.
Got one more in it. All right.
MP, you there? You watching, MP?
I hope he is. It's kind of a manual processor. You ready for this?
Okay.
All right. This one's pretty easy. Let's see what happens here. How's that? There's some animation skills. Wonder who did that.
Yeah.
An individual who buys a futures contract against a cash forward sale is A, spreader, B, scalper, C, hedger, or D, speculator. Feel free to throw your questions in now. I'll start removing answers as they go.
I have an idea. It's in my head.
Yeah. You just got your guess a cash for sale. I have an idea.
Say your answer.
Oh,
1, 2,
they
3,
delete.
C.
D.
I'm just gonna keep removing them slowly, assuming this updates. There we go. Is it
D? I got
C
D.
or D?
It's a speculator.
It has to be C. Let's go C.
D.
The suspense is killing me. What? I've already hit
stuck?
the enter key. I don't know if we're stuck. The answer is, ladies and gentlemen, this is why the internet is not a perfect thing. I'll just go
John's
ahead
got
and
the
say
answer in
it,
there.
and I'm sure it'll disappear the second I do it. But the answer is indeed C.
Nice. Good job,
Hedger.
Dolby. A hedger, not a speculator. Okay. Yeah.
I'm dipping my,
I didn't see
my shoe. My shoe in the water. My shoe is in the water. Short 1 YM 39,301.
Humanity. I wonder if MP would have gotten that right.
I think he would. He's been studying. I could tell by the way he answered some of those questions that he has been.
Oh yeah, he knows more than just the A, B, C, or D. He's got the reasoning behind it too.
Oh yeah, it was emphatic.
Are there shapes and colors as well that you can use to signify your answer for Series 3?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You know, like circle or like yellow.
Oh,
you know,
like in Kahoot or
TopQuiz?
something?
Yeah, like in Kahoot. Maybe you're like colorblind or something. I don't know. Do they have that type of stuff or like symbols?
This may shock you to learn, but the Series 3 is a pretty dry test. No, there's not a lot of photos or like pop-up book things. There's none of that.
They don't tell you like draw a head and shoulders pattern in this box, and some guy is just looking at like 1,000 exams of just head and shoulders patterns to make sure they're right.
Maybe I haven't taken the test.
That'd be a fun job.
Incredible.
Who's asking?
Incredible.
What the hell is Dolby talking about?
I don't know, man. It's power hour, man. It's just non-power hour, low power hour.
Sorry,
All right.
Don't worry. No one remembers the Monday powers. Everyone remembers the Friday power hours.
Yeah, that's right.
Wednesday.
This trade's pretty good though. Wednesday will be lit. I won't be here though, but you guys should have a lot of fun.
Wednesday will be. Do the same way. Who we got on for Wednesday? Oh, Isaac Suffren, sweet. With Hogue, nice. You got some veterans or knowledge there. But yes, it would be a
Isaac is always,
what do you got?
Is always the guest. Isaac is always
He was
the
the one
guest
last
for
time,
every special event we do. That's funny. He was just talking about that too, like the last 2 times he was on. It was fun though. Yeah, I had a good time. Did you have a good time, Andre? When we did the
I did have a
pile
good
crusher?
time. Yeah, man, that was good. It was
we had rips.
Yeah, we did. It's
cool.
about as serious as you'll see us here on TopstepTV. We were locked in. It was no joking around. It was all ears on Paul. If there was moves to be made, we'd trade, and we have very little commentary. But I thought we did a really good job piping in that sound and then trading around it. A couple comments here, a couple comments there, but yeah, we're locked in. The playtime's over when that thing comes out, and we're into full on trading mode.
Yeah, I think Jack reads the releases and then does like a little analysis on like the verbiage that they use, and then he gives like his opinion on if it's bullish or bearish in real time. It's impressive stuff. It's very impressive. Yeah, I think you actually wrote that. Did you write that algorithm, Jack? Is that what you were doing?
Of course. I've written many.
Nice 54. Thank you, John. We'll have top quiz results for you guys here in a little bit. For those answers.
Yeah, we got them. We'll wait till this bottom of the hour liquidity comes in and then see what happens.
Cool. Delta 50. So we got nothing cooking with Delta. We got a whole lot of nothing. It might be a no trade all around, except for Nada. Yeah, John. I hear you. Dolby Time Light is never afraid to pull the trigger, as he is the Paul
I'm in
Tudor
one.
Jones of. There we go. Long.
No, I'm short. I'm short 39,301.
We're taking
currently.
to the upside. Okay.
I think we go for a big stop run. I'm just kind of bummed I didn't
That's
get
right.
filled on my other shorts on the way up, unfortunately. But this is funny. So, okay, so like last segment, we're talking to Anne Marie about how she would have scaled into this trade differently. Well, I kind of used her approach to get into this one, into this trade. So we didn't get filled all the way up, but it did break this little 1 minute consolidation at the top. So I was like, oh, okay, let's try one here, and then we'll still keep shorting on the way up if it gets up there. But as you can see, what's cool about YM is my stop is what, $235, and it's what, 47 points away. I mean, that's pretty cool. So there's a lot of room for me to add size and still be well within like a reasonable level as far as risk goes. So that's kind of like why I'm enjoying the YM there, is that like you can really work some positions, I think, over time, whereas like you can't really do that in the NQ. It moves too quickly, far too quickly. So what was that?
I like that. That's what I like about Topstep TV. You get such a wide array of different type of trading styles. From Anne-Marie said she'd enter the trade differently than you know, and Jack and myself as well. I think that's what you get here. You get the buffet of trading from all types of I see what's happening. All types of different trading styles, execution strategies, time frames, short term, long term, and products for that matter. So Dolby, would you say you're kind of you're going to settle in with YM here for a while, and you're going to keep trading that?
I think so. Yeah, as long as it provides, I mean, good liquidity. I don't anticipate it like slowing down anytime soon. I mean, I might start looking at crude oil as well, because that market's been doing really, really well. So that's woken up. So that might be fun to trade again. Let's see. Yeah. So just like based off like the daily, right? It's had all of these like barcoding situations all the way from like early February to almost all of February was really slow. Even most of March up until the like last week was really range bound as well. And now it's actually starting to wake up a little bit. So that's good. Kind of scary for like consumers because, you know, we got some green candlesticks dripping to the upside. What, 86 is next as far as like possible resistance goes. I mean, I think once 86,
whose screen?
Yeah,
it's my screen. That's my screen. There's my screen there showing with the live up $125. Did Financial Juice quit doing MOC number? Bob L asked. It kind of feels that way. Our man Eddie Horn's been on with their support team. There was some sort of bug. I don't know. Do you guys have any updates? Do you guys know anything further? Because all I've heard is that maybe we get the actual number. We don't get the initial anymore. So we'll keep you updated. I haven't heard from Eddie yet today, as he's been they're over there in support, working over there. But as far as I can tell, MOC has not been coming out the 230 number.
Yeah, he's actually out today. He's under the weather, so let's wish him the best.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Very good.
Very slow.
Well, if we want, we could do top quiz. I don't know if what we got, if you guys are ready with that, but if we want, I think you guys just
we could.
Not a whole lot heavy left in there. It's always interesting to see the names and who won.
We had a 5-point range. Oh, go ahead, JD.
Are we ready for it now? Let's do it.
We're ready, baby.
Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Anybody recognize anyone?
Hold on. Rips
at
for
the
win?
Luxor.
Oh, come on.
I didn't get a chance to really look at this before I posted it just now.
Rips for win at the Luxor. Jack picked me.
There's a lot of those.
Are they?
Sully's finger. Would love to know whatever that means.
Yeah.
Good.
I looked over it though. I look over them now. Make sure no one's getting too naughty.
No one can't get too frisky.
Yeah, you gotta watch out.
Who won? The Ruma trades. Yeah, I won. Okay, good job.
We had enough.
Everything looks pretty. Yeah, I think that everything looks pretty PG there. Who do we know?
All right.
Not off the top of my head.
Thanks. Oh, there's Sully. Was that you, Sully? Sully's finger?
Hey.
Give us a thumbs up, Sully, if that was you. Also,
give us
Jack,
thumbs up, Sully.
Mr. Abbas in the chat, Jack, wants to know when the next bite-sized trading video is coming out.
It's coming out in 2020.
That was a nice blast from the past. I forgot about those.
Yeah, the bite-sized trading videos were that's a relic of. I left for vacation right at the beginning of pandemic, and it was like that we were never back in the office. So that was an attempt to make some sort of content at home, but I think it was more an expression of our own sadness with the whole situation. It's kind of depressing to look back on. So I don't expect to see any more of those, but we do have some cool ideas coming out. I know in addition to the Series 3 stuff, MP wants us to do more with exploring and kind of quizzing chart patterns, just having more stuff come in throughout the day that's educational, whether you're, for beginners or whatever else, but we'll keep it fast and light.
Mm-hmm.
Was that kind of like your Bo Burnham moment, Jack, over COVID, was doing those videos? Just sitting in your room, just making art?
Yeah, it was just me and a camera saying what the definition of a stop loss is.
Oh, my
God, I can't believe that was 4 years ago. That was wild.
There's one of those videos. I don't know if people can find it, but we tried to do some more live content during that time. And there's one where I'm just sitting on my back porch with the same mic I have now, just going off on. There's just no one there talking on the other end. So I was just kind of waxing philosophic of the market's down. It just goes on forever. I'll see if I can find it sometime and cut it up.
Oh, that was there's some strange times, man. That was just one big Twilight Zone.
Days. Yeah.
Very weird time.
Yep.
4 years later, I'm still in a room by myself right now talking to you guys.
Yeah.
So in a way, nothing has really changed all that much.
No.
Yeah. Except I have a kid now. That's the big one.
That's a big one.
Okay. We had a 5-point range for the first half an hour of Power Hour in the ES, and we are still inside that massive candle.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought I was about to see some wiggle there in the S&P ladder, but that flamed out.
Yep.
I don't even think
this market better. Yeah,
this market can't even force patience. If the market doesn't move, you really can't do anything. Dolby Time's still going to make wine out of water here, which we love. Thank you, Dolby. Like you always say, Dolby, what do you say about ranges? What do you always say about ranges? They can't.
What? You can't what?
Range. You can't stay here forever.
You can't range forever. Can't stay there forever. Doesn't matter what the time frame is. 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 day. So once that range wants to break out, it's going to go to a new happy place to reestablish balance. So I like to go long bottoms and go short tops. That's just me personally. But other people like to play the breakout range kind of in between the two stops between the ranges, but I'm more of a range guy myself. That's what I prefer.
Yep.
And that's the trade that we took here. We just shorted the top of a range. Right? Look at the 30-minute. Totally range bound. Just candles stacked next to each other. Beautiful shape. That means cheap. Means cheap trades galore.
It is a Dolby Time special.
It's a Hogue special too. He likes them.
Hogue special. Yep.
Yeah, I still don't know what's that breakout trade, the morning breakout trade. See, I'm never on
initial bell.
The opening range
trade. Yeah. What is that one?
Breakout.
How's that work?
The idea is that you take the so whatever the range is, Hogue uses the first minute for that. There's a lot of volume, things are getting done there. And then whichever way it breaks out of it, tell me if I'm wrong here, Andre, is that you go with it with the idea being you're going to puke the trade if the range is small enough, you're going to puke that trade maybe a few ticks beyond what the opening range is so that you can avoid getting stop run. But the idea is that if the day is a day where the opening range is the dead ass high or dead ass low, then you
Mhm.
have a lot of upside on it's a trade you could be wrong a lot on, as long as you have the chutzpah, the conviction to hold the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Hope says I'm right.
Nice.
I enjoy that.
Yeah, Hogue himself.
All right, we're
Looks like you
listening.
were right.
See, Hogue, we're learning. That's exactly it, Jack. Playing the breakout.
Only thing I see in the
What we
ladder
got
here
here?
in the ES, we got a 500 lot at 52.17. We're dipping down
Yes, we do.
into my purple box.
Dipping
Let's
down.
see it.
When was the last time you had Dippin' Dots?
Probably at a White Sox game 5 years ago.
There you go. Was the future of ice cream what they call those things?
It's been the future of ice cream for 70 years.
Yeah. Yes, it
Yeah, it
has.
really has
Yes,
been.
it has.
Yeah, I think I had it in a
Pretty good.
movie theater last time. That was a good spot. Classic memories there.
Yes.
Well, they got a storm apparently in freezers that are like colder than normal freezers. So,
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, it's that's so funny. What's your moat to your ice cream business? Oh, we do spherical ice cream spheres that have to be extra frozen, so no one else will do it.
that's the pitch too. Think about how many freezers people have in the world. Now imagine none of them can hold this ice cream.
Yes.
Right.
Welcome to the future.
Proprietary freezer system. Love it.
See someone saying CL's selling off a little bit.
Yep. NASDAQ. NASDAQ lower end of this 5 minute the range here on the 5 minute candles. S&P's not a whole lot. Just take a quick peek. I know we do this at the close, but it might be worth doing it right now. Well, we got different numbers. All right, we got U.S. housing tomorrow. Building permits. I mean, it might be a lot more like this tomorrow as well, guys. 7:30 Central Time in the morning. We got the U.S. housing start numbers and some more housing, building permits. It's going to be light. All right, so it's going to be light. Knowing that, we're going to continue to wait this market out, and we're going to wait for Wednesday. And even on that Wednesday, it's going to be the second half of Wednesday into the afternoon. So it's really important that we sit on our hands on our butt, as we like to say. Cannot force stuff. You don't want to put yourself in a big hole that's going to end up any profits you make in the latter half of this week is just going to get you out of the red. Those profits, you want those to stack profits and just add to the black. So basically, what I'm thinking, if I'm sure some local traders might even take the day off tomorrow, not to get caught up. But here we go. We might start to see a bit of a sell off here. Dolby time. I think that's
pretty happy right now.
Play his intro music.
$110.
Very good.
This is the thing with YM. It is a product that I think you could easily start off trading 2 or 3 contracts off the bat, right off the bat.
Okay.
At least 2. At least 2. Just because I'm up like what? It's like a decent amount, and it's only like $100. Like I really wish I did have an extra contract on for all my Dow trades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But we're going to hold this one lot unless we get filled a bunch more. I do think we can try to run all the way down and stop everyone out at 39,202. But that might just be my crude oil talking, because that's something that crude likes to do when it starts wrapping up.
I got short one as well, just to see, there's not a lot of movement, and I want to see if we can go down and grab that 500 lot down there.
I like that idea.
That's a good idea.
Whereas you said it's 17, Jack?
Yeah. We're not moving anyway, so.
Yeah, I've been in this trade for over 20 minutes already, just on this one lot.
That's power hour too.
Oh no. It's also the YM and not the NASDAQ, because I'd be in and out like a million positions by now. So that's the other thing. If you like holding trades a little bit longer, check out the YM. So you can get size and hold positions.
But wouldn't that signal that you're just putting too much size on the NASDAQ?
Oh, everything feels like too much size in the NASDAQ to me.
I said before that dome for the NASDAQ makes me very anxious.
It's so fast.
Those of you that
It's
traded,
so
I don't know how
fast.
you look at it all day. It just looks, because I came from trading bonds where if you saw a ladder like the NASDAQ, I just get like PTSD flashbacks to it being like 1 minute before unemployment or something, where you have like a position on and you're SOL because it's too late to get out of it. Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I think it's thin, yeah.
RTY is starting to head to some lows at 2053. If it can get below 2052, that could be pretty interesting. That seems like some relevant structure there, because we weren't back there until 8:40 earlier today. So that could provide some action. So if you're if you're a range bound trader, this is a pretty nice range, like on the 30-minute. So if you like longs, I mean, that would be a pretty cheap trade right there for a long. Obviously, it looks very scary, but that is technically a cheap. Yeah, I mean, even on the 1 hour, it's touched it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Buyers have stepped in, but up to y'all. Back to YM, and just gonna wait.
Four minutes. All right. Great day as usual for the Mag 7, I'm seeing.
Chat seems to be saying that the Mag 7 is pumping.
Pumping.
YM starting to push. RTY starting to go down. ES is hanging in there. Good job. And so is NASDAQ. Huh. It's only RTY and the YM that are starting to roll over a little bit.
YM 75% short, Dolby. YM 75% short.
Wow, that's good numbers.
That's good numbers. I don't think you really, at this time of day, this type of volume, I'm not sure you can really fade that per se. We got nothing. We got nothing tomorrow too, guys. Yeah, this is gonna be barren desert. We're just looking for some water.
Yep, great day for a practice account tomorrow, and just practice, trading ranges, and just see how you do. What can be fun though is like if you have a really nice range day and it's lunchtime, then you have like double the reason to be in a range, and you can actually do some pretty nice scalping on some of those days. Like the YM today, between lunch, between like 11 and 12 about, was really nice. It was tightly wound, and you could very easily just scalp tops and bottoms for what is that? It's 10, 15 points, 20 points, like 25 points, 20, 25 points. If you're into scalping, that's a possibility. I'm gonna move my stop down.
Be careful with it.
$70.
Yeah.
Hollow.
Just be sure you don't get too close to it with like the MOC coming out in a minute and a half.
Oh, that's a good point. I might get whipped on volatility. Yeah, if you guys want to see something fun, pull up the chat, pull up the NQ and the YM on two different screens to just watch how differently the two markets are going to react on the dome. And that, like, in general, I feel like kind of personifies both of the markets as far as their personality goes.
$50 seconds.
Here we go.
Daily reminder, we are 6 seconds delayed on YouTube, so you'll know if we get smoked before we do.
Yes.
Move my stop down again, so now we're going to lock in 130.
Good.
Assuming you don't get whipped.
I'm going to get whipped so hard. But
I'm not going to answer that at the moment.
That can be... Cut that. Cut that for Topstep After Dark.
Part 2.
Yep.
Oh.
All right, we got 10 seconds here.
See, there it is. We.
All right, baby.
Chat.
Come on. Come on. Don't overtime.
Hello, chat.
Yep.
Now we're up 205. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Oh, look at this.
was-
We're just going to keep on moving my stop down.
Sold.
Now we're locked in
All right,
205,
Dolby.
locked in 230.
Jack.
You going to
So
keep
you
on
want
going
with
down?
you?
We'll keep
I
on
want it.
going.
I think it's going to make a grab at that 4. Give it
Yeah,
to me.
I sold them with you guys.
Give it to me.
50.
Work that one lot. Wow. Work the 4. Find those 4. That 400 lot.
Keep on going. All right, we got 250. We did it, chat. We broke the trading combine curse, and we put up a winning trade in the trading combine finally.
Well done.
Somebody
Well
wants to
done.
get size done. Do it.
Fantastic. You can flatten all the other orders. But that's why I had all those orders stacked up above all those levels, chat. That's like the move we were trying to get. We just didn't get the stop run all the way up, which is why I hopped on Anne Marie's trade, or what she would have done in that situation, and it paid, which was awesome. So another tool for the toolbox.
I like it. Dolby time. Good
Yeah,
trading.
it's 255.
All
Yeah.
right,
So go ahead, Jack.
I'm positioned right in front of that 500 lot down there.
Nice.
Make a
Me
run
too.
at it.
Yeah.
Me
So
too.
just a little recap. 25-minute hold time. Short at 39,301. Exited at 39,250. So 51 points. Is that right? Yeah, something like that. 51 points. Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, we're getting close to that 500 lot here, Jack. Like a magnet.
Come get it.
Come get it. Do the right thing, market. You know the market can see it.
Hey, case of death is me moving
wants
this
it?
stop further down.
There we go. Keep on coming on.
I am going to try to do a pulled pork, though.
Oh,
What are you going to go long?
Here we go.
Hey,
Yeah.
Opa.
Get it?
Long.
Opa. There's flat and cancel. I'm out.
Let's see if we can do a stop run of 39,221 and then just rip to the
trade.
upside.
Nice trade,
We'll
Jack.
see. Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
That is how you do it. Made
Yeah,
$100
what did you end
bucks
up
with you there.
getting on that one? I can update your thing for you.
Yeah, 347.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Spicy. Well, 237.50. Little trade like that. That's what you do. You wait all day. Little trades like that. Old school trade. Look at all these bids coming in the S&P ladder. Look at all that liquidity. Finally, where you been?
Profitable power hour. Fantastic. Unless
Indeed.
the 15 lot rips my face off. Otherwise, this should be a profitable power hour.
That 15 lot rips my face off.
So here's the part that I mentioned earlier where I feel like just trading power hour has made me a little more wary of this, is that it's so cheap right now. Maybe this, it's going to rock back. I'm not touching the long side of this.
Yeah, not on a
We'll
day
just
like
assume
today. I
it.
don't think. Yeah, I think you're right. That was a sweet little liquidity play there, guys. Jack, you saw the 500 lot got short. Knowing how the S&P likes to behave when it sees size orders like that, and sure enough, pretty high probability play. We're able to book some profits here on Power Hour. A profitable Power Hour, Dolby time is what we like to see. Good things happen when you're back there, Dolby time.
That's what we'd like to hear. Up and to the right.
Yeah.
That's what we like our P&L to do.
Damn right. All right, more sellers coming in here.
Yeah.
Isaac has a piece. Are you short there? I'm not looking here. Are you short there, Dolby
I'm flat.
I'm flat. Okay, no pull point.
Actually, I'm going to see if I can get long 39,221 on a stop run, and then see if it's just going to rip back up to the upside.
Okay.
This is going to be 15 contracts. If we get it.
15. Nothing like a little 15 banger here with 5 minutes left in the trade on a very unspectacular. We're still selling here, and they are S&Ps are looking for liquidity to grab. There's no doubt about that, and it is to the downside.
Oh, we missed it by a tick. No, maybe not. Come on back. Have to add some Monday excitement.
There's some liquidity down here in the next couple points on the S&P in the bids. Let's see.
That was a funny one, James. That was a funny one.
Thank you.
Man, we missed it. We actually did miss that 15 lot by a tick. Unless it comes back down and gets us. But you will see, like, I think I do have like a $900 stop on this, and I think it's like 12 points, 12 or 13 points, which is still like a pretty decent amount.
Chopping around here. Buyers trying to take it higher. Off that sell-off off the 250 Central Time liquidity injection. Buyers are going to try to maybe pick the bottom here. Delta've got a whole lot of nothing over there. So this is just a find liquidity, seek liquidity, see profit, take profit type of trade. Wow, what a lackluster power hour, guys.
I think I'm going to get filled on this. I'm getting filled vibes.
Are you really?
Yeah, I am. Whether this wins or not, who knows?
So you just want to slap on a 15 banger with 3 minutes left?
That's what I'm doing.
Dolby style, man. I love it.
All right, we got filled.
I hope it works out for you, but I feel like this is a trade that never works.
No, it never really does.
Well, yeah, I just remember when I was doing auto spreading is you would get mishedged or like hung, so you would end up with a bunch of outrights on at the end of the day and just like sit and pray it'll come back. It's got to come back.
Yeah.
It's too cheap, and it has a way of not doing that.
Yeah, like right now, this is terrible.
Why aren't I short?
This isn't going
If it gets
well.
if it gets to the bottom of my pretty purple box, I'll buy one.
Oh no, chat! This isn't going well. Damn
Chat.
it! Damn it! Man, I'm like 0 for 4.
They're selling.
I don't know how I got a reputation for pulled pork because I'm like 0 for 4 or like 0 for 5 for trying to pull that off. What's actually fun is that it's going to the spot where I wanted my exit to go. So that means we should try it again.
I bought one there to validate. This is just more of a heat check on my purple box.
I like that. I like that.
I'm not gonna let this make my power hour negative.
Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes.
Why am I long when it's dumping? Because the purple box, man.
That's honestly about like the most truthful answer you could ever give about any technical analysis. It's like because uptrend. Yeah. That's why.
Yeah. And you know what? That's okay. Not everything needs to have some complicated, complex answer. Sometimes that's okay, in my opinion.
Yeah. Right.
Everything needs the most, in-depth analysis. Sometimes we overthink things when it comes to trading.
Like I drew that box. If I'm not going to act on it, then that's 10 seconds of my life I'll never get back.
Yeah.
It'll probably stop me out, but I'm only risking $150 on this.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to draw a new box.
Yeah.
And that's how you get paid the big bucks is
less than 60 seconds.
Boxes.
That's what we did at the firms. Just drew lots of boxes.
All right. We got out at that one. All right, we're starting to get some of this back. So we had the wrong level, but we might be okay now. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Now we're catching a bid.
Okay, I'm pulling this to break even.
Go to break even.
Yeah.
Now
buyers.
We're
my goodness.
Another one. Oh, there's
purple
another
box
one.
haters in shambles.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
15 seconds, guys. 15 seconds.
Thank you, JD.
I'm
Thank you,
out.
JD.
Now I'm up 978.
I'm up
Ooh.
532.
What is up?
Power
That was the trade I
hour.
wanted. See, that was the trade I wanted. I was just early. I was just a little bit early.
Nice work
Look
on the
at
bell.
that box.
Dude, Jack.
Great job. Purple box
Purple
team
box
repping. Yes, it
strategy.
was.
My goodness, that was pro.
Oh,
Dude, Jack,
I had
All
a
right,
lovely
gentlemen.
time
Well-
with you, gentlemen.
Yep, that's the power hour for now. Tomorrow we have very minimal amount of numbers. Just looking at the schedule, though, we got Eddie Hogue Rips. It's a Rips Tuesday, so we got Rips joining us for opening call. The last 5 minutes for opening call. Rips for fast markets. Jack and Mick shoulder tap. Desmond W joining power players with Robert and myself. Desmond W. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the gentleman. Jack and Marie, Robert, JD coaching. Marcus talking with D around, not around, at 1 o'clock Central. Isaac, Jack, and myself for Power Hour. As always, we also have Dakota coming up this evening with Slow Markets at 8 p.m. Central. Please be able to tune in for that. Fellas, it was not the most spectacular Power Hour, but we made do with it. I think profits all around, so that was awesome. Thanks for joining us. Please hit that subscribe button. Please hit that like button. We're 500 away from 75,000 subscribers here at Topstep TV. Pretty cool stuff. Jack, Dolby time. It's been real. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Certainly. Be here at 8.
Sounds good.
Hope you're there.
I'll be out
It'll be
all
fun.
week. I'll be gone. I'm sorry,
Later, guys.
Jay. I'll be gone. See ya.
I saw. Later.